सेन्टी बनाउँछ जस्तो छ त भाइ अंश सेन्टी बनाइहाल्छ
सेन्टी बनायो
लास्ट इमोसनल छ
F in the chat. Hello everyone, फेरि पनि सबैलाई स्वागत छ PUBG मोबाइल F in the chat. PUBG मोबाइल नेपालको एउटा स्पेशल शो बनिरहेको छ जहाँ हामी कम्युनिटीबाट नै यो शो बनाएको छौँ अनि कम्युनिटीको लागि नै यो चाहिँ डेडिकेटेड रहनेछ. हामी स्ट्रिमरहरू बोलाउँदैछौँ, कन्टेन्ट क्रिएटरहरू बोलाउँदैछौँ, उहाँहरूको जर्नी जान्ने कोसिस गर्दैछौँ एन्ड देन के स्पेशल ओपी मोमेन्ट एन्ड के उप्स मोमेन्ट चाहिँ निकाल्ने कोसिस गर्छौँ एन्ड देन त्यही हिसाबले हामी PUBG मोबाइल F in the chat भन्दै रियाक्ट पनि गर्नेछौँ. अभियसली तपाईँहरूको लागि चाहिँ यो कुरा रहेको थियो. आजको हाम्रो स्पेशल गेस्टलाई हामी वेलकम गरौँ अनि हामी कन्भर्सेसनलाई अगाडि बढाउँ. आजको गेस्ट को रहनु भएको छ त यस PUBG मोबाइल कम्युनिटीको सबसे एन्टरटेनिङ स्ट्रिमर मध्ये एक सञ्जन गौतम CR7 हो र आज हामीसँग जोडिनु भएको छ.
धन्यवाद मित्र. अब म पनि यहाँ जोडिन पाउँदा तिमीसँग कुरा गर्न पाउँदाखेरि एकदमै खुसी छु. हामी यसरी जोडिएर अब कुरा गरेर अब रमाइलो गर्न गइरहेको छौँ. तपाईहरु पनि जोडिनु होला, रमाइलो हुनेछ.
हामी कन्भर्सेसन अगाडि बढाउँछौँ. सबैभन्दा पहिलो क्वेसन मेरो रह्यो कि तपाईँ PUBG मोबाइलमा पनि एक्टिभ हुनुहुन्छ, फुटबलको तपाईँ डाई हार्ड फ्यान अनि CR7 हो र नाम राख्नुभयो क्रिस्टियानो रोनाल्डोबाट इन्स्पायर भएर. बट क्रिस्टियानो रोनाल्डो फुटबल पिचमा एकदमै तेज कुद्ने अनि तपाईँ चाहिँ यता सब्सक्राइबर लिएर एकदमै तेज कुद्ने भइरहेको छ त.
रोनाल्डोको फ्यान त हो म. अब जस्तै अब मिलिरहेछ भनौँ. अब कुराहरू जस मैले अब आइडल मान्छु नि त रोनाल्डोलाई त. जे जस्तो भयो भने जस जसलाई फलो गरेको उसको स्पिड त्यस्तो छ भने त जस मिलेको होला यो संजोग बस के भन्छ त्यस्तोलाई होइन. जस त्यो मात्र भएको हो, यस्तो अरू केही पनि होइन.
फुटबल पिचमा नै तपाईँले चाहिँ PUBG को बारेमा थाहा पाउनु भएको थियो भन्ने चाहिँ हाम्रो सूत्रहरूबाट चाहिँ जानकारी आएको थियो.
त्यस्तै भनौँ न. अब साथीभाइहरूसँग फुटबल अब उनीहरू खेल्दै थियो, म हेर्दै थिएँ बाहिर बसेर. अनि उसले एकजना साथी ल्याएर त्यतिखेर PUBG आएको छ, यस्तो आएको छ उस्तो आएको छ भन्न. त्यतिखेर जस थाहा पाएँ मैले चाहिँ PUBG भन्ने गेम रहेछ भनेर. जस राम्रै भयो भनौँ न.
हामीले तपाईँको मल्टिपल इन्टरभ्युजहरू चाहिँ हेरेको छौँ जहाँ तपाईँले चाहिँ आफ्नो अर्ली लाइफको बारेमा मजाले एक्सप्रेसिभ तरिकाले चाहिँ कुरा गर्नुभएको छ. म जान्न चाहेँ कि त्यो एउटा हुन्छ नि कुराहरू भनेपछि थोरै बोझ कम हुन्छ या मैले केही इन्सपायर गर्ने काम गरेको छु, मैले यसलाई चाहिँ सबैको अगाडि राखेँ भने अरूको लागि पनि केही राम्रो हुनसक्छ भन्ने रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी फिल गर्नुभयो. के हुनसक्छ कि तपाईँले खुलेर बोल्नुहुन्छ तपाईँको बारेमा.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ होइन सबैकोमा. अब कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहेको हुन्छ. अब मैले चाहिँ के पाएँ भन्दाखेरि मेरो लाइफमा चाहिँ अब पढाइ सढाइ पनि अब मैले त्यही अब 12सम्म मात्र पढाएँ हो, अब टु बी अनेस्ट होइन भन्नुपर्दाखेरि. अब त्यतिखेर चाहिँ अब पछि अब बाहिर जानको लागि पनि अब प्रोसेस गरेँ, यता नि भएन उता नि भएन. त्यो हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ अब लाइफमा मैले पनि अब के गर्नै गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिएँ. तर अब अहिले अब गर्दै जाँदाखेरि अब यस्तो भए, अब आजको दिनमा आएर अब यतिको भए होइन. जस्तै हो मैले भन्नु खोजेको चाहिँ अब अहिलेको जेनेरेसनलाई त्यही हो. मैले जहिले अस्तिको यो पोडकास्टमा नै भनिरहेको थिएँ, सबैले सुने पनि होला. त्यही हो, हार खानु भएन. सबैजनाले अब दिन आउँछ सबैको.
तपाईँको जुन कहानी रहेको छ इट्स सेल्फ इन्सपायरिङ पनि रहेको छ. बट मलाई यो पनि जान्न मन लाग्यो कि तपाईँ उर्लाबारीबाट काठमाडौँ सिफ्ट हुनुभयो होइन. तपाईँलाई के गर्ने कसो गर्ने भन्ने बारेमा पनि त्यति स्योर चाहिँ थिएन त्यो बेलामा. एन्ड देन तपाईँ कहीँ न कहीँ ब्याड सर्कलमा पनि फस्नु भएको थियो भनेर भन्नुभएको थियो. भनेपछि त्यो सब कुराबाट चाहिँ बाहिर निस्किने वे आउट तपाईँले केही खोज्नु भयो अथवा के गरौँ हुन्थ्यो होला नि, के थट आउँथ्यो?
अब काठमाडौँ त हामी अब आउन त 2062 सालमै आएको हो, जमानामा आएको सानोमा. अब त्यतिखेर त ब्याड सर्कल गुड सर्कल केही थाहा पनि हुँदैन. अब क्लास 2 को बच्चालाई कसरी थाहा हुन्छ र होइन. अब बिस्तारै अब पछि चाहिँ अब तपाईँको एउटा अब टिनेजमा अब अलिकति जोस जागरहरू, तातो खुन, अब तपाईँको अब अलि फुर्केपन होइन. म अब त्यस्तै खालको छु नि त अलिकति. अब त्यस्तै हुन्थ्यो. अनि अब साथीभाइहरूलाई दोष पनि दिनु हुँदैन. त्यो आफैमा पनि आफैलाई कहिले पनि साथीहरूलाई दोष दिँदैन. त्यो आफ्नै मन हो. जे साथीहरूले कहिले पनि जबरजस्ती गराउँदैनन्. कसैले गराउला त त्यस्तो हुँदैन. अब के भन्नु, निस्किए भन्नाले पनि त्यस्तो पनि ब्याड सर्कलमा नि होइन. म हल्का नर्मल हो, अलिअलि भनौँ न. त्यस्तो होइन, त्यस्तो खतरा होइन, अलिअलि आफै निस्किए. अब आफ्नो आफ्नै मन हो नि त. अब आफ्नो मनले अब चाहेपछि हुन्छ अरे क्या. जे पनि मनले चाहनु
राम्रो पनि आफैले गर्दा हो, नराम्रो पनि आफैले गर्दा. आई टोटल्ली एग्री अन द्याट. तपाईँले एउटा मेन्टर रियल लाइफमा मिस गर्नुभयो, सायद त्यो कुराले इम्प्याक्ट पारेको हुन सक्छ राइट?
हुन त हो. अब कसैलाई टेरिँदैन त, सम्झाउने मान्छेहरू त अलिअलि त आउँछन्. भाइ यस्तो नगर त्यस्तो नगर भन्दाखेरि अब त्यो उमेरमा के भन्ने खालके हुन्छ नि त को हो र भन्ने होइन भन्ने खालके आउँछ नि त अब त्यतिखेरको दिनमा त्यस्तो थियो पाउन त मेन्टर अब त्यही हो अब आफ्नो आमा बाउ जस्तो सम्झाउने त अरू को नै हुन्छ र दाजुभाइ जस्तो त हुँदैनन् अब त्यही पनि त्यस्तो साह्रो अब टेरिन अलि अटेरी टाइपको भएर होला कसैलाई पनि टेरिन नत्र त मलाई अब पढाइ पनि अब कन्टिन्यू गरेँ भन्नुहुन्छ घरबाट अझै पनि पहिला पनि भनेकै हो मैले आफै जानी जानी नै बिगारे हो यो मती चाहिँ त्यस्तो चाहिँ नगर्नु होला भन्न चाहन्छु म सबै दर्शकबिनहरूलाई गाह्रो हुन्छ अहिले अब हुन्छ नि त मेरो पहिला म जस्तो अहिले कति होला नि यो टाइममा उनीहरूले त थाहा पाउनु पऱ्यो नि त ए दाइले त दुःख पो पाइरहेको रहेछ त नपढेर भन्ने खालको टाइपको पनि तर त्यस्तो खालको गबार पनि भएन म होइन तर पढ्न त पढेकै छु तर अब अलिकति भन्नु खोजेको अलिकति हायर अझै पढ्न मन तर अब के गर्नु
ओके लाइफ सही डिरेक्सनमा गएको छैन भन्ने तपाईँलाई थाहा थियो बिचमा त्यसपछि तपाईँ सम्हालिनु भयो पनि एन्ड घरको रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी बुझेर हुन्छ नि छोरा भइसकेपछि चाहिँ घर हेर्नुपर्छ मम्मी बाबालाई हेर्नुपर्छ भन्ने भइसकेपछि तपाईँ केही काम गर्छु भनेर केहीतिर लाग्नुभयो एक्स्ट्रा एक्टिभिटिज जुन भनौँ न जुन तपाईँको रियल लाइफमा हामीले मेन्सन गर्न सकिन्छ
मैले थियो मलाई अब क्लास 12 सकिसके पछाडि अब मनी सकेट मनी यसो घरको लागि भयो नि अलिअलि हेर्नुपर्छ भनेर चाहिँ मैले काम पनि गरेको हो तर काहीँ पनि टिकिन भनौँ न त्यो रञ्जना ट्रेड्स भन्ने एउटा छ नि यता उता न्यु रोडतिर के छ त्यसमा पनि एउटा दोकान कपडाको होलसेल हो त्यहाँ पनि गएँ 2 दिनसम्म गरेँ अब सकिँदैन रहेछ अरूको अन्डरमा बसेर गर्न अलिकति गाह्रै पर्दो रहेछ भन्ने कुरा बुझ्यो क्याटरिङ स्याटरिङतिर कुदियो त्यो दिनको 300-400 रुपियाँ दिन्छ नि त्यस्तो त्यो बिहेमा यसो वेटरको काम त्यस्तो गरियो धेरै काम गरियो नि पैसा कमाउनको लागि त
या तपाईँको केही स्ट्रगल कहानीहरू हामीले पहिला पनि सुनेको थियौँ एन्ड यस टोटली इन्सपायरिङ पनि रहेको छ बट अहिले तपाईँ फुल फ्लेज एउटा स्ट्रिमर हुनु भइसक्यो कन्टेन्ट क्रिएटर भइसक्नुभयो थोरै फ्यान बेस एन्ड देन फेम पनि बटुलिसक्नु भएको छ तपाईँले बट म यो जान्न चाहेँ कि तपाईँको स्ट्रिम हेर्नुको मेन पर्पस हुन्छ इन्टरटेनमेन्ट तपाईँले त्यो क्यारेक्टर आफ्नो लागि बनाउनु भयो या इनबिल्ड हुनुहुन्थ्यो यस्तै नै
सुरुमा चाहिँ बनाएको थिइनँ सुरुमा चाहिँ नेचुरली आएको हो म होइन अब भन्नाले सबैजनालाई थाहा पनि छ मसँग पहिला सङ्गत गर्ने तिमीलाई पनि अलिअलि त थाहा छ होइन अब यस्तै थिए सुरुमा त अब नेचुरली नै मेरो यस्तै खालके फेक स्माइल हुँदैन तर कहिले काहीँ चाहिँ अब के झन्झट के तनाव प्रेसर भएको बेला लाइभमा आउँदाखेरि चाहिँ कमसेकम हाँसेर नै बोलिदिनु पर्छ त्यसलाई त्यति बेला चाहिँ कहिले काहीँ चाहिँ यसो हुन्छ भनौँ न त्यति नै हो
ओके युजुअली तपाईँ नेचुरली नै फनी हुनुहुन्छ बट ओके
अँ,
फनी वानको कुरा गर्ने नि तपाईँको पुरै ग्याङ नै आउँछ क्या इट्स नट जस्ट लाइक सञ्जन मात्रै आउँछ उसको पुरै होरा ग्याङ एउटा स्क्वाड नै बनेको छ त्यो नै आउँछ तर त्यो होरा ग्याङको प्लान चाहिँ कसरी सोचियो भनौँ न लाइक होरा ग्याङ बन्यो अहिले नेपालको सबसे फेमस ग्याङ जस्तो छ
अब सुरुमा त मैले अब यो ग्याङस्याङ बनाउन सोचेको थिइनँ होइन म एक्लै नै आएको स्ट्रिममा चाहिँ अब एक्लै नै आएँ अब बिस्तारै अब सपोर्ट आयो अब सबैको सपोर्ट आयो सुरुमा त अरू अरू दाईहरू खेल्नुहुन्थ्यो दाई बहिनीको खेल्थ्यो पछि अब लिम्बे आयो लिम्बे आइसके पछाडि पछि फेरि खेल्दै गएपछि सेक्री आयो पछि अब त्यसरी नै मामा बिस्ने यसरी साँडेहरू थपिँदै गएपछि अब उनीहरूको पनि अब फ्री होइन अब त्यस्तो अब कहिले काहीँ खेल्ने भयो होइन उनीहरू पनि रेगुलरै खेल्न आइदिए मान्छेले पनि उनीहरूलाई मन परायो त्यही भएर उनीहरूलाई नै मैले डेली खेलाउन थालेँ होइन त्यसबाटै मान्छेले अब हो र ग्याङ भनेर नाम दियो भनौँ न जस हामी त ग्याङै बन्छौँ भनेर त आएको होइन हामी त खास गरी यतिकै खेल्नै मात्र आएको हो
ओके इन्ट्रेस्टिङ मोमेन्ट रहेको थियो एन्ड देन जब पनि यो स्क्वाड खेल्छ च्याटमा चाहिँ एफ चाहिँ चलि नै रहेको भन्छ किन भन्दा तपाईँहरूको बिचमा जुन कन्भर्सेसन हुन्छ जुन गेम प्ले हुन्छ त्यो मैले पनि फलो गरेको छु आई नो बट ओके एउटा कुरा म जान्न चाहेँ टिमले पनि हाइप पायो तपाईँले पनि हाइप पाउनु भयो एन्ड बट सानो सर्ट इन्टरभलमा थियो नि त यो सबै कुराहरू होइन त्यो बेलामा चाहिँ तपाईँले रियाक्ट त म्याचुअरली गर्नुभयो मलाई थाहा छ बट भित्रबाट फिल आउँछ नि भित्रबाट बटरफ्लाई हुन्छ नि सानो बच्चा के केही भयो भने त्यसले त्यो तरिकाले रियाक्ट गर्छ बट बाहिर चाहिँ देखाइन्न पब्लिकली चाहिँ त्यो कुरा देखाइन्न भित्रको कुरा चाहिँ के हुन्थ्यो के सोच्नुहुन्थ्यो
अब खुसी लाग्थ्यो पहिलेदेखि फेमस हुन मन थियो सानैदेखि होइन सानैदेखि अब यसो फिल्मतिर खेल्न मन लाग्ने यसो यताउति हुन्थ्यो अब यसरी नाम चल्दाखेरि अब कुन फिल्डमा आएर चल्यो तर जे चल्न चाहिँ चल्यो होइन आफूले जेस फेमस छ हुन मन थियो मलाई मान्छेहरूले हेरोस् मान्छेहरूले उयो गरोस् भन्ने खालको नै नेचरको थियो म पहिलेदेखि हुन चाहिँ मन चाहिँ त्यो थियो खुसी नै छु भनौँ न मान्छेहरूले मन पराएको देखेर जोस आउँछ माया लाग्छ केटाहरूको पनि अब अडियन्स छ र त म यहाँ छु नि त्यही भएर उनीहरूको नि माया लाग्छ खुसी लाग्छ आँसु नै आउँछ नि घरिघरि त आँखाबाट
ओके यही भर्चुअल फ्यामिलीको कुरा रह्यो तपाईँले अनलाइनबाट कमाएको भनौँ सब्सक्राइबरको रूपमा अथवा अडियन्सको रूपमा बट म्याच्योर तरिकाले रियाक्ट पनि गर्नुभयो तपाईँले हाइप पाएपछि एन्ड अर्को कुरा तपाईँले डोनेसन पनि स्टार्ट गर्नु
डोनेसन भनेको अब म चाहिँ अलिकति कमलो मनको छु होइन अब जस पग्लिहाल्छ भनौँ न मेरो मुटु मन चाहिँ त्यही भएर अब त्यस्तो पोस्टहरू देख्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब कस्तो कस्तो लाग्छ क्या अब हामी गरौँ न अलिकतिसँग छैन अलिकति गर्दाखेरि के फरक पर्छ र मैले अब महिनाको 1 लाख कमाउँछु भने 1 लाखबाट 5,000 रुपियाँ 10,000 रुपियाँ दिँदाखेरि त्यस्तो फरक पनि नपर्ला जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ त्यही भएर म जस हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ म गरिरहेको छु देखेको जति चाहिँ
ओके
यता यसो
एट द
भन्नु
एन्डमा पब्जी मोबाइल नै इट्सेल्फ एउटा त्यो गेम रहेको थियो जसले तपाईँको लाइफ चेन्ज गर्यो भनौँ न तपाईँले कसरी हेर्नुहुन्छ पब्जी मोबाइलले तपाईँलाई एक्चुअली कसरी इम्प्याक्ट गर्यो भनेर
पब्जी त अब अहिलेको लागि त पब्जी त धेरै कुरा हो नि मेरो लागि पब्जीले गर्दाखेरि म यहाँ छु होइन पब्जी नभएको भए मैले मेरो स्टार्टिङै हुँदैन ल अहिले आएर त मेरो युट्युबमा सब्सक्राइबर छ मैले जे गरे पनि भयो होइन अब त्यतिखेरको दिनमा अब केही काम गर्दिनँ थिएँ केही गर्दिनँ थिएँ त्यतिखेर सहारा भनेको पनि पब्जी त्यो गफसप साथीहरूसँग भेट्ने पनि त्यही पब्जी त्यो भर्चुअली भए पनि कमसेकम साथीहरूसँग भेटेर यसो के छ कसो छ त बुझ्न पाइन्थ्यो भनौँ न एक प्रकारको धेरै धेरै नै गरेको छ मलाई चाहिँ पब्जीले अब यो अहिले अहिले CR7 हो र हुनु भनेकै पब्जीले
ओके
गर्दाखेरि त हो नि
नो डाउट तपाईँ जहाँ
त्यही म
हुनुहुन्छ
भन्छु
पब्जी मोबाइल एन्ड अडियन्सको हात रहेको छ बट फ्यामिलीको पनि त त्यसमा हात हुन्छ राइट सो तपाईँको फ्यामिलीले तपाईँले गर्ने कामलाई अथवा तपाईँले यसलाई करियर नै बनाउनु भयो अब यो कुरालाई कसरी हेर्छ यदि इन्डिभिजुअल तरिकाले कुरा गर्ने भने
अब फ्यामिलीबाट त अब त्यस्तो कहिले पनि त्यस्तो कराउनु भएन जमानादेखि नै त्यस्तो पब्जी खेल्दा र अब मैले स्ट्रिम गरेको त 2021 देखि त हो तर पब्जी त 18 तिर लन्च भएको थियो नि त हामीले खेलेको त 18 देखि नै हो नि त मैले त अनि 18 19 20 त 2 वर्ष त फकट्या खेलेकै छ नि त त्यतिकै पनि होइन अनि त्यतिखेर नि कराउनु भएन केही काम गरिदिन्थेँ खेलेर बस्थेँ अब सपोर्ट भन्नाले त्यस्तो नखेल भनेर चाहिँ कहिले पनि भन्नु भएन तर स्ट्रिम गर 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 भन्नु उचालेको चाहिँ होइन मम्मीहरूलाई के थाहा स्ट्रिम भनेको के हो भनेर अहिलेको दिनमा त अब खुसी छ नि अब महिनाको पैसा कमाइन्छ सबै घरै मैले हेर्नु परेको छ अब अहिले त खुसी हुनुहुन्छ सबैजना अब अहिले त सपोर्ट गर्नुहुन्छ पहिला पनि गर्नुहुन्थ्यो अहिले पनि अब सपोर्ट भन्दा पनि काम गर्छ छोरोको कामै यही हो भन्ने खालको
ओके
भएको छ भनौँ
मम्मी
न
तपाईँको लागि चाहिँ स्पेसल हुनुहुन्छ क्या सधैँबाट मैले देखेँ अनुसार राइट स्टार्टबाट नै सो फर्स्ट अर्निङ आएदेखि मम्मीको लागि केही सोचिएको थियो अथवा फ्यामिलीको लागि केही गर्छु यसो उसो भनेर सोचेको अनि गरेको केही छ जुन मेन्सन गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ
मैले चाहिँ अब युट्युब स्टार्ट गर्दाखेरि अब मलाई त डोनेसनहरू पनि धेरै आइरहेको थियो नि त मान्छेहरूले अब यो हसाइस भाइ कमेडी छ यस्तो उस्तो भन्दै सुपर च्याटहरू धेरै आउने थियो तर पैसा चाहिँ त्यो पिन एडसेन्सको खोइ के नआइकन 4 महिनासम्म जब पर्खे भइयो युट्युब स्टुडियो हेर्दै यति भएछ भनेर मात्र बस्ने भयो झिक्न चाहिँ पाएको थिएन मम्मीलाई भन्दा नि मम्मीले पनि पत्याउनु भएन टेट हावा कुरा गर्छस् भन्नुभयो क्या मम्मी 2-3 लाख रुपियाँ आइसकेछ भन्ने खालको कुरा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अनि होइन होला भन्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो अनि आएपछि चाहिँ अनि जस मम्मीलाई मैले फर्स्टमा चाहिँ मम्मीलाई मैले फर्स्टमा केही पनि गरिनँ त्यो मम्मीलाई सुनको चुरा बनाइदिएको थिएँ हातमा अनि त्यही खुसी हुनुभयो जस देखाउनु भयो गाउँ टोलमा पिट्नु भयो सबैलाई
गाउँटोलो पिट्नु भयो ओके
आयो भनेर
हामीले रियल लाइफ कन्भर्सेसन गऱ्यौँ अथवा तपाईँको स्टार्टिङ लाइफको चाहिँ कन्भर्सेसन गऱ्यौँ बट म चाहन्छु कि अडियन्सलाई थाहा होस् हामी दुईटा बिचमा सधैँ राइभलरी चाहिँ बनिरहेको छ राइट बट आज हामी 1v1 च्यालेन्ज गर्छौँ दुईजनाको बिचमा हेरौँ कसले जित्छ रेडी होइन त मेरो राइट आफ्नो राइट डिफ्रेन्ट भएर डिफ्रेन्ट
कुन राइट हो ला
वेयरहाउसमा आयो वेयरहाउसमा एउटै छ राइट र लेफ्ट तर सम्झन त उपर खेल्छ मलाई थाहा भएको कुरा अब होइन किन भन्दा अब कम्पिटेटिभ
हिटलर हो
त्यस्तो काम यो भएन
हिटलर हो यार के भनेको PMPL खेलिरहेको अब जिसी पनि हान्न सकिन्छ के त
के भयो पारा भयो भन्दा याद आयो हाम्रो त अरे
हाम्रो प्यारा भयो
एक्सकेप त लाइन हाम्रो एक्सकेप पनि त
जमाना
अझै पनि कम ब्याक गर्न त छ नि त कम ब्याक अम्मा जीको त उपर दिन्छ कोही यस्तो प्लेयर लाग्छ नेपालबाट यस्तो खतरा खेल्न पाएको भयो भन्ने यस्तो
नेपालमा त आफैलाई देखेर त्यस्तो हुन्छ भनौँ
त्यो त इन्सपायरिङ भइहाल्यो आफूले हेरेर भन्दाखेरि भन्ने अब कोही कम्पिटिसनमै छैन
बेला बेलामा भन्छु त अनि आफै हान्छु अनि को हो म गर्छु त त्यो भनेको आफैलाई म विश्वास छैन म को भनेर त्यस्तो हान्छु के
हान्न दिएको
ओ खाइसकेको थियो यार
एकचोटि त हान्छु के पहिला देख्यो भने पहिला देख्नु पर्यो भन्ने कुरा
लो छ यार लास्ट
कसम एक मुड्की हान्यो भने चाहिँ भर्खरै म गेम अनइन्स्टल गरेर 0.5 एचपी
ओए यार हान्दो रहेछ त अन्त यार
सरी गर्दै हान्छ म एचपी राम्रै थियो त्यस्तो 0.5 म झुट त बोल्दिनँ जे देख्यो त्यो बोल्नुपर्छ बानी छ
Red team victory.
यता पहाडी
धेरै राम्रो
त्यो भनेको त
तर राम्रै हुन्थ्यो तर च्यालेन्ज गरेर चाहिँ खाँदाखेरि चाहिँ अलिकति गाह्रो हुन्छ मैले च्यालेन्ज गरेको ठिकै हुन्थ्यो च्यालेन्ज चाहिँ उताबाट आयो भने यसरी खाँदा चाहिँ ठिकै भन्न मिलेन
टिडिएमको रिजल्ट कसैले पनि देखेन केही टिडिएम भएकै छैन यहाँ होइन होइन केही भएकै छैन कसैले कसैले च्यालेन्ज पनि गरेको थिएन बट माहौल फनको बनिरहेको छ त्यो बिचमा चाहिँ म एडिसनल फनको लागि चाहिँ मसँग क्विज छ ठिक छ पब्जी मोबाइलको क्विज छ जहाँ मसँग 3टा क्वेसन छ जम्मा 3टा क्वेसन छ यसमध्ये 2टा मिलायो भने मैले तपाईँलाई नमस्कार गर्छु भेटेको दिन ठिक छ यहाँ पनि गरिदिन्छु मलाई प्रब्लम त भएन होइन तर ठिक छ अब अगाडिको टिडिएममा के भयो त्यसलाई भुलेर चाहिँ यो पनि जित्यो भने चाहिँ मैले माने ठिक छ
रेडी अलवेज रेडी
मसँग अप्सन पनि छ अप्सन चाहियो भने अप्सन भन्नु
चाहिँदैन होला
ओके कार 98 बाइक 7.62 को गोली लाग्ने कुनै स्नाइपर राइफल
त्यो मसिन भन्ने छ त एउटा अहिले मसिन राइफल स्नाइपर राइफल त्यो समथिङ के छ त 7.62 को ठङ गर्छ त
ओभर कन्फिडेन्सको साथमा रङ एन्सर भन्न कसैले मलाई सिकाओस् हामीले लास्ट टाइम पनि गरेको थियो अनि उहाँले भन्दै हुनुहुन्छ त्यसमा लाग्दै रहेछ 7.62
के लाग्छ त त्यसमा 7.62
त्यसमा 0.50 लाग्छ 0.45 को एक भर्जन
केमा भनेको तिमीले भन त क्वेशन हेर त फेरि मैले बुझिन क्वेशन
7.62 को गोली लाग्ने स्नाइपर राइफल सोध्यो मैले
उयो आएको छ त अहिले स्नाइपर राइफल भनेको हैन त त्यो भङ्ग नयाँ आएको छ त 3 गोलीमा पड्किने त्यो ड्रप उयो पाउने ड्रपमा पाउने
त्यो हैन एएमआर हैन
एएमआर हो त्यसको नाम 7.62 को सुन न अप्सन छ भनेको हैन
अलवेज रेडी अप्सन अब त किन दिनु
दुईटा
एन्सर आइसक्यो त
अन्त स्नाइपर त्यही त हो नि सुरुकै त हो नि हैन र मसिन ओइ
फर्स्ट क्वेशन रङ आन्सर
मसिन हो भनेको यो हेर्नु न दाइ
उले मसिन भन्नेमा मसिन मसिन भनिरहेको हो
मसिन राइफल स्नाइपर राइफल भने त मैले हैन दाइ मसिन भनेको त हो नि अब नर्मल कसैले मासिन गर्छ कसैले माउसिन गर्छन् त्यो त आफ्नो आफ्नो हुने ए सही भन्नुभयो आज लाइफमा फर्स्ट टाइम
यो सेकेन्डमा चाहिँ एकदमै ट्रिकी छ अप्सन दिन्छु म ल ठिक सबैभन्दा बढी रिकोइल भएको गन फर्स्ट अप्सन बेरल सेकेन्ड अप्सन ग्रोजा थर्ड अप्सन एकेएम फोर्थ अप्सन क्युबिजी
अब रिकोइल त सबैमा जिरै हो मैले हान्दा चाहिँ अब मैले आफूले चाहिँ फिल गर्न पाएको छैन अहिलेसम्म तर यसो अरूले हराएको लचकाइ हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ ग्रोजामा होला ज्यादा
ब्यारल हो यो राइट आन्सर हैन त्यो पनि हैन राइट आन्सर चाहिँ एकेएम रहेको
हो र
पब्जी मोबाइलको जुन गेम छ यो एउटा मुभीमा बेस रहेको थियो मुभीको नाम थाहा छ एकदम इजी छ सुन्दाखेरि चाहिँ
इंग्लिश कि नेपाली कि हिन्दी
एक्चुअली फिल्म चाहिँ जापानिज थियो
जापानिज त धेरै हेर्छु जापानिज फेभरेट पनि हो
मैले एफ इन द च्याट मोमेन्ट अलरेडी च्याटमा देखिसकेको छु पहिला अगाडिपट्टि अहिले यहाँ
पास
यो अप्सन नै छैन यहाँ त प्रपर एफ इन द च्याट
अप्सन के छ त
सपोर्ट गरौँला अप्सन यसमा छैन एकदम सजिलो छ
जापानिजको त अब त्यस्तो फिल्मको नामै थाहा हुँदैन हेरिन्छ अगाडि के टाइटल चाहिँ अलिकति हेर्नुपर्ने अबदेखि टाइटल चाहिँ हेर्नु
ठिक छ मैले आन्सर हेल्प गर्दै यसको नाम रहेको त
ब्याटल रोयल त अनि उयो होइन त अनि ब्याटल रोयल भनेपछि त धेरै ब्याटल रोयल गेमहरू छ नि त हैन र
हामीले क्विज सक्यौँ क्विजमा हामीले देख्यो एकदमै एफ इन द मोमेन्ट्सहरू चाहिँ ब्याक टु ब्याक है दुईटा त एटलिस्ट रहेको थियो फर्स्ट वान मलाई अलिकता मल्टिपल एन्सर दिएर चाहिँ डोमिनेट गर्ने कोसिस गरेको थियो एनिवे तपाईँको लागि मसँग स्पेसल भिडियोहरू रहेको छ म तपाईँलाई देखाउन चाहेँ अनि म तपाईँको रियाक्सन अडियन्स पनि तपाईँको रियाक्सन हेर्छु है त
नमस्ते म चाहिँ रामबहादुर कार्की मामा हो र भनेर चिनिन्छ सर्ट पिरियडमा हामीले 300K पुऱ्यायौँ होइन खुसी लाग्छ नहोर गेमसँग हाम्रो रिलेसन एकदम राम्रो छ होइन एकअर्कासँग कोर्डिनेसन राम्रो छ र अब म चाहिँ भन्दा भने CR7 हो र लाई के भन्न चाहन्छु भने होइन राम्रो गर्दैछु
सास
अझै
नफेरि
राम्रो
बोल्दैछ
गर्दैछ हामी साथमा छौँ होइन जहिले म चाहिँ साथमै हुन्छु जस खुसी लाग्छ भ्युवर्सहरूलाई पनि सबैलाई होइन थ्याङ्क यू फर जस्ट लभिङ अस है
अबे
हेलो नमस्ते
ओइ
सबैजनालाई म चाहिँ दिपेश गोयल तपाईँहरूको साढे एउटा अनि एउटा ग्याङको मेम्बर अब हामीलाई त खुसी पनि लाग्छ भनौँ न
एक्वेरियममा छ त
दाइले
के त
गर्दाखेरि अब हामी गर्दाखेरि पनि भएको भन्नुहुन्छ दाइले तर हामीले भन्दा पनि धेरै दाइले नै
Aquaman हो नि त।
गर्नुपर्छ भनौँ पहिला जेहोस् हामी त्यस्तो अब गेममा खेल्नुभन्दा अगाडि त्यस्तो हामी बोलचाल हुँदैन थियो आजकल जेहोस् केही नभनिकन कुराहरू यताउति थाहा हुने के गर्ने कसरी गर्ने सबै भइरहेको हुन्छ दाइले गर्दैछु म जे छु अहिलेसम्म भन्दा पनि दाइले लिएर आउनुभएको सबै त्यसको लागि चाहिँ दाइलाई मनैदेखि धन्यवाद भन्छु धन्यवादले नै पुग्दैन होला त्यही पनि
सेन्टी बनाउँछ
दाइलाई
जस्तो छ त भाइ
के
हन्स
भन्नु लभ यु दाइ थ्याङ्क यू सबै कुराको लागि
एक कमेन्ट आफ्नो साइडबाट पास गर्छ
थियो नि अनि जस अलिकति अब मम्मीकै मामाको छोरा भए पनि जस आफ्नै पुरै बन्डिङ चाहिँ पुरै आफ्नै मामे जस्तो आफ्नै मम्मीकै भाइ जस्तै हुन्छ आफ्नै त आफ्नै मामाको छोरा मम्मीको भनेपछि आफ्नै भाइ जस्तै त हो नि होइन त्यही भएर जस
जसै पनि
खिचा छन् मामा अब सानैदेखि अब उसले त मलाई इरिटेट गरेको म्याच मन पराउने हो नि त त्यो पनि एउटा अब एकजना त त्यस्तो हुनु पनि पर्छ अब सबैजना फोकस भएर खेल्न थाल्यो भने त अब भोलिको
सही हो।
दिनमा तिम्रो अब हाम्रो स्ट्रिम हेर्नु र अरूको स्ट्रिम हेर्नुमा फरकै नपऱ्यो भने त त्यो के मजा आयो त CR7 टेस्टै छैन नि त होइन टेस्ट त आउनु पर्यो जस ठिक छ मामा आएपछि धेरै नै चेन्ज भएको छ भनौँ
नयाँ फ्लेभर नयाँ टेस्ट अनि साढे
साढे भाइ त
डाइमेन्सन
अब
दिनु पर्यो
धेरै बोल्दैन अब उसको रोल भनेको सबैको आफ्नो आफ्नो क्यारेक्टर छ एउटा धेरै बोल्ने छ एउटा अब यो बोल्दै बोल्दैन धेरै ठिक्क खेल्छ अनि यसले चाहिँ जस अलिकति गेममा पनि बाँच्नु पर्यो नि त हामी मरेको मरे गऱ्यो भने अब गफहरू निस्किँदैन हामी बिचको कुराहरू के गर्ने हुन्छ नि त छिरो मरो निक्ल्यो भने त कुरै भएन नि त होइन भित्र त हाम्रो त गफै छैन नि त होइन त्यो त मजा भएन बरु कमसेकम हल्का टिकियो मात्र भने पनि गाडीमा घुम्दै गफ गर्दै के कुराहरू निकाल्दै हामी त बाहिरको कुरा गर्छौँ नि त धेरै त त्यस्तो फनहरू हुन्छ जस साढे भाइको लागि भन्नु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ सोझो छ सिम्पल छ अब जस मजाले रेस्पेक्ट दिन्छ भनौँ साढेको नेचर चाहिँ अब त्यस्तै धेरै थोरै बोल्ने लजालु अब अलिकति होमा हो अमा हो अलिक सबैको आफ्नो आफ्नो क्यारेक्टर छ त्यसको क्यारेक्टर त्यस्तो खालको क्यारेक्टर छ भनौँ न
ओके हामी अब अलमोस्ट बिट मार्ने फेजमा चाहिँ आइसकेको छौँ हामीले एउटा ग्याङको बारेमा बुझियो सञ्जनको अर्ली लाइफको बारेमा पनि बुझ्यो केही फन सेगमेन्ट इन बिट्विन पनि गरिएको थियो अब एन्ड सेगमेन्टमा आइपुग्दाखेरि चाहिँ म फर्स्ट कुरा जान्न चाहेँ तपाईँले कम्युनिटीलाई स्टार्टमा पनि देख्नुभयो अनि अहिले पनि देख्नुभयो कहाँ पुगेको छ भनेर होइन सो इन बिट्विनको डिफरेन्स चाहिँ मेजरली के लाग्छ
नि फलो गर्दै आएको जमानादेखि नै अब त्यतिखेर त केही पनि थिएन नि जमानामा त्यो बेला त के थियो र यार तिमीलाई पनि थाहा छ तिमी पनि थियो अब 100 रुपियाँको रिचार्ज कार्ड 50 रुपियाँको रिचार्ज कार्डको लागि गेम हुन्थ्यो अब अहिले अब $1 मिलियन लागि गेम हुन्छ होइन जस ग्रोथ धेरै राम्रो भइरहेको छ अहिले 2 वर्षको अन्तरालमा 2 वर्ष नै होइन 1 वर्ष त्यस्तै 1.5 वर्षको बिचमा ऱ्यापिड खत्रै ग्रो भयो भनौँ न जस मजा आयो चाहिँ ड्रास्टिक चेन्ज छ भनौँ न बबाले
कन्टेन्ट क्रिएसन अनि पब्जी मोबाइलसँग रिलेटेड भएर यसमा हामीसँग धेरै अप्सनहरू चाहिँ छैनन् अथवा भनौँ न मल्टिपल स्ट्रिमरहरू चाहिँ हुनु हुँदैन यदि कोहीले स्टार्ट गर्न चाहन्छ भने यसको लागि सजेसन के गर्नु अथवा के नगर्नु
खास गरी अब मेरो विचारमा चाहिँ अब खास गरी म चाहिँ स्ट्रिमर हो नि त अनि म चाहिँ एउटा स्ट्रिमर भइसके पछाडि एउटा स्ट्रिमर र एउटा पब्जी प्रो प्लेयरहरू भनेको एउटा डिफ्रेन्स हुन्छ क्या अब राम्रो खेल्नेले नै स्ट्रिम गर्ने राम्रो खेल्नेले नै कन्टेन्ट क्रिएट गर्नुपर्ने भन्ने खालके हुँदैन क्या हुन्छ नि होइन क्रिएसन भनेको आफ्नो अब एक्स्ट्रा तपाईँको कस्तो खालके छ त्यस्तो खालको क्रिएट गर्दाखेरि राम्रो हुन्छ त्यो स्ट्रिम भनेको चाहिँ मलाई जहाँसम्म लाग्छ त्यो प्रो प्लेयरहरूले मात्र स्ट्रिम गर्ने होइन क्या स्ट्रिमिङमा र त्यो खेल्नेमा चाहिँ धेरै डिफ्रेन्स छ किनभने खेलेर मात्र भएन नि त अब स्ट्रिमिङ भनेको त मान्छेलाई एउटा इन्टरटेनमेन्ट दिन सक्नु पर्यो बोल्नु पर्यो इन्टरेक्ट गर्नु पर्यो रमाइलो गर्नु उनीहरू बसुन्जेलीसम्म उनीहरूलाई पनि हो कि क्या जस्तो बनाउनु पर्यो पब्जी खेल्ने प्रो प्लेयरहरू खेल्छ निहुरेर खेल्छ ल खत्रै हान्ला तर त्यो खेल्नेहरूलाई त अब रमाइलो भएन नि त त्यही भएर मैले भन्नु खोजेको चाहिँ त्यो मान्छेहरूले अडियन्सले त्यस्तो भन्छ भनेर तपाईँहरूलाई ठिक्क खेल्ने खालके एभरेज प्लेयर हुनुहुन्छ तर तपाईँहरूले यस्तो गर्नु खोजिरहनु भएको छ तर गर्न अलिकति आँट आएको छैन जोस छैन भने चाहिँ मलाई हेरेर सिक्न सक्नुहुन्छ तपाईँहरू मलाई पनि खेल्न चाहिँ आउँदैन तर हुन्छ नि मान्छेहरूसँग इन्टरेक्ट चाहिँ गर्न सिक्नु पर्यो अब आफूमा अब कस्तो खालको अब दिमाग अब कस्तो खालको अब कन्टेन्ट क्रिएट गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ गर्नुहोस् अब राम्रो अब एक्स्ट्रा गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ भने एक्स्ट्रा गर्नुहोस् राम्रो हुन्छ जस्तै अब अरूले के भन्छ कसो भन्छ भनेर चाहिँ तपाईँहरू चाहिँ अब गर्नु भएको छैन भने चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ गलत गरिरहनु भएको छ
सो इन समरीमा चाहिँ आफूलाई बिलिभ गरौँ तपाईँले प्रो स्ट्रिमिङ चाहनुहुन्छ या नर्मल एज अ इन्टरटेनरको रूपमा आफूलाई बिल्ड गर्न चाहन्छ त्यो पहिले डिसाइड गरौँ एन्ड देन कन्फिडेन्ट आफूमाथि भयौँ, आफूमाथि भरोसा गरौँ भन्ने चाहिँ ओभरअलमा चाहिँ समरी भयो। यस तपाईँको इनपुटको लागि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। अब यहाँबाट हामी एन्ड पनि गर्छौँ, आउनुभएकोमा धन्यवाद। जाँदा जाँदा एउटा फ्यान मेसेज पनि ड्रप गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ तपाईँको सपोर्टरहरूको लागि।
त्यही हो, अब सुरुदेखि नै यति धेरै अब माया दिएको छ मलाई चाहिँ, मैले किनभने अरू युट्युबरहरू जस्तो अब त्यस्तो स्ट्रगल त छ होइन, स्ट्रगल छैन भन्दिनँ, तर त्यो अरू मान्छेहरूको अहिले हेरिकन अब बिचरा अब कति सब्सक्राइबर हुँदाखेरि पनि 1 वाचिङ 2 वाचिङहरू आउँ, त्यस्तो खालके चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ फेस कहिले पनि गरिनँ कि एक त कम्पिटेटिभको केटाहरू सबैजनालाई चिनेर पनि होला, अब मान्छेहरूले अब सुरुदेखि नै मलाई चाहिँ अब सपोर्ट गरिराख्यो। जस फ्यानहरूलाई चाहिँ के भन्न चाहन्छु, फ्यान मेसेज भ्युवर्सहरूलाई चाहिँ के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि यसरी नै सधैँभरि मलाई सपोर्ट गरिरहनु होला। म अझै पनि ट्राई गर्नेछु, अझै तपाईँहरूलाई योभन्दा पनि राम्रो राम्रो कुराहरू लिएर फ्युचरमा अझै पनि अब खुसी बनाउन अब यो कोसिस गर्नेछु होइन। त्यही हो, तपाईँहरू त अब मलाई अब जहिले स्ट्रिम गर्ने आफ्नो काम यही भइरह, तपाईँहरू मेरो आफ्नै परिवार जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। अब कहिलेकाहीँ बिरामी हुँदा कहाँ गयो के भयो, तातो पानी खाऊ यो खाऊ भन्नुहुन्छ, यो जस एउटा भनौँ न अब कस्तो आफै अब जमानादेखि चिनिरहेको जस्तो खालको फिल हुन्छ। जस खुसी लाग्छ। अब सबैजना यसरी सपोर्ट गर्नु। लभ यु गाइज सबैजनालाई। टेक केयर।
हाम्रो सञ्जन गौतम के CR7 हो र आफ्नो कहानी बताउँदै हुनुहुन्थ्यो, मेसेज पनि पास गर्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो, एन्ड देन केही जेनरस वर्ड्सहरू पनि रहेको थियो कि कसरी आफैले आफैलाई इस्टाब्लिस गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। र हामी नयाँ फ्रेस एपिसोडमा फेरि पनि आउँछौँ। ओभरअल कन्भर्सेसन तपाईँलाई मन पर्यो होला, ओभरअल सो तपाईँलाई मन पर्यो होला, तपाईँको फिडब्याक एन्ड लाइक मल्टिपल एफ इन द च्याट मोमेन्ट्सहरू पनि रहेको छन्। आइएम प्रिटी स्योर त्यो पनि जब हुन्छ मौका पाउनुहुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ स्प्याम गर्न नभुल्नु होला। हामी फेरि कुनै नयाँ फ्रेस एपिसोडमा तपाईँहरूसँग भेट्नेवाला छौँ। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर वाचिङ।
This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the end of week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, my man, once again, we are at the stage, we are on the day where we get to see 6 games, with the last map being played for the bonus points on LIVIK. It's the same day, Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday, man, and it's going to be a fun day. Trust me. Yesterday, I mean, it was the day of circles. Let's be honest. We saw quite a lot of incredible circles. DEW with an incredible performance as well. They won 2 games yesterday and just outshined a lot of teams inside the lobby. And now we can safely say we've finally found a kryptonite for Godlike Stalwart.
It seems like, and it's it is not just one team, it's many teams put together. Because Godlike Stalwart have been pushed down on the overall rankings. First, we saw Wiz's Club step up to the challenge. Then yesterday, as you mentioned, the Warriors were doing so incredible. We do see glimpses of genius from the side of DRS and Skylight Gaming as well. But the lack of consistency is the thing that's, well, making us doubt whether if in a long format they would actually go toe-to-toe. But still, the format is still pretty long. We are on the end of week 2, ladies and gentlemen. After this, only one more week remains before we move to the grand finals of the PMPL SA, and then there is the PMPL SA Championship, where top 10 teams from the grand finals of South Asia will be joined by the top 6 teams of PMPL Pakistan, and who knows who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, who knows that, right? And again, week 3 is going to be played after a couple of days, so teams are going to have a lot of time inside week 3 to try and make a rescue plan over here, because I'm speaking about the teams that are all the way in the latter half of the board in the overall rankings, right? So you're going to have a decent amount of time before the week 3 and just come up with a comeback plan, because that's what the time is for, I guess. But with that being said, $150,000 on the line over here, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, something that's going to add a lot of pressure on these players and on these teams, as tournament MVP will be getting $1,000 all by themselves in the pocket. And from the first place to third place, that's a big chunk of prize pool. And then from below that, it's of course going to keep on descending downwards.
Well, I mean, and it's going to be quite important to make it to the grand finals if you want to make sure that the lion's share of the prize money is going in your back. Also, let's not forget there's a different fight altogether for that tournament MVP prize money, where we did see for a while Action being the man sitting on top. But all of that did change yesterday. But ladies and gentlemen, as we have been mentioning every single week, based on where you finish in the overall ranking, you get a certain amount of points for your grand finals, for your initial starting points of the grand finals, and that is going to be super important. These are the bonus point ranking right now. Godlike Stalwart, they finished first in the first week, so they got 20 points of that. And then DRS, they were on second, IHC on third, High Voltage were on fourth. And we were discussing this yesterday, Necro, as well. As to Godlike Stalwart, they only care if DRS, IHC, and High Voltage are in the top 4. If all these teams are out, all Godlike Stalwart has to do is finish in the top 5.
I mean, I guess sort of. I would agree with that and somewhat disagree as well, because again, we know, Johnny, now this point structure has been changed. Now the format as well has been changed. You need to fight for those bonus points if you want to have a good head start. So not caring for a team like Godlike Stalwart would be a big statement. And so far how they've been playing, I do understand there are some glimpses of Godlike Stalwart just not really caring inside the game, but at the same time, there's that one game that they play, and they play that so outstandingly well that they just climb all the way at the top in the overall rankings, and that has been pretty much the story of Godlike Stalwart inside week 2.
Well, it is going to be quite interesting to see, in fact, how all of this is going to turn around. As you've mentioned, the performances in week 2, I think, again, as our discussion was going, in fact, 2 of the most impressive teams right now have to be DE Warriors and Wizards Club. Wizards Club, for one simple reason: if a team can make the jump from sitting on the 13th position to being on the top 2 in one single day, and not even in one single day, they did it in 3 games. 3 games it took for them to break into the top 2 from the 13th position. And that was just impressive. They scored 50, if I'm not wrong, 52 or 56 points in just 2 matches. And that was something different that Wizards Club were doing. Then yesterday we saw a very consistent run from the players of DE Warriors as well, which again was very impressive, but they have to make sure that it goes on today as well.
I mean, they're currently inside the top 3, can clearly do inside the overall rankings. MABETEX as well is actually striking when the rod's hot, and they're doing a great job so far. IHC, on the other hand, we've seen a lot of these times where IHC just doesn't care. They just straight up push up against the team, if that's going to be the case or not. But at the same time, yesterday, that was the first time we saw IT being so mature to actually hold their ground down. It's near the prison circle in Erangel map. We saw that happen, where IT was taking things really serious in that top 2 situation. And then later on, of course, they were not really able to come out on top. But at the end of the day, IT were able to at least get those decent amount of points back in their hands. Keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Top 10. They are still in contention for that first spot. We've seen the overall rankings, or at least the first page, being so fragile, so sensitive. One single good game can just make you breach inside the top 5 easily.
Exactly. You need one good game. And that is, I think, Necro, why you and I are always so critical of these teams on the second page of the leaderboard, that they are struggling to find that one good game. On the other side of things, though, is Venom Legends, who have had 3 chicken dinners, but are still sitting on the 11th position.
Yep, this is the prime example of consistency. If you're going to win the games, that doesn't matter, ladies and gentlemen. You got to be consistent in all these games. And that's why the teams that are consistent, they overall just have better points. I mean, if you speak of teams like High Voltage, they haven't really had a lot of chicken dinners, if I'm not wrong. High Voltage has only got like 1 chicken dinners. I don't exactly remember. My memory doesn't serve me right, but I think High Voltage has only gotten 1 chicken dinner. And on the other hand, even teams like Skylights Gaming, they are being able to stay, they are staying so consistent inside the week 2, and the stats are clearly over here in front of you too, as you do see the week 1 and week 2 comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that as well. Skylight Gaming, they have been extremely consistent. They have had 3 wins in this particular week. That means they have had 3 chicken dinners for themselves. And along with that, you can clearly see the improvement in the stats from week 1 to week 2. Week 1, we saw Skylight Gaming struggle a little bit, but they recovered right in the nick of time so that they were able to play that LIVIK game, right? But coming into week 2, I think the momentum, again, it took them time to establish it, but I believe day 2 onwards, Skylight Gaming, they knew exactly what they had to do to finish this week in the top 2, in the top 3. You see the damage numbers going up, you see the heals going up as well, because they are being a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive in how they approach those team fights, because of which their elimination numbers go up, which means a extra points. Their survival time went up as well because they were making it to late game extremely well in a lot of those matches. And I mean, it's all in all just a boost of points that they have been getting because of all of this stuff that they have implemented from week 1 to week 2. It is just phenomenal. This is what happened in week 1. This was like an interesting play, but like it was supposed to be a mistake.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely supposed to be a mistake, but then the players of Seal, I would say, they really did choke big time right there. And that's why they needed to pay the price for that as well. And something I want to correct what I said before, High Voltage, they still haven't gotten a single chicken dinner inside this entire week 2, Johnny. So without even a chicken dinner, they're still staying in that top 5. That is incredible. And that is a big prime example of why consistency matters more than just once in a blue moon type of performance.
Yeah, but that's the thing that we don't want. We don't want a once in a blue moon performance, right?
Yeah.
We want it to happen every single day. We want it to happen day in, day out, week after week, because that is what Godlike Stalwart and IHC have been up to. But let's see another comparison, and this one is going to be between DRS and High Voltage. Two teams extremely close to each other, one sitting on the 5th position. That is the team from, I believe, DRS Gaming sitting on the 5th position. Then we have High Voltage sitting on the 6th. So they are right next to each other in terms of how they have been playing. But apart from that, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how they move up. All right, so these numbers, the total points that you're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen, are the total points for the overall league standings. They aren't for this week. Although I have to say, High Voltage, I expected them to be the more consistent one, but it seems like DRS this week have been on fire.
I mean, they indeed have been. We saw, ladies and gentlemen, DRS just going ham with those elimination points. And inside week 2, definitely the aggression has been amped up a little bit compared to the week 1. So it's quite understandable. They have a lot of damage numbers. They have a lot of average elimination points too. And they deserve it too, because the amount of fights they've been engaging in, it's just going to help them improve even more before the grand finals start.
Yeah. And let's see, though, where this entire fiasco is going to get them. So, my apologies. DRS in the overall league standings are sitting on the 2nd position, and High Voltage is sitting on the 4th position. I just cross-checked that information right now, and this time it's correct. DRS is on the 2nd. But the problem lies in the fact that even though these teams are performing really well for themselves, Godlike Stalwart, they have a massive advantage. So we saw DRS, right? 368 points is what they have. The team above them is sitting on 422. Now, that is a difference we need to talk about. How do you beat that?
I mean, I don't think so. It's going to be a problem for a team like Godlike Stalwart, right? Don't you think so? I don't even think so. It's going to be a challenge for a team like Godlike Stalwart. Just see them. Just watch them make a comeback today, Johnny. I'm telling you, today there's going to be a big comeback.
The problem is they are the ones sitting on the 1st position. That's the problem. They are the ones with the massive advantage. How do you beat Godlike Stalwart?
Oh, overall league standings you were speaking of.
Yeah,
oh, okay. I thought you were speaking about this week's standings, but yeah, in the overall league standings, it's I mean, that's what I'm saying, right, Johnny? Is that the fact that Godlike Stalwart knows that they are just on the 1st spot in the overall league standings, they don't care about a world, man. Why do they need to care about anything at this point? Because the amount of lead they have, they're just going to sit back and relax. At the same time, they know the competition is trying, and as soon as they sense that the competition or the threat is getting way too close for comfort, they will just start playing well once again. And I think so. If you speak about this week itself, Godlike Stalwart will probably end things on the 1st note. Let's be honest. We all know that's going to happen without a doubt, because one single good game is just going to push them all the way up to 1st spot. Wait, you said sure?
Yeah, I said sure, because the difference between them and the team sitting on the 1st position is just 28 points. It's not even 30.
I thought you said it sarcastically.
No, they are going to do it. I believe it. I think it's going to happen within the first 3 games itself. And talking about the first 3 games, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, talking about the entirety of our today's schedule, we're going to be starting off on Miramar. Then match number 2 will be played on Erangel, followed by game number 3, Miramar, Sanhok. What should have been the last game of the day, and technically is the last game of this week, is going to be Erangel. But then we have that bonus game between the top 12 teams happening later in the day, which is going to be played on LIVIK. And Necro especially enjoys that one because he gets to see a lot of, one pump man action.
Now that you said it that way, Yeah, but we still have, incredible games still lined up in the front. The schedule, as always, is going to be shuffled from the start. At the end, we're going to be ending things off with LIVIK, of course, that bonus game, which will at least help the teams in the top 5, I guess. If they do have a good LIVIK game, maybe there's a chance they will at least get in the top 3, or maybe they'll get the first spot. We never know what's going to happen in that bonus game anyways. But team to watch out for inside the map of Miramar, DE Warriors. They've taken the trophy over here, Johnny. I mean, they have been the most deadliest team inside the map of Miramar. That means pretty much just stealing away the trophy from a team like Godlike Stalwart and Skylights Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, but it is going to be interesting to see how this first game is going to go, because I mean, the teams that will be competing are definitely going to go all in to try and establish themselves on the first position, because they won those 20 points, right? But again, what changes every single time is the fact that whoever walks away with a win on the first game, in the first game, on the last day of the week, will have control of the momentum throughout the rest of the day. Now, the only 2 teams in that particular list in the map chance percentage right there who stand a chance of taking a real advantage of that momentum are DRS and Godlike Stalwart, because DRS is from Group B. That means they get to play 3 games straight, and then they get a break. Then they step back for the last game. Godlike, they are in the most advantageous position because they belong to Group A, and they get to play 4 games back to back. Then there's the break, and then it's the LIVIK match that's going to happen. The Warriors in a tricky situation. We saw what happened with Wizards Club, right? I called it. 2 games, you play very well. Then there's the break in the 3rd game that literally pulls the rug from under your feet, and you start falling down because all the momentum that you had built, it's gone now. The Warriors, I think it's going to be very important for them to perform exceptionally well in the first match, and then maybe if they have a decent finish, if they get 10 points in the second game, it's fine, because the 3rd game is going to break whatever momentum is there, and they will have to reestablish it when they enter in match number 4 again. So it's going to be quite tricky for them to pull off, but hey, the Warriors are an exceptional team, so if anyone can do it, it has to be these lads.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, we can now just hands down say we've finally found a kryptonite for a team like Godlike Stalwart inside the game, because so far Godlike Stalwart haven't been able to win the fights against a team like DEW. I mean, they have just been the kryptonite. They've destroyed them a lot of times now, if I'm not wrong, 2 or 3 times, something like that. We have seen a fight between these 2 teams, like a straight up head-on collision where DW have came out on top. But again, just to let you guys know, in the first game, of course, Group E is going to be sitting it out. That means Deadeye's guys, Giant Mara, even Gremlin Storm and 1952 are not going to be playing in this one. And this group reminds me of a name called 1952. In week 1, I mean, again, it's the same story that we've been saying overall. We thought yesterday we'll finally see some sort of comeback in the overall rankings, but we did not get to see that. But you know what? They're not playing inside this one, so I do not want to continue the conversation any more further ahead, because we are still having so many great teams like Skylights Gaming to look out for. DEW, as you mentioned. Godlike Stalwart to make the comeback and take the throne back in their hands. High Voltage still searching for that chicken dinner. So a lot of possibilities, of course, and a decent amount of teams playing in this one.
Yeah,
I don't really know which one to go for, because I'm pretty sure it's the prediction time soon.
Exactly. But Negro, here's the thing, right? Since you actually have mentioned that already, Gremlin Storm not doing well, we expected 1952 to pop off. I think we will need to have that conversation as well, either now or in the next game, because the drop that we have seen from 1952 is something that, as it's the same sentence I speak again. We did not expect this to happen. They were very good in week 1. And it seems like, as we were talking about Entry being the main man for the team who was leading the charge, he's the person who is getting shut down now majority of the times. He's the man who is forced to play in an isolated position because he is able to handle that all of that 1v4 pressure and survive long enough for his teammates to just be there for him as backups and just progress the fight from there on out. But now teams do realize that, all right, if it's 1952 we are up against, Entry is going to be isolated for at least 15 to 20 seconds. In those 20 seconds, if we commit everything we have to finish off this one man, then the rest of the teams, it is going to be much easier to finish them off, because as soon as Entry drops, the players from 1952, they start to fall back. And the moment they start to fall back, they get shot in the back as well.
And usually the funny part is Entry is the first man who usually gets dropped down. If you remember, even in the previous PMPL, I've been saying this over and over again. It's okay. So I used to say this thing in the previous PMPL. I used to say, okay, Entry is not entry. This doesn't mean that he provides entry to his
Yeah.
team. He provides the enemy team the entry to destroy them. But so far, I mean, in the week 1, they were looking really good. Entry
Yeah.
was able to pop off, but then in week 2, things have been just shaky as always. Nothing really new, just what we saw in the previous PMPL. But hopefully that was not a fluke in week 1, because I want to see that sort of performance back again inside the
Ooh.
lobby without a doubt. But Johnny, you know what?
Yes.
Before continuing all of this conversation, man, I'm not gonna lie. Today you're looking clean. So what? Did you apply some sort of a facial cream or something? What's going
No,
on?
it's just the filters, you know, the filters on the camera.
Oh wait,
That's it. Yeah.
you're having filters on camera? I don't.
Yeah. Why don't you?
Wait,
Don't you know how to use them?
no, I don't.
I have no idea how to show you that.
Oh man, I guess I got to talk to the production man. Listen, bro, this is some biased nature production. All right, I know you're listening to me right now. I want some filters as well. He just said in my ears. He says your face doesn't need a filter. It
Ladies and
needs
gentlemen,
something
the
else.
production strikes without anyone knowing. But also, I think it is going to be quite interesting to see. You know what I want to see though today, Necro, rather than my
What?
own face? I want to see the similar circles, well, quite a similar circle to what we saw on Miramar yesterday, which, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, went to Los Higos Island, the bottom west corner of the map, the prison island. Just right off it, there's a even smaller island. That's where the game ended, and it was super fun to watch. So hopefully we get to see that again, although we all know how rare it's going to be. But ladies and gentlemen, the game is live right now, the plane on our screens, and it looks like it's starting from the eastern edge of the map all the way from Impala and going through, well, through San Martin, Crater Fields, almost towards Ruins.
I mean, hey, you heard what the production said. I don't need a filter. I'm too beautiful. Thank you so much. But as we do have the plane fly path in front of us, and this is quite a normal plane fly path actually, nothing out the box, just starting all the way from the right side of the map, all the way towards Ruins, and a little bit northern tilted plane fly path, but teams should not have that big of a deal. They're trying just go towards their drop location. Let's just Chumacera and Valle del Mar, then yeah, the struggle will definitely be seen. But if you ask me, are we going to see any sort of potential early clashes? I really think so. The answer is going to be no here.
Well, I agree with you on that. I think it is this flight path is quite comfortable to drop basically on the entirety of the map.
A little change as well. Sorry to cut you off, but
IHC.
I noticed, yeah, a little change. IHC usually drops inside or near Montenuevo, if I'm not wrong. And now this time they've dropped inside El Azhar. So Montenuevo is going to be quite a long glide. They will be wasting a lot of time if they do decide to go there. So they will just decide to go towards El Azhar, and there's a big chance we might see an urban finish as well. A Las Leonas circle, please.
I mean, we are going to have to pray for that after the third shift. But for now, I'm happy. All right, this is towards the extreme southern side of the map, and it's going to cause a lot of chaos on the northern part, especially for teams like Godlike Gaming, MABETEX. But you know, here's the fun part, Necro. The last time the circle was away from Godlike Gaming on Miramar, they won that game. They know how to play these wide rotations. I wonder, though, how IHC will deal with this situation, because now their rotations, well, they don't have an easy rotation, to just put it mildly, because every single entry point towards the zone is going to be blocked off. You will have T2K Venom Legends watching the northeastern edge of the zone towards Minas Generalis. You do see the massive cluster towards the northern edge. There's DRS, Godlike Stalwart, there's Elementrix. And even if you manage to sneak between T2K and Venom Legends, then as soon as you get too close to Los Leones, even on the northern side, you get sandwiched from High Voltage, A1 Esports. So IHC, they're going to have to play the late game scenario in this particular match. They can't rotate in early. They have to be extremely careful as they move towards Minas Gerais, or maybe if they try and move down south straight towards Impala, then they will have to play late over there as well. Just wait for Venom Legends to leave, and then the city is yours.
Yeah, as expected, we're not going to see any sort of early clashes as well. MABETEX all the way up north, just still going for the loot. They are quite spread out as well. I don't think so there's any sort of threat lingering around them, so that's not going to be that big of a deal. A1 and Wizzy's Club, they've always been clashing inside this territory of Los Leones. But again, as I've been mentioning over and over again, Los Leones is a big city where 2 to 3 teams can loot comfortably. If I'm not wrong, in the past, even when we had I8, which was back in the day called Stalwart, And even they used to drop inside this territory. And there were 3 teams, including them, and we did not see any sort of clashes happen even then. So, yeah, 3 teams can suitably loot, get their good loot on, and straight up make a rotation outside the city without even taking any sort of fights. It's that big. So we're not gonna be seeing any sort of early collisions just yet. So we're here for a long time, Johnny. We'll need to lock in those podcast hours.
Oh yeah, let's go. So Necro, my man.
My man.
My man. What?
Okay.
All right, I was gonna ask you a very, very dumb question, and I knew the answer to that. I was gonna ask you, which weapon do you enjoy the most?
Am I surprised though, if you ask me?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like.
So, but which weapon do you genuinely enjoy? Like, apart from the DBS?
Okay, that's the first weapon I really enjoy.
Mhm.
Second is any bolt action. I enjoy that a lot.
So, what are your thoughts on the Musin that was added? Well, not so recently in the game, but it's still quite fresh. So,
I mean, as long as you're gonna do a 1 tap in the head, that's all that really matters, right? So, yeah, as long as you're able to 1 tap in the head, that's all that really matters to me.
yeah, but I think it breaks my heart just to realize the fact that the era of the snipers is gone.
Yeah, everyone's just using, like, the maximum we see is like a DMR, but usually it's just players using M4 and a 6x or a 4x or a 3x, whatever they find available at that right time. But I'm not gonna lie, it's quite fun to use M4 as well. It's really nice to just beam some players down in a distance. It feels good.
Well, it does feel good indeed.
But DBS, it's a whole nother story, man. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, no one's gonna deny that, because we have seen it in action multiple times. And if we have seen it in action over here in a lobby that's supposed to be one of the most difficult lobbies in the world, then I'm pretty sure it's gonna be much more broken in your classic matches.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, if a player like me can 1v4 a team, then you need to understand how good of a gun that is. And I'm instantly in love. And the only reason I started using DBS as well was because these players, as I watched them, I was like, oh, wait, DBS is low-key popping off. And I started using that in the map of Erangel as well. It's not a bad choice, honestly. I mean, at least in the casual lobbies. But yeah, in the pro lobbies, I don't think so. It's that good of a choice, because the usual fights are going to be mid to long range. So it's not going to be that worth it. But, ladies and gentlemen, focusing back inside the game, as we have the circle, of course, closing in. The wall of death is moving from the back lines, and every single team now has started accumulating inside the circle. DEW, as always, inside Chumacera. They're not going to have to move a lot. The team nearby them is Elementrix. Now, they can definitely be a big threat. But on the other hand, you still have teams like T2K closing in. So right now, there's not a lot of teams available inside the circle. Still a decent amount of space, a lot of breathing space for teams. And now, if you speak about teams like TRZ, Johnny, what are your thoughts on this one? I mean, they've dropped all the way down in Valle del Mar.
I'm upset with TRZ. I mean, we did have a conversation about them in week 1 when they were doing really well. I mean, week 1 starts off, TRZ, they are struggling. 2 days in a row, and they can't figure out a way to get out of the bottom 3. Then all of a sudden, day number 3, I still remember, I mean, they did so well in the first few matches that they climbed up all the way to the 12th. Then we saw them be in the top 10 for a very brief period, and then again, there was a drop. A massive drop all the way outside the top 12. They missed out on that LIVIK game, man. So this week it was super important for them to get as many bonus points as they could for this particular week, because as far as the overall league standings are considered, even over there, TRZ are sitting on the 17th position with just 4 points on their name. So if they finish on the 19th position this week, that means they will just get 2 points. That's a total tally of 6. While if Godlike Stalwart finishes first this week, again, Godlike Stalwart will be sitting with a total tally of 20 points. You will start the finals, and assuming, like, let's just hypothetically assume that the finals start next week. You will start with a disadvantage of 24 points.
Look at the rotation Raw is making.
Points, yeah.
Look at the rotation Raw is making. They went all the way down south towards Prison Island, and then they're going to move away from the Prison Island to pretty much almost the center of the circle. That is a brilliant rotation.
Oh, yeah.
They know, usually in Prison Island, no one likes to drop, and especially considering the fact that the planned flight path was all the way up north. So there's no way anyone's going to be holding this island anyways. So Raw had quite a clean rotation. Also, they're getting their suitable amount of loot once again, just making sure they're just toppling it off. They know they have a clear pathway the front lines. It's pretty rare to meet any sort of enemies in the front at that point in time. But DW, they've realized the threat's pretty close on top of the church right here, and that's why they've backed away. So they're going to let them have this type of area for themselves. On the other hand, the rest of the team of DEW is still just holding the edges, making sure Elementrix are not going to be able to just overextend themselves from this spot. They're just going to try to get them in a deadlock.
Let's see, though. I mean, it's all going to be about information. How much information do you have? Vishal and Yetta, do you, I believe, have clues about Sneak and Doc? They do see the vehicle moving in the distance as well, but it's not going to be an easy fight. Too much distance between the teams. That means even if you secure the knock, unless the other player made the mistake of being completely and utterly exposed, vulnerable out in the open, sitting like... I'm forgetting the phrase. A sitting duck is what the phrase was. And yes, if they are a sitting duck, then you get to finish them off. Otherwise, while you cover the distance, while you slam into the compound the opposition is hiding, they will have a revive, and you will have traveled all the way for nothing. Well, not for nothing. Maybe you get wiped out, but nobody wants that. For now, though, we did see Elementrix Precious spot out the players of A1 and B. And Elementrix are right now in the center of everything. They are the center of attention. You do see on the map as well, there's a massive cluster around them. Although I do have to give props to the players from the side of Raw, playing it extremely smart. Since Prison Island was completely abandoned, no one is going to bother them. But I hope they realize that when it comes time for them to cross that bridge and make it to the main island, their path is not going to be an easy one.
In general, no one's path is going to be quite easy here. They will need to battle their way out. And right now, A1 Esports is stuck in a really sticky situation to get out from. They're kind of stuck out in the open as well. The backlines are not covered at all. They are quite exposed, so A1 Esports cannot stay there for a long time. They will need to move away from that one as quick as possible and find a better cover. Speaking of doing things quickly, IHC as well. They are pretty quick on their feet themselves, already rotating inside Los Leones. Venom Legends as well. We do see them rotating all the way down south from Puerto. They might just meet the players of Seal. There's a big chance we might see a little bit of collision between these two teams. IHC, on the other hand, making quite a big rotation. Only 3 players have rotated away. Legend has no clue that Alex is still sticking around in the back. But I'd see so far, this spread might work out, considering the fact that Alex's position is not compromised yet.
We'll see the Legend. It seems like, as you mentioned, Alex's position might not be compromised, but IC has been spotted because Legend is constantly looking towards the factory that IC is hiding in. But you know what the problem is? IC can actually force Legend into a bait. How did he take that damage? He just ran into the bullets. And that would have been a perfect time for Alex to strike. Just take a little bit of an extra advantage of the fact that Legend is just zoned in on IC. Just move, re-switch your position a little bit and get into a firing position. But look at that. Demo is also extremely low. It seems like IHC have been caught off guard.
Yeah, not a good news for the players of IHC. 2 players damaged. Alex is just prone inside the house. But I love the mental awareness from the side of T2K as well. They're still known that there might just be a threat present on the left side for the spot where IHC left from. So I love the mental awareness. T2K does not want to take any chances inside this game. Seal, on the other hand, as I said, we might see a collision between these two teams, and that's what exactly happened. Venom Legends and Seal finally colliding against each other as they're being stopped in their tracks, and Venom Legends cannot make a clean rotation out anymore. Kese is just inflicting those bullets and inflicting that pain on these players. Frackboy's down to 1 HP. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, Frackboy. You should have just stayed behind that vehicle and patch yourself up, because at this point, at this time in game, there's no way you don't have any sort of meds on you.
Well, let's see what the opposition is going to be up to. Venom Legends, I mean, they are going to have to use lots of first aids and a lot of healing utility basically to bring themselves out of the situation. But Fragboy is just going to lead out to his inevitable demise, and Seal Esports are going to be happy about the fact that they got an early pick for themselves 13 minutes into the match. And that was the first blood of the game as well. Looking at this situation right here in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, Mamba quite close to the players of Elementrix, who it seems like were completely tunnel visioned to their 12 o'clock. So they were looking up front, they're not checking the flanks, and TRZ can definitely take advantage of that. But Seal Esports closing in on the players of Venom Legends do find a few extra knocks. They've already finished out one, and it's still a 4-man roster of Seal Esports that's pushing towards Laser right now. He does not have a DBS on him, and that is, well, that is going to be a game changer, right?
Well, that's it. UMP in the close range will win that hip-fire fight no matter what. And that's what exactly happened. Now Seal, they themselves are on a move. They've been caught outside the zone. They are tanking a decent amount of damage, but I still don't understand. What was that move from the side of Fragboy? I do understand you were chipped really down low, but you could have stayed behind that vehicle, safe, and patch yourself up, and then maybe you try and think of crossing over. But you crossed over when you only had 1 HP, so that's a big mistake from his side. On the other hand, DEW up against the players of Godlike Stalwart, if I'm not wrong, and they've already opened the fray up against them as they've found the first knockout.
Well, let's see how many more can they convert for themselves. Bishal on the other side is going to be blown to smithereens as Mamba is going to get traded out. I believe the assault from the side of TRZ not really working out how they wanted, and they are going to try and make sure their backs are going to be clear so that there is no threat of a third party. But T2K on the other side going up against DRS, looking for an advantage in that fight. Mamba on the TRZ squad has been brought back to his feet. Elementrix still trying to keep them away from themselves for as long as possible.
Yeah, a lot of fights now. This time is being started to break down. The next circle is going to shift up north, kind of favoring the players of DEW. DEW, this late inside the game, they still have a 2-2 split where those two players are holding off the players of Godlike Stalwart at the edge, and IT now up against the players of T2K and even DRS themselves. If I'm not wrong, this was a sort of third-party situation from the side of IT where they wanted a third party this fight, but DRS, they only have that one lonesome survivor. Now IT themselves are taking a lot of damage, and finally that nade from the side of IC is going to catch one. Now the second one might just flow through if he lobs that one at the same direction with the same sort of force, and yeah, lands pretty close, chips the player down really low as well. Legend down to 1 HP, nowhere to go. The players are chipped down way too low, and T2K, things are looking way too blurry for them now. Players are damaged, nowhere to go. Jane as well, still knocked out. He's bleeding to his death while the players of IT are just prowling on top of them, just pouncing on him. And T2K, now they're in a big deadlock, but they're still looking to break free. A Sendashi's gonna open up things, but unfortunately he gets dropped down as well. IC will put the final nail in the coffin, and T2K will be eliminated from the game.
Oh boy, an early exit for a big name right there, and by the hands of an even bigger name, IHC, making quick work of the lads of T2K, but Delta, oh look at him, he's in a perfect position to bring IHC to their knees as well. A revenge for his fallen teammates. 3 players from the side of DRS down. Alex, he's trying to run around the rock while Delta goes for a first aid, sees the head, and there's the headshot. Easy shot to connect for Delta. Oh no, Alex fell to the zone. Oh no, Necro. How unlucky can you be?
Oh my boy.
The answer is yes.
Oh my boy. That really does blow.
Yeah.
But right now, 2 stars from Mongolia clashing up against each other. Godlike Stalwart and DW. As always, DW are just being such a big problem for the players of Godlike Stalwart. They're being held off at bay. DW is not letting them breach inside the circle in a comfortable spot. And also DW, they have a big advantage in this one, considering the fact that Godlike Stalwart have lost out on the player, but now because of having the big high ground advantage, they're also getting shot at from the players of high voltage all the way in the far fray. So DW not really in that sort of comfortable spot anymore. Action's going to shut down one player from the side of high voltage as the second player is going to get way too close to danger. Prabin is being mowed down with a lot of bullets from the M4. The signature M4 is definitely dealing a lot of damage, but not able to blow that vehicle this time.
Godlike Stalwart spotted out as well. The Warriors in an interesting spot, as in the lads are playing split apart from each other. And the split has been broken up as well by the players of Godlike Stalwart. But Doc is trying to get as close to his teammates as possible to provide them with ample cover fire in a situation like this. But in the meanwhile, while Godlike Stalwart are a little hesitant to go for this push, the players from the side of the Warriors are just zoned in on high voltage. And high voltage, realizing that they are stuck on the low ground, will have to figure out a way to escape this situation. Jiggle, oh my god, in the buggy is going to be spotted out. Few shots from top, but none of them connect. Assassin, although, has been knocked down, and sorry, Prabin was knocked down. Assassin is quite close, and he's going for a revive on his own teammate. But Dax versus Seal Esports, and Seal Esports are done already?
Oh, that was a quick one. Seal out the fray. Now only high voltage in the front left, where one player's quite damaged. The next circle shifts up north once again. The circle's taking another shift after another shifts. Quite a lot of big shifts over here. A lot of curveball shifts, actually. But DEW, they've lost out one player once again, and now it's going to be a big charge in from the side of Izzy's club as the Nate's going to find the connection. Yito's are somehow able to survive, but no, both these players are just trapped in that little corner. Nowhere to go. The deadlock's going to be successfully executed as Wizzy's club themselves are getting shot at from somewhere else. And it's going to be the players of TRZ third-partying this entire fray. Easy elimination points wrapped up. TRZ are up for a big feast here.
Well, TRZ have a perfect opportunity to secure a lot of points for themselves. But it's not going to be easy for them. They are going to make their way towards the southern edge of the zone right now. Well, majority of the fights are breaking out towards the northern part of the map. And this is what we were talking about, the massive cluster towards the northern edge. We have some of the biggest names in the lobby fighting over here. Godlike Stalwart, the Warriors, High Voltage. Majority of the top three teams, basically. But Stalwart trying to push on the players of the Warriors are going to push them in the line of fire of the players of High Voltage. So the Warriors, they are getting sandwiched at this point, but they are prepared for this as well, since they find an opening against the players of High Voltage. But Prabin at extremely close range to the players of the Warriors can be the game changer, but it does not work out for him, as Action was trying to go for a flank on DE, does find Prabin, so it was an easy rock for him. And now High Voltage are on the verge of getting eliminated from the match. Dax on the other side have already been eliminated, so we're down to 11 teams and 28 players still alive.
Assassin ship down so low. A lot of bullets just on his way, just shredding him down to pieces. Cannot even move properly at that point. Godlike Stalwart has set a new record for themselves too, as they've got 20 team elims. It's incredible stats, of course, from their side, but as we have Action a little bit in the down, of course, in the lower ground, is not going to be able to win that fight, where the players of DE Warriors have all sort of odds stacked with them. Elementrix in the front, even they are on the verge of getting eliminated themselves, quite low. The players are chipped as well. DEW for now, all the four players up in that 2-2 split. I was doubting it, but it actually worked out perfectly.
Yeah, even it wasn't just you, it was me as well. I didn't think it was going to work out the moment I saw Godlike Stalwart right next to them, and then the other two players were next to the squad of High Voltage, so it should not have worked out. And I have to say, it's partially the fault of the other teams. They didn't decide to push on the third party or prioritize on the third party at the right time. It Godlike Stalwart, for the first time I've seen them hold off on a 4v4 situation. That was the first time I've seen them pull back a little bit. Otherwise, in a normal situation, they would have just gone all in.
I mean, usually, if I'm not wrong, inside this game, they were getting shot at from the players of High Voltage as well from the back, so they couldn't push up.
Yeah.
So it was next to impossible to push up, and the players of DEW played that perfectly. The two players in the front, they played that so well, made sure they're not going to be overextending themselves. But MABETEX Esports, some nice sprays, some nice shots landed, as they're going to take down the second player off DEW. DEW in a big world of trouble, down to a 3-man squad over. They want to get the fallen player back up as well. MABETEX too, they got some return fire onto themselves as A+B Esports, they're up against the players from TRZ. As Koa will find the opening, the second one might just flow it through as well, as nades are now going to be tossed in from both the sides. Utility should be exchanged. Nade from the side of Koa is locked in, while on the other hand, Mamba's nade as well will almost make it up to the mark, but a little too overcooked. Koa's position compromised, exposed as well, but just Prone's back in the nick of time. Will find himself safe for a second, but not anymore. It's just being charged on by the players of TRZ. Nowhere to go. A+B Esports out the fray in second spot. DEW getting charged on by the players of MABETEX Esports as Leo's being taken down way too low. Nearzet's going to be the only man left to survive over here to clutch it out. Wally tosses in a nade. Oh, it's going to be a Molotov. Now the position's being limited as well. He wants to suffocate Nerzet to death. They have got Nerzet in a deadlock as well. Nerzet only smoke to cover him. Nowhere to go, and Wally will find that connection.
Well, Wally trying his level best with a molly. Eventually finds the pick with the weapons in his hands, and now the two UMP holders from the side of MABETEX, who have brought their team into the top 5, ladies and gentlemen, find themselves up against the 3 individuals from the side of Raw. But Incas is going to be an easy knock for Mafia Ninja from Skylight Gaming. This man is in the blue zone, does not care about healing, cares about the picks in front of him, because of which he does get a knock, but he eventually himself gets finished off. But ladies and gentlemen, with 4 teams to go, 9 players still alive, we have MABETEX with a 21% win chance in this game. Just 2 players remaining. TRZ there with 3 players still left in the game. Make that 2 as one of the players is going to be dropped off the server. And now we are into the 2v2 situation. What a nade! Almost finding the opening. Oh, this one is going to do the trick.
Oh my god!
Instant finish to both the lads.
Wow.
Sus getting a 2-4-1.
You guys don't realize how perfect those nades were.
Yeah.
The first nade landed perfectly between those 2 players. And considering the other player was behind that little ridge, the nade didn't land on the ground. It landed, or it blew up in the mid-air, doing damage and taking both of those players down massively. And then the second nade flew in, and it's just sealed the deal pretty much. As we have 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, TRZ, Raw, and even Elementrix. It's a 2-on-2-on-2 situation where the players of Raw have a big advantage. But unfortunately, that high ground needs to be left soon because TRZ, they're in the lower ground and they have to circle.
Oh, might have had the circle, but they didn't have any vision. Because Bombo was knocked out with an entirety of the spray, and Atomic is going to get shot in the face, but not by the players of Elementrix, ladies and gentlemen. It was the players of Raw who got all those elimination points, the juicy elimination points, and now all they have to do is finish off Precious, and there it is.
God.
Looked like such an easy finish. So, Raw official walk away with the first win of the day. They were sitting on the 12th position in terms of the rankings of this week, and now they moved to the top 8.
Yeah, and quite a good performance as well. 11 elimination points and 26 total points. That's going to give them 1379 damage dealt with 8th position in the overall ranks. Raw officials, nice performance actually. This is quite impressive and they need to keep on playing like this. And if I'm not wrong, these are the overall league standings, ladies and gentlemen. They've pushed themselves in the 8th spot in the overall league standings. So that is really a big confidence booster for a team like Raw.
Yeah, definitely. It has to be a confidence booster for them. It was important as well because as we were talking about Raw official, their momentum was also broken down. We were seeing them struggle a little bit here and there in the matches that they played yesterday. But today, since they're off to a good start, we can expect great things for them in the later stage of the day as well. But then again, there were teams that made it that weren't playing like themselves. We'll talk a lot more about them, but after this very short break.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ हैन सबैकोमा कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहा हुन्छ अब के गर्ने गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिए भन्ने खालको हुन्छ नि त को अब guys.
I'm the real, real deal. I'm the real, real deal. Ignition, it's a bang. You know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your high flame.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, as we begun the last day of the second week, we've seen some incredible action from Raw Official already in the first game that has just happened. But now there are 4 more matches remaining for all the 16 teams in the lobby, and whoever is in the top 12 after those 4 games will get to play an extra game on LIVIK for those bonus points. But before that, we have to talk about the MVP of the previous game, and it is going to be Smokey from Raw Official. I believe his team had 10 eliminations or 11 eliminations in total, and this man has 7 of those.
Well, I mean, he truly did smoke every single person in that lobby, that's for sure. I mean, 7 elimination and 893 damage dealt with headshots of 3 and knockouts of 4. I mean, Smokey, one thing we can say for sure, he was going ham in that game. And overall, if I'm not wrong, in general, Johnny, like Raw's performance inside this PMPL, they have been way much more aggressive than we've known them in the past.
Well, and it is going to be interesting, though, how far can they take this? That's what I want to see, the sort of performance that they've delivered in this game, because Raw Official were also, they lost 1 player early while they were crossing the bridge and making it to the main island. Then there were 3 remaining. 1 lad gets caught off guard by Mafia Ninja, the person sitting on the 2nd position with just 2 eliminations, but that survival time of 22 minutes and 600 damage dished out. Very impressive considering Skylight Gaming lost most of their numbers in a very chaotic turn inside of the game. TRZ as well. Mamba, key player for the team's run in this particular game. I mean, if TRZ made it to the top 3, it's because of this man.
I mean, speak of that, he definitely went ham without a doubt. But at the same time, I mean, in general, Smokey was putting up a lot of numbers, man. And to counter that type of stuff, especially if you're Godlike Stalwart and getting stuck in those type of situations where it's next to impossible to recover from, oh yeah. Things are looking at least tough at the start of the day. Nothing can be said later on, though. Even a team like DEW got dismantled by MABETEX Esports, and MABETEX Esports did a really great job in challenging that fight, too. They found the first 2 knockouts, then later on they realized the fact that now DEW are really pressed down. They can just straight up make the push happen, and that's what they exactly did. And DEW, that high ground sort of worked against them because they were really being the center of attraction. A lot of teams are taking shots at them.
Yeah, and it was important as well to figure out a way for DEW to try and avoid those fights, but it was such a weird position they were in because they had Godlike Stalwart just towards their left, High Voltage on the low ground in front. At one point of time, DW and Godlike Stalwart were pinning down the players of High Voltage, but then all of a sudden, HV, they take a turn, they reposition themselves in such a way that now Dead Eyes Warriors are the ones getting sandwiched. So I think I'm going to go back today and watch exactly how that fight took place, like how that whole fight happened. Because High Voltage, first of all, should have never been able to escape out in the open, right? Because you have 2 of the strongest teams in the lobby pinning you down. And High Voltage, they do have what it takes to take any 4v4 against both of these teams head on. But fighting them at the same time together, it is a whole different challenge. So High Voltage rotating, repositioning themselves was very, very impressive. And on top of that, later on, Dead Eyes Warriors just surviving the assault from both the teams and making sure that even Godlike Stalwart and High Voltage were taking an early exit inside of the game. That was equally as impressive.
Speak of impressive stuffs, I mean, I really thought that Nirzet's going to be able to pull off some more impressive stuff, just like how he pulled off yesterday. But
Oh, yeah.
against the squad of MABETEX, I guess no was the answer. He only had the smoke to work with. Hope that maybe he's going to be able to slip away from that one, but that was not the case. In this moment right here, a big blunder, a rookie move being made from the side of Venom Legends where Fragpile was chipped down so low while he tried to make the rotation, and then he decided to cross out in the open while he was just 1 HP. So I still don't get what was the mentality behind that play, but maybe something was really going wrong with him. Maybe something they just thought maybe the call was really made. I don't exactly know. I'm just sitting over here in Caston. We don't know what's going on through their headsets, what sort of calls are being made by the IGL. But in the final moments, yeah, Elementrix sort of helped out the players of Raw to get that one, as they did find the opening against the players of TRZ and opened the fray up as well and opened the entire ground up, where the circle was easily contestable from the side of the enemy lines, and they just got inside the circle, took out the players of Elementrix, and easily won that game. Overall rankings after that previous games are in front of us, as we have Deadeye's guys still at the top, even though they were not playing. Skylights Gaming on that second spot, DEW on the third spot. Pretty much nothing has changed a lot, but MABETEX Esports, 2-position leap, as High Voltage has been thrown down, and even DRS has been thrown down.
Yeah, something that I don't think either of the teams were anticipating, but their opportunity will come. High Voltage is, High Voltage will definitely be feeling some pressure as well up on the top. MABETEX, as you mentioned, is dethroning two of the pressure maker teams, I have to say, DRS and IHC, because you never know when those back-to-back monstrous runs are going to happen from their
T2K.
side. But, yeah, Train to Kill.
What happened?
There's a drop. They are on the 18th position right now. I was going to talk about Wizards Club. We talked so much about Wizards Club when we started the day. Now they're 11th, Necro. And both the teams with 3 chicken dinners are 11th and 12th, right
It's
on
funny.
the verge of being out of that LIVIK game.
Consistency, man, it really does matter quite a lot. And you know what? Another thing would be really bad for a team like High Voltage and even Venom Legends. Now, Venom Legends is barely on the cusp. High Voltage has dropped down as well from their spot. And the next game, in the next group, they're not going to be playing it out, man. They don't have a chance to defend that spot anymore. And that's a big entry for all the other teams who are sitting on the latter half of the board. I'm still waiting for T2K to strike in. What has happened to T2K? I mean, did you have a talk with Unch? Did he say anything about this team or not? Because he said this team looks in the form and this team is probably going to be the best inside this PMPL, but that's not the case so far.
Yeah, that is not the case so far. And I think that sort of also brings us to the fact that the level of the competition has gone up. The teams are competing to the best of their abilities. But Necro, that also brings us to what is your prediction going to be for the next game?
Wait, last game we didn't predict. This game we are going to predict.
This game we do. Surprise,
PogChamp.
surprise.
PogChamp. All right, I'm going to go with... It's really tough, man. You know, I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart because this is the team that I go with pretty rarely, so I'll go with them. I'm going to give them a shot. Hopefully, they will be able to come out on top. I don't know how they're going to do, though. But yeah, what about you, man?
All right, I'm going to pull out my secret card. The production will make my prediction.
Oh, you're going to lose. Trust me, the producer... the producer that we have is just... He's a rookie, man. He's a rookie. In the
I
game,
won't
man.
call him a rookie. I think you're going to have to play against him someday. All right. Just like, all right, so I'm being forced to make my own prediction because no one wants to take the blame for a team losing. So I'm going to make sure that Necro doesn't win. Godlike Stalwart it is now.
Oh, can I change it? Can I change mine then?
Nope. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
we are going with Godlike Stalwart.
Oh my God, Johnny, come on, man. You can't do this. You've been doing this at the start. You are trying to just replicate me, man. You know, Johnny.
It's a mental game, Necro. I'm going to keep you close till, like, I'm going to keep this 6-7 till the third week. I'm going to make sure that you don't go beyond 7. And if you do, I'm going ahead with you. And then in week 3 is where I strike when you will be under extreme pressure of winning this production game. See, it's all meant. It's all meant.
Keep dreaming, man. It's okay. It's good to dream. That's what people say. Dream work makes the dream work. Wait, what? No, I just twisted that.
Teamwork
I just
makes
twisted
the dream work. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but for me, it's opposite, man. All right. With that being said, the upcoming game is going to
Says the man who was eating oxygen yesterday or drinking oxygen, something to do with oxygen.
We have the upcoming game soon as well. So
Yes.
again, now let's get our heads back inside the game over here, man. I've twisted a lot of things around, but now speaking of the teams in the latter half of the board, T2K, the conversation has to be centered on this team without a doubt, because this is now a team that is playing with, or that is playing like some of the teams that have been struggling since the start of the pack. And T2K is not one of those teams, man. They have some of the most experienced players in their team. Either we're going to see a comeback happen today, or if that's not going to be the case, if they're not going to be in top 12 today, then I don't know what to say for the week 3, because it's so unguessable.
I think sometimes you just have to admit it when the era of a team is over. And I think T2K, they're going through that phase now wherein they are seeing the drop. Because even if we talk about week 1, right, Necro? Week 1, T2K had an incredible start. They were doing so well for themselves, and they finished on the 9th position. Even after, at a certain point, being on the first position, beyond where Godlike Stalwart were, they were competing neck to neck in the first 2 days. But then, while Godlike Stalwart were able to maintain their consistency, while DRS, IHC, and Skylight Gaming were able to pull themselves out of a very bad ranking on the second page, T2K, their graph just kept on dropping. It stopped on the 10th. Then week 2 rolls around, their league standing, it's still dropping. They're on the 12th position in terms of the league ranking before this match. This week has been brutal.
Imagine the player's mentality. Now, I don't know if this is a planned thing, because we've seen this happen once in the past, Johnny, if you remember. This is what some of the big names like Godlike Stalwart did when they were Astro Academy, and they used to do this type of stuff where they would perform at the start really well. They will get some sort of lead in their hands, and then later on in week 2 they would play they'll let things loose, and then in the week 3 once again they'll just start striking way harder.
Exactly. The worst thing Astro Academy, or as Godlike Stalwart, ever did was the fact that they made it to the finals, finishing in the top 5. Then, and all of a sudden, in the grand finals of the tournament, I think everyone realized, like, all right, this team is different. We were just getting pranked in the league stages, thinking we could actually take them on, because there was a massive difference between them on the first and the second position. They just basically made a joke out of everyone, saying, like, all right, we'll see what you have to offer. We'll see what your best is, and then we'll show you our best. And their best was something that opened the eyes of the entirety of South Asia as to what the upper echelon is capable of. Godlike Stalwart, I mean, again, no matter what we say about them, everyone realizes, like, the team's built different. But Train to Kill, they are the same. Necro, what I feel like, as you mentioned, like, the players' mentality right now has to be completely shattered. What they need, what T2K needs right now is a break. They need a break where they are just sitting and analyzing what went wrong within the first 2 weeks. So when week 3 eventually rolls around, I do expect T2K to consistently finish in the top 5 in every single match that they play. That is my expectation in the 3rd week of this tournament from Train to Kill. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of the day is live, and the map of Erangel is in front of us.
Exactly, and the planned flat path is going to start all the way from Milta Power towards shooting range, where T2K should have a clear pathway to drop down from. As I said, a couple of teams are not going to be playing inside this one, especially the teams that really needed to play in this one. One of those that I'm speaking about is Venom Legends, right on the 12th spot. They don't even have a chance to defend their spot anymore. And yesterday, Johnny, considering the fact that Dax, they ended things on a decent note, they should have some sort of a momentum flowing inside this game as well.
Well, let's see, though. I mean, they have chosen to play from a position where Venom Legends usually start off their game, and the reason for that being that Venom Legends are not there in this game. But it can alright, I was going to say it can backfire upon them if the zone moves away, but the zone is going to be right on them. We are seeing a circle towards the shelter area yet again. Still has a decent part of the military base inside it, and I think that's just going to make the situation for Godlike Stalwart a little bit easier for them in the early game. Janmara towards Lipovka, as always. Seal Esport starting things off towards Yasnaya Poliana. But still, there might be a few drop clashes, because I do see Raw and the Warriors quite close to each other, and Gremlin Storm is not too far away as well. But look at that, Elementrix and A1 Esports right on top of each other.
Ooh, finally some sort of drop collision. Or no, maybe Elementrix is still trying to go towards their drop spot. So I don't think so we're going to see that drop collision happen yet. Yeah, Elementrix is still on a move. They're going towards Fair Pier. That's where they like to drop. Even teams like Godlike Stalwart are making the rotation all the way down south towards Novorupnoi. DEW and Raw, maybe a potential clash between these two teams, but they're really far away from each other. I doubt they've even spotted each other out. But finally, a fight breaking down right off the bat where the player of A1 Esports is just stuck out in the open, nowhere to go. He is definitely just done at this point. Koa was there for the rescue, but a little too late. The shotgun's not going to hit at that range. But Sinister, the IGL is down. The main man's down from the squad now. A1 Esports will have a tough game, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game, losing a lad as soon as the match starts. And it's not just A1 Esports now. TRZ have lost one of their own as well. Right, it is Raw, I'm sorry, have lost one of their own, as one of the players was picked up by the lads from DE Warriors. So, again, two teams missing out on two players this early. It's going to force them to be as passive as they have to try and negate any effects from that. Look at this. I think Raw might just lose their second, as Smokey has been spotted out by the players of DE Warriors. We do see Sneak again and again looking in the same direction. So his intentions are definitely not pure. He wants to finish off the lad from Raw. And while he waits, East is just going to destroy him with the M16, while Doc perfectly maneuvers the buggy in a position that allows his teammate to go for the shots. So Raw official, from being one player down, are all of a sudden now two players down.
Speak of having a man deficit, yeah. I mean, Raw, they had a great game at the start, but now things are really looking dicey for them. As you said, they've lost out on two players. That's going to leave only Liquid and Sus inside the game. Two players with a lot of dreams to play with this one to even conquer this game, but it's going to be next to impossible with just a two-player or with just a two-man squad kicking things off inside this game, where you don't even have the loot accumulated that you need. You'll pretty much need to start from the scratch. They do have the guns, though. The DP28 and the M416 in his hands, while on the other hand, now we have 1952 back inside the game. They were not playing the first game, but now 1952 back in this one, with, of course, this team as well. They need to make a comeback happen in the overall rankings themselves. I don't know why the performance drop-off is seen, though, but we never know, man. There might just be some sort of a performance waiting for us today.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we're going to be hopeful about that, because even 1952 quite desperately are searching for that moment, are searching for their own moment, a game in which they outshine everyone else. And while they are doing that, I think Hitman from the side of A1NB just want to scout out information of who was actually in that compound. He did see a few bodies over there, so he's going to relay all of that information to his teammates. But I wouldn't suggest going for a head-on fight. It is going to be quite interesting to see, though. Now, A1 Esports, they have found some safe cover for themselves.
This was the same exact position where the players in 1952 were
left
a while ago. But yeah, they left. So for A1 Esports, luckily this compound's clear, but it's already looted down to scrap. They're not going to find anything here, unless if they just want to hold it down, and that's what the intentions seem like so far. But yeah, Hitman's realized there's no point in wasting time in here anymore, as it's looted down to crisp. DEW still on a move towards Military Island. They're going to take a lot of time to loot here, Johnny. What just happened? 6 minutes inside the game where some of the players don't even have any loot in their hands. What are we seeing? This is something that has happened for the first time in a long time.
Yeah. I mean, usually the games we have been witnessing are where we see an extremely slow early game, but this time things are being forced upon these players.
Yeah,
everyone's being forced to fight, and that's been happening since yesterday, right?
I mean, this is a whole nother story. You're 6 minutes inside the game and you don't even have a gun in your hand. That is like some next level stuff.
I mean, so again, as I said, everyone's being forced to fight. And if you are in a situation where you don't have a weapon but your teammates do, you will just lie down on the floor and hope your teammates hit their shots and you don't have to do anything to basically contribute to the entire situation. This is what happens in a fight that breaks out in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Interesting. Yeah, the stalemate situations do end up wasting a lot of times. You're not wrong. But I'm not sure what sort of situation the players of DW got themselves into. There's 1952 in the front lines of John Mara, and this might just be the shot. Oh, connects though, but on the chest, not on the head this time. Could have been a good one too. I did hear it. I felt it. I almost thought that this was going to be a one tap and a dirt nap, but that was not the case. As we have T2K, Jane just mowing down the field in the front. Did spot out the rotation. Was able to deal a decent amount of damage, but not enough to knock out the player from the game. Threat still alive. As the threat keeps on growing, the players of Seal as well are getting way too close for comfort up against the players of T2K. T2K now just inside the compound, trapped, just locked in that position. There is another player in the back lines, though, who is just going on top of the hill to get a little bit of high ground in his hands. And now look at him. Seal so far, they're looking pretty nice in this fight. They have a nice spread for themselves, but even if one player goes down, Seal will be in a big state of discomfort.
Spooky though, he's just holding his position next to the broken wall, just making sure that if he hears something or if he sees something pertaining to the lads of T2K, he relays the information to his teammates. But Zeke on the other side of the road is going to get shot. Well, just a few bullets connecting. Seo again and again going for the burst spray on that broken wall. Can't really do much with all of that though. A little bit of ammo wasted, but no worries. Does keep the opposition at bay. Now a nade lob towards Smokey in hopes of finding a knock. Does it connect? Looks like it's going to be quite close as well. All right, does not connect. I believe it's blown up.
Yeah, not close enough. But the next circle actually centers on the bridge. An interesting circle. Johnny, if this is a bridge ending, it's been such a long time. We haven't seen one of these one. And I would be down for a bridge circle, honestly. That's one of the best circles out there. Really does forces these teams, really does challenge these teams to their fullest potential. As T2K, they don't want anything to do with this fight. They want to get out of this spot harms free because the next circle has already popped up and T2K does not want to stay anywhere near this one. They already want to be the quick one on the feet, and that's what they're doing so far. They are being as quick as possible to make their rotation, while John Mara now is getting charged on by the players of Gremlin Storm, and two players have already been taken down. Snap YT is a casualty on the side of John Mara, but nothing much to worry about. He was the only player that's been taken down. But John Mara only has Waruji in this compound. And now Waruji has two more players to deal with. The other player has been softened up quite a lot with the cavalry. But Memo is patching himself up. So that means Waruji, the troubles hasn't been dealt with just yet. Memo going for the res. He's getting wrapped around for the back lines too. And oh, John Mara has played this one perfectly. Flushed out. Memo will be shut down.
Gremlin Storm, a massive loss for them. The entire team getting eliminated on the 16th position with no eliminations to their name. So no points secured from this match. On the other side, Janmara, all they have to do is just get one of their players back on his feet and help him heal up. And they're going to be a four-man roster with 4 eliminations secured. 10 minutes into the game. Still 57 players alive right now. And we will have to wait a few moments more if you want to see those interesting fights, because the zone did move towards the Nova Repnoy Bridge and it's still split between the river. I hope this takes a drastic shift towards either the southern side or the eastern side even more. That's going to make the game a whole lot more interesting. But so far we did have another collision. In fact, we do have another collision between Elementrix and the Warriors, and this one is happening on the military island.
An interesting one, yeah, indeed. DW, they decided to rotate out and instantly met against the players of Elementrix, and these should be some free elimination points for the players of DW. We do see them grouping up as well, so that means DW now, they do not want to back away from this fight. They want to fully commit to it. Deadeye's guys, on the other hand, could have been on the receiving end. On top, did catch a little fire, but he's okay for now. On the other hand, if you speak about a team like DW, they've been looking like a very well-oiled team so far in the game. I mean, they did start looting quite late too, but at the same time, considering the circle is kind of favoring the military island, it is definitely affordable to waste that much amount of time and just loot. If you have the circle advantage, then go for it. Why not? You can loot for as long as you want. But Godlike Stalwart, with the proactive nature, they've already got a really solid position on the edge of the bridge, and now they're also bridge camping teams. Every single team at this point in time is just waiting for the next circle to hit the deck and to get things a little bit more clear in front of them. And that is about to happen soon, as the next circle will pop in a couple of seconds, and it's going to be a military circle. The circle is definitely playing a lot of evil games, Johnny.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, we were all hoping for it to happen, and now it finally has. And look at that Stalwart Esport. What could have been a troublesome situation for them had the zone moved up north has just turned into a massive, massive boom, since they will be the ones blocking the zone for the next 3-4 minutes, and then they will be the ones moving forward to the center towards the observatory. And trust me, if Stalwart Esport get on top of that mountain, it's going to be very, very difficult to bring them down from there. But Elementrix, look at them as well. They've completely managed to avoid the players of the Warriors and now moving towards the observatory as well. Action, the key player from the side of Godlike Stalwart is going to be dropped to his knees by Rules from the side of DRS. Oh, a late rotation not really working out for the frontliner of the team.
Oh, this usually happens with a lot of teams where they have that one man sticking around on that spot for a really long time, and he rotates away when the entire team is already having action. Was the man this time to do so, but unfortunately he was the sacrificial lamb with that rotation. Action out the game. Godlike Stalwart down to a 3-man squad, still doable. They have a really solid position. They can still decide to bridge camp a lot of teams, considering the majority of the teams are still on the other side of the bridge. A1NB is making a rotation from the left side of the bridge, while at the same time, Godlike Stalwart, they are looking pretty okay.
They are looking quite okay for now. 3 players still left standing. If Elementrix manage to secure a few extra finishes, then things can definitely change. But otherwise, Godlike Stalwart again from the top of that mountain can definitely dish out a lot of damage. But DE on our screens taking on the players of Janmara, who are playing with a 2-2 split for now at least. No fear, he's going to get spotted out. The vehicle is visible and in the line of fire of Joker. And Joker just connecting insane headshots on Vadu in that car. Quite impressive.
Yeah, just 2 headshots and the player was already knocked out from that vehicle. Nice shots taken from the side of Joker, securing him and his team a decent amount of points, but he needs to move inside the circle. He's taking a lot of damage. John Mara moved up really close to DRS. Oh, vaulted up, but a little too late to vault. Was not quick enough on his feet. Of course, the game mechanic doesn't allow him to be quick, but DRS, look at this. Oh, not a good way to get taken down. The player was quite low, and then Snipe YT closed up from the back, and it's now the entire team of Deadass guys just approaching them like it's nothing. They're just eyeing him out without a doubt, but John Mara, there's already a lot of things to deal with for them, but No Fear is still somehow standing true and tall. With the AKM, is able to shut down the closest competitor, and now he needs to worry about another team, which is going to be the Players of Steel. But DRS in the front will just do the light work, and we'll just wipe him out from the game.
Well, let's see though, DRS, they're trying the level best. Seal Esport at the distance will definitely be feeling a lot of pain right now. MABETEX on the other side being forced to take an exit from this game. Not really a lot they could do about it, and it was by the hands of 1952 as well. 3-man 1952 nonetheless. On the other side, DRS. I love this rotation. It is perfect. It is on point. They are taking a few steps forward, but they always stop to check their backs. Because if they don't, then Seal Esports might definitely make them regret it. But on the other side, the Warriors picking off 1952. As we come down to the top 10 teams, 31 players surviving in this game with 16 minutes in. The Warriors are definitely picking up the place. 6 eliminations secured already. They have a good position towards the northwestern edge of the current zone, of the current circle. All they have to deal with are going to be the players of IHC if they want to have, well, complete control of that position. Otherwise, it's going to be a 3v4 situation that they will find themselves in. And while the rest of T2K is already making their way towards the southern edge of the zone, Jane was still just swimming his way, trying to cross the bridge. Now he's finally made it through to the other side. In fact, He's on Nova Repnoi. We'll have to be extremely careful while he heads towards the rest of the team.
This game is shaped up quite in an interesting way, especially that circle. All the way down south, and right now at the best spot are the players Godlike Stalwart. They also have a nice hill to play with. The high ground's definitely working with them. And they also are probably collecting a lot of vital info. IC and DEW, they're going to meet each other once again as Demo's being knocked out from the game. That leaves the players of IC with a 3-man squad. I see Alex and Godlix on a mission to take down the best, or at least one of the best teams in the lobby so far. That's going to be the players of DEW. But DEW, they're not going to back down from this fight. They know they have a big advantage in this one too, so it doesn't make sense to back down. And they're already starting to dismantle the team of IC as the opening's being found. The second one as well will follow it up. Alex too goes down. And now it's all down to that one last man alive, Godless. He does manage to find one. And that's probably what he's going to get. But, oh, he griefs him completely. He takes down the man completely from the game, eliminates him. But DEW, they were able to wipe the existence, but at the cost of one player.
Well, they have 9 eliminations. If they can bring Nirzet back into fighting position, to fighting shape, then I don't think the game from here on out is going to be too difficult upon them. But on the other side, Godlike Stalwart, these days they have been struggling a little bit, and the struggle goes on in this match as well, as Action was knocked out and finished off by the players of DRS quite a while ago. And now the 3 remaining players from Godlike Stalwart have taken control of this high ground mountain, and well, it seems like the zone just is making up for what happened earlier. The zone just again and again moving on the players of Godlike Stalwart. This is a massive, massive mountain advantage that they have. They have to make sure they capitalize on this stop. We hardly see him missing those shots. Misses an entire clip on DRS. Rules it back.
Interesting. I mean, Godlike Stalwart, yeah, they're definitely looking like the king so far. The king of the hill. And the entire circle is just revolving around them. And Godlike Stalwart doesn't need to move away from this one. They can conserve on a lot of ammo. They can conserve on a lot of meds. It's going to be really tough to land shots on them. While on the other hand, them being at the high ground, things are going to be way much more easier for them. The high ground advantage is something you really do want to have in these type of scenarios. And that's what the players of Godlike Stalwart are doing. A1NB as well in the clotheslines. We only do see Koa in the nearby vicinity because he's the only player alive for that team. Wizzy's club is also moving in now. They were tanking a decent amount of damage from the blue, but now they've started to move in. Dax as well is still on the right side. Dax is another one of those teams that is playing quite scared in this one. Makes a lot of sense too. I mean, Dax's performance, or the overall performance inside this PMPL, has been really shaky. Yesterday they managed to win the first game, but still, nothing can be said about that team. Definitely something you cannot really gamble on. On the other hand, T2K, a team that has been on the struggling phase inside this week, but now they're finally looking to flip the tables and flip the fates as Nirzet has been taken down way too low for comfort. But East as well is almost whiffing a lot of shots, but he manages to connect some final bullets. The UMP will strike in way stronger in the close range as Sanhok goes down. Was a little too late to whip out the UMP.
Oh boy, the delay in the knock can be the reason for the destruction of the Warriors, but Sandesh, he has his own problems to worry about. Right now, trying to deal with the players of Wizards Club, does dish out a lot of damage onto Red, but Quaid, right next to him on the flank, will definitely stay hidden for a while. Oh, what a nade from Sandesh! A brilliant job securing that knock for his team, but now can he get a few extra finishes? And he has to do whatever he wants right now because the Warriors are pushing in from the left flank. Sandesh dishing out a little bit of damage on him. Not enough to secure a knock, and yes, he whiffed those shots, and he is going to pay for those as well with his dear life and also with points.
Oh, he whiffed! Sandesh, and now look at the tides turn. With that one single whiff, Nirzet got another lifeline to play with. And DW now, they're just going to start striking teams down left and right. That lifeline's going to make them aware even more. And DW, now they have nothing to lose anymore. They are like a pack of soldiers who are just crazy inside these battlefields. And they're looking to take down any single team that stands in their way. that is trying to steal their opportunity. And DEW, another team just taken out from the game. 2 teams wiped out in a matter of seconds, and DEW just making it look way too easy, not even breaking a sweat in these type of moments. Now Dax might be the first or the another one to go down against that team, because they are quite close. Unless if Godlike Stalwart somehow manages to stop the players of DEW and trying to make the rotation, then there's a big chance they might not be able to. But Godlike Stalwart should have a clear line of sight as soon as they step on top of the hill.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, if the line of fire is not available, Godlike Stalwart, they're going to struggle for more. But no, Pika finding rules from the side of DRS, securing that knock for his team, and top securing the finish as well. DRS being put under extreme pressure. And if I remember correctly, this is kind of the same point where Stalwart Esports in the previous PMPL, I think, have beaten DRS in this from the exact same position.
I mean, Dax are still left unchecked. All the players are alive, and that is the only team with full force, with all the 4 players up. Interesting. Nades are going to travel downhill. It should be pretty close too, actually. But no, a little too overshoot. Gante, how are you going to move away from that spot? Even the players of Godlike Stalwart need to move in. While the rest 2 are starting to move in, Gante is still just left checked over there. Now Gante is finally catching a lot of hurt, and he will be taken care easily. That's going to be the final nail in the coffin off DRS, as DRS take an exit from this game. And now Elementrix up against the players of DEW. DEW, they are in a man deficit, as they've lost out on 1 player in this fight, but he should be back up on his feet. Dax is another big threat to them.
Yeah. And the Warriors definitely do not want to miss out on the opportunity to get the maximum points from this match. They already have 14 eliminations in this game, more than the number of players that are remaining as well. So if Elementrix goes down, then they will have 17 in total, which is definitely quite impressive. But they are struggling. They are getting shot at from every single direction from the top. The pressure is being put upon them by Godlike Stalwart, and then Elementrix is not letting them go anywhere. The best part is all 4 of these teams are inside the zone right now, so there's no way to focus on anything but fighting against each other. But as I say that, the zone moves, and now again, ladies and gentlemen, Godlike Stalwart right on the edge of the zone. They haven't had to move ever since they re-entered the military island and ever since they took control of this massive mountain.
As I said, they are definitely looking like the king of the hill. And if they are able to hold this position down pretty well too, they should be really close to the victory as well. 1 player dropped down finally. Dax now down to a 3-man squad as Pykex is being knocked out. That's going to leave the players in a big state of discomfort, and they also have a big disadvantage in this one, Johnny, because they have a big, just a low ground, and unfortunately all the other teams, they have high ground on top of the players. How are Dax gonna come out on top in that one?
Well, it's not going to be easy, and we've always talked about the bowl scenario, right? Where you're stuck in a dip, feels like a bowl, and if you drop a nade in there, well, you're going to have 4 crates.
Yeah.
But you can't really do much from apart from just loot those crates, get your ammo up, maybe pick up some important utility as well. But on the other side, the Warriors starting things off, find the opening as they do in fact get a knock on Orange, but Precious and Bishal still left standing and they're hiding behind that smoke. 1 more nade from either Nirzed or Doc, and Elementrix, they're going to be done. And Doc, look at him, he's going for a flank while Nirzed goes for a revive onto East. I don't think this is going to happen, but yes, it does. The nades from Elementrix, they're falling short. And Elementrix, I hope they realize this, that the utility they just lobbed towards the players of DE Warriors did nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, actually, the players of Dax are doing a fair bit amount of damage on the players of Godlike Stalwart and White. Oh, the odds being flipped and Dax coming out on top in that fight. This is interesting. Dax, they somehow win that one, and then now they need to divert their attention towards the players of DEW. Dax are already quite hurt. It's going to be tough to recover back from that spot. Elementrix somehow is able to deal a lot of damage against them, but not anymore. The final man's being shut down. Elementrix is not going to be able to blabber anymore, and now DEW, the only thorn that stands in their way are the players of Dax, but not anymore. They will be eliminated from the game too, and DEW, oh, chicken dinner on the game of Erangel. Again, the overall rank of #3, the overall league standings are looking phenomenal. And look at the elimination points, Johnny, 23.
I mean,
Monstrous.
who would have thought? Who would have thought this team is going to pull a performance like this when their momentum was just slowed down? And yes, a monstrous performance. 23 eliminations, 38 points secured. Records being shattered right here, ladies and gentlemen, by DE Warriors. And again, I think we've called them impressive enough, right? And they've proven themselves to be impressive as well. It's just...
Dude, they're making this lobby look like
Yeah.
a piece of cake.
I'm running out of words to just explain how awesome this is, how awesome these lads are.
Yeah. I mean, okay, look, I'm not going to lie. The only reason I went a little speechless there, seeing the players at DAC stand no chance against Godlike Stalwart, and it could have been an easy elimination, but they still somehow flipped the odds against them. But with that being said, we'll have the conversation flowing after this short break.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ होइन सबैकोमा कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहेको हुन्छ अब के गर्नै गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिएँ भन्ने खालको हुन्छ नि त को हो र भन्नु लभ यु गाइज
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and what a run is DE Warriors having this time around, especially today, especially in the last game. They got 23 eliminations on a map of Erangel, and in a game where the trajectory was up north, DRS started off on the main line, and they got an early elimination in the match as well. Then they had to move all the way towards the military base, and Necro was being extremely critical. Why don't these lads have weapons? Well, because if you gave them the weapons, they would have wiped out the entire lobby earlier on. 9 eliminations, 1100 damage on East.
Okay, Johnny, stop over-exaggerating, all right?
I want to hype them up.
I mean, they do deserve it. And, okay, another thing I really want to speak about this team here is that at this point in time, every single player is able to pop off and just stand up and rise up to the occasion. Now we're seeing East 922 with the MVP of that previous game. This is interesting. Usually it's Nirzed, Doc, and this time it's East. I mean, 3 players are already being the star players from this team, and look at the amount of elimination points that are well scattered between this team. I mean, of course, Nirzed has a lot of damage dealt, but look at Doc. Oh my god, he's still a lot of elimination points. Thief.
Yeah.
Thief found.
I don't think he's going to be called a thief since the points are going to be going towards his team. Sure, he got his individual stats up, but I think East was already quite far away as far as the elimination leaders are considered. It was between Nirzed, Doc, and Top, so I think just help your teammate out when at least one set of ranking, just the individual performance, but still, it was an impressive performance from East. And as you mentioned, I mean, every single player is stepping up because usual suspect of a good performance from DE Warriors are Nirzed and Doc, especially Nirzed. Nirzed has been extremely consistent in every single game that he plays. Even look at this one. We have East with 9 eliminations. Doc is there with 8. Nirzed still shows up with 6 eliminations and the highest damage dished out in the game. So the lad is most consistent from his team. But the other players, I think, have realized that if they don't start performing, they're going to get overshadowed.
How much damage was Kese taking there? 660 healing done. Oh my god, was he under fire like the entire time? I guess.
Yeah.
Because this man has healed quite a lot in that previous game. One thing we know for sure, the major chunk of meds were being utilized by this man in that squad. But Seal, again, another one of those teams that has been struggling quite a lot though. But I'm really happy, right? We're seeing a new team like DEW just dominating and showing themselves up inside the entire South Asia region and proving that a pack of rookies, they have a lot of potential.
Yeah, they do have a lot of potential. And that is what makes it exciting, right? And also, I think DE Warriors, I think they've had a little bit of experience going up against, not a little bit, but quite a lot of experience going up against the likes of Godlike Stalwart, up against the likes of IHC and Seal Esports as well. They are considered veterans in their own rights in terms of their own region, but this time, this is, I believe, their first PMPL South Asia that we are seeing them in. So it is quite interesting because now they had to adapt to the teams of South Asia, the teams from Nepal that have been playing so well, in fact, these last couple of months. And it wasn't going to be easy for them. I think that is why we saw them struggle just a little bit in the first week, but now they have gotten the hang of everyone. They have figured out, all right, this is how DRS plays, this is what tactics from Skylight Gaming is going to be, this is what Elementrix is, and this is how we need to beat them. So they have all their notes completed, and now we are seeing them in their true form.
I mean, the Devils, I would say, the DE stands for Devil Eyes, and that's what they are. The Devils of the South Asian lobby. They are the DE Warriors. And overall, the way they've been able to dominate every single team in the lobby like it's nothing, that is something that is really impressing me. The amount of effort, the amount of research this team has put into, or this team has put behind this sort of a great performance, the hard work is clearly being seen. Being able to come inside these lobbies for the first time and still able to dominate at this level, it's really interesting. It's really eye-catchy as well. And the amount of research and the hard work definitely needs to be appreciated. And that's why DEW at this point in time, they deserve all sort of props without a doubt. Look at the damage numbers as well. 2991, almost breaching that 3,000 bracket. Then you have Godlike Stalwart with 4 elimination points and 1702, even considering they had a big high ground advantage in those final moments, but they were not able to dish out a lot of damage.
Well, I mean, yeah. But still, it was just a game dominated by one team, so can't really complain much. If all the points are headed towards the players of DE Warriors, what are you going to complain about in the end? I guess the fact that now they have 4 chicken dinners are sitting on 213 points, way above where the players of Dead Eyes guys are. So that's a massive advantage, and that too on the last day of the week. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if anyone else will be able to take them on. The good thing is that Dead Eyes guys and Skylight Gaming do have games in hand. They have a map advantage. And the Warriors, I believe, this is what we talked about, Necro. Had they won the first game of the day, it would have worked out so beautifully for them. But now the momentum breaks because they will be sitting out of the next match that is taking place.
Yeah, interesting one, definitely. Speaking of the momentum, yeah, as you said, the momentum's about to break down. So maybe either of these can work good for them, considering now maybe if they are too heated up and the nerves are too shaky. Sometimes, if you remember, Johnny, when you just go ham inside a game, there's a time when your hands do start getting shaky as well because you feel the adrenaline rush, right? You really have that blood pumping through your veins and stuff like that. So maybe this game can give a chance for them to calm themselves down and bring their mentality back to normal and maybe dominate the upcoming game as well. Or as you said, the momentum can be lost. It's up to them how they're going to be shaping their mentality with this type of a break. But again, as Johnny said, Group C is going to be sitting it out, from which means DEW are not going to be playing in this one.
Exactly. They're not going to be performing in this game. And along with them, IHC, Wizards Club, and Seal Esports will also be sitting out on the next map. And it is going to be played on Miramar. But that also, Necro, brings us to our next question. What is your prediction going to be? Who do you think is going to win?
I don't know, man. I really want to go with T2K here, considering the fact that they really do need these type of wins, but the way they've been playing, things are not just working out for them. So, no, not T2K yet. Hold on. I have not locked in a team yet. I'm going to go with Dead Eyes guys. Let's see what they've got. I think so. They really have got what it takes to pull something off in this map.
I mean, definitely. And if they do, they will put additional pressure on the players of DE Warriors. And since Dead Eyes guys just sat out the first game of the day, and now they will be playing the next 4 in a row, they can deal with that pressure and maintain the first position till the end of the day as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see. But since you picked Dead Eyes guys, now you know what my prediction is, right?
Probably Dead Eyes guys once again. Like,
yes.
Dude, you can go with high voltage. It's a good pick as well. Come on.
No, last time I trusted you, I lost.
So, okay, I guess. Well, neither did I win, right?
Well, yeah, mutually assured destruction is not really something. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it. That's what I'm doing right now. Why am I complaining about it?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this banter is going to keep going on because the next game is almost ready as well. The plane's ready. The players are getting loaded up inside the plane. But this also gives a lot of time to talk about a team like Dax and
Yeah.
another. I mean, Dax, again, not a pack of rookies without a doubt. They have been here in the past as well. So this sort of performance is definitely not acceptable. And I'm going to
Yeah.
say this in a harsh tone as well because you need to understand, guys, you're playing inside of PMPL where you need to research a lot on these teams as well. And clearly, with the way Dax are playing, with the rotation, with the type of rotation they're bringing inside the game, the type of strategy we're seeing, it seems like Dax is playing this lobby as like a normal scrim, and
Yeah.
that really does kind of boggle my mind a big time.
I mean, it is quite interesting, right? Because as you mentioned, I mean, they are experienced players. We have a lot of expectation from Dax. We had a lot of expectations from Dax where they started the tournament, but now it seems like the fall off has been quite massive. And uh, even though we wouldn't really call them rookies in a tournament like this, I think still there is something going wrong with Dax that is affecting their performance. Because even in those 4v4s, there are a few 4v4s, there are a few team fights where they just look absolutely brilliant. Not a single mistake from their side. They come out on top without even a single player from their side knocked out. But the other times when they are the ones engaging the action, especially in those 4v4 slammings when you have a team holding on to a compound and you're supposed to charge towards them, slam your vehicles, and take control of the compound, finish off the opposing team. That is where Dax Stream do struggle. I think it's just the fact majority of the times they do go for those slam pushes. They don't realize that they are surrounded. You have to look everywhere before you go. Just check your flanks, make sure no one's watching. Well, check your left, then check your right, and then make sure that no one's going to be watching so that you're going to have an easier time when you actually push towards the fight.
You try to pull that off, but it was honestly not at the right time, Johnny. You should have waited a little bit. That was like our secret card, man.
Yeah.
We could have tried to make something happen, but yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We can try to redo it, right? You can have a re-roll on that. But ladies and gentlemen, as we have the next game starting up and booting up, the plane flight path is going to be starting all the way from El Azhar towards Los Higos, and we were having a conversation about a team like Dax, and let's just continue on speaking that because I have a few more points to add up on that. Now, speaking of Dax once again, you can clearly tell that they are quite hesitant in taking those fights and challenging those duels, which is understandable if you are going to be doing really bad in that performance as well. So it is understandable. The hesitancy will be there. You will be quite scared to take those fights. You do not want to take any sort of extra risk. You want to play for placement points. You want to play as safe as possible. You want to be able to stay alive inside the game a lot of the times. But I've said this once in the past about another team, is that if you really do need to fight for something, don't back down from that. You need to fight for that. If you want to fight for a better spot, do it. You don't have any other option. If you're just going to compromise with a bad spot and hope that maybe you're going to be left unchecked or somehow luckily you're going to be staying alive inside the game, then that's not a good odd. Relying on luck is never a good odd anyways. But for now, let's focus on this game as the teams are, of course, dispersing towards their drop location. We have A1NB and MABETEX Esports right inside Los Leones, an interesting drop collision. We haven't seen that happen in a long time now, as we have the circle as well, just forming up north. An interesting circle indeed. I do want to see where the next circle is going to be forming towards. Of course, this is just the starting phase of the game, so teams are now going to start to loot on up. But I think so we're going to see a lot of early action. Deadeye's guys too, Dax there as well, TRZ is still on their way towards Valle Del Mar, Raw all the way down south. Don't know what the game plan is going to be there for them. El Pozo is left unchecked, of course, because the plane fly path was not favoring that one. So teams will try to get their hands on some vehicles and try to go towards those cities where the cities aren't really contested, including a team like Skylights Gaming themselves. They are pretty close to the players of TRZ. And there's a chance we might see a collision. But TRZ for now, they've found themselves a nice little compound to loot around with inside Chumacera. Deadeye's guys is the closest one. I like the capitalization from their side. They've realized the team that does like to go in this spot, they're not really playing anymore. So this place is up for grabs, and that's what the players of TRZ are doing. Godlike Gaming will try to get their hands on some vehicles and try to rotate all the way up north towards El Pozo. Dax as well inside Monte Nuevo, considering IC is not playing in this one. So I like those adjustments on the fly. And this is something you need, really, as an IGL or as a team. Those adjustments on the fly. When you realize that things are really not working out for you, and if you're able to come up with those good little plans on the fly, and if that is able to work out pretty well, that's what really does separate you from good IGLs to the best IGL inside the game.
Well, along with that, I think just the fact that your team performs consistently also helps.
Along with the fact that if you have a player like me who's really good at the game also helps.
Yeah, I think everyone should definitely reach out to Ansh to find out if Necro is actually a good player.
I'm just kidding, man. Relax, yo. It's just a sarcasm, man. This man doesn't understand any type of sarcasm, chat. Let him know.
Oh,
Come on.
yeah.
Let him know. I'm a sarcastic human being, you know. I like to
Wow.
crack some jokes here and there sometimes. I'm pretty sure everyone does, too.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
I mean, people do like to crack some jokes.
Yeah,
That's how it is. That's how human beings are. We like to have fun.
exactly, man. If you're not having fun in what you're doing, then what are you doing? Ask it to yourself. I should be a motivational speaker, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. Not a great
No.
idea.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's continue on casting then. This is
Yeah.
Godlike Gaming in front of us. Even MABETEX. I mean, this is a drop collision that has quite interested me now because we haven't seen MABETEX inside Los Leones
Yep.
against the players of A1 Esports. So I want to see how this is going to be panned out because the planned flat path was completely on one side. So this has forced these teams to kind of just come up with a plan on the fly. And that's what the players of MABETEX are doing. If I'm not wrong, they're probably just going to loot up for as much as they can and then probably move in. But it does seem like they're quite stacked on the loot. They have a decent amount of boosters, decent amount of meds. So MABETEX, the players have looted and scooted up.
And it's good, and it will be quite important for them to abandon the city as early as possible because they're not the only ones in Los Leones. There is A1 Esport present in their close vicinity, along with the players of Venom Legends who are playing from Puerto Palacio. They always play from Puerto Palacio. And that is going to mean for a circle that is towards the northwestern edge of the map, Venom Legends might just decide to rotate through Los Leones. So there is going to be an extra team that MABETEX will have to deal with in a few short moments. So let's see how early this rotation is going to be from their side. Although I do have to point out one thing, and that is Raw. Their decision to again play from that Minas del Sur, Los Higos prison area, I find it quite interesting because that is also quite a decent distance away from the zone. And the terrain that you have to push through to actually move up north and make it all the way towards Ladriela, it's not an easy terrain to traverse. It's very easy to get caught off guard. Lucky for them, though, there's only one team blocking their way for now, and that is TRZ.
And we already see some eliminations or some fights happen in the elimination feed. We did see a player getting knocked out. It was some of the players from the side of DRS. So, yeah, there are fights happening already. Elementrix, unfortunately, Uta is going to manage to knock himself out somehow. If I'm not wrong, falls to his death or something like that. Don't exactly know. Don't have the stats on our screens. But, yeah, there is definitely quite a lot of blunders happening in that area. Godlike Gaming 2. Now, if you guys do want to know how the situation's looking like on the map, currently, Dax is inside El Pozo. Godlike Gaming is near Crater Fields and La Cabrera, so they have a 2-2 split going on. But they're really close to the players of Elementrix and DRS, so there's a big cluster. There's a big clutter of teams in that single vicinity, so there's a big chance. As soon as one fight is going to happen, hearing the shots, the other teams will try to third party.
Well, let's see, though. It's not going to be an easy opportunity for them to capitalize upon. Elementrix with a man down. Not really a start to Miramar that they wanted. But the thing that they have going for them is that they are quite close to the center of the circle and they have managed to secure a high ground advantage, a good high ground advantage very early in the game. So now their incentives to move around, to take the risk of be the team on the lookout for that cover position, to be the team on the lookout for that high ground, it goes away. But on the other side appears Assault from the side of Dax, armed with a UMP and an M4. And on the other side of the, in fact, on the hill right across is Precious from the side of Elementrix. So it's going to be an interesting 1v1 if these two players spot each other out. But I think to secure these eliminations is not going to be easy. And look at this, quite a similar situation between Nima and the other player from the side of DRS. That's Delta.
Yeah, I love that backpack, by the way. It's pretty cool. But yeah, Buggies on top of the hill, DRS with the high ground. This is usually what happens in the map of Miramar. If a team does get a chance to climb on top of that hill, that's what they will do. Just secure as much of an high ground as possible. Elementrix on our screens, which have taken the shots and given their position away, and now they're catching some return fire onto themselves. They'll need to back out from that spot as we have T2K against the players of 1952. RX Jax was really close to his death, but he somehow managed to get away. But the shots are still being taken from the side of Jane. He will manage to connect them, and SLR is quite a powerful weapon. It packs a big punch, and it will shut down RX Jax in his tracks. 1952, the rotation stopped, and now their mentality is going to be quite hindered inside the game.
Well, there's always going to be possibility for them to figure out a way out of this. On the other side, Gianmara losing out on one of their key players as Snipe YT is going to be taken care of by Killer. Even though the man is knocked out in the open, it's not going to be as easy to finish him off. He has that burnt up, blown up truck that he's using to protect himself and block the shots from Killer YT. Quite smart of him buying his team a few extra seconds. Even if he goes down, his team will have the opportunity to escape just because of how distracting Snipe has been over here. And finally steps out in the open. Killer getting his pick and his point for his team. 10 minutes in. 3 casualties in this game so far.
DRS. Again, the teams are still below them. We're just getting warmed up here, ladies and gentlemen, for what's about to come in the future. Because now a lot of teams are just accumulated almost in the smack center. They are spotting each other out. They are gathering that vital information. But they're not able to react just yet. They have the guns. They want to strike. But unfortunately, they can't do it too. Godlike Gaming on top of that hill, taking a fight against that team will be pretty much an invitation to your own death if you're ATRAX, because that's an uphill battle for you. And landing shots on that type of target is going to be really tough as well. SpikeX is still trying to scout things out there. Godlike Gaming not too desperate to make a move, while on the other hand, there's still a lot of teams who are making the rotation inside the circle. MABETEX Esports, they have tanked a decent amount of damage now, and now they're starting to rotate all the way from up north near Oasis. Venom Legends as well, still out in the outskirts, making a look at inside the circle. TRZ, A1NB, there's a big chance we might see a clash between them. But Godlike Gaming, they've spotted out the players of Dax, and now Dax realized there's threat knocking on their doors. If Bora connects a couple of shots, it's not going to be tough for a team like Godlike Gaming to realize that in the front, it's Dax. And when you usually see that a team is not doing that good in the overall rankings, you get this sort of confidence against them in these fights.
Let's see how this one is going to go, though. Godlike Gaming being extremely careful as they do not want to give away any extra bit of information to the opposition for now. And finally, I think a call has been made to just back off completely from this entire fiasco. Too much unnecessary pressure for a team to deal with in the early stages. Mr. Bora is just going to abandon his high ground Mafia Ninja, and the rest of the squad, I believe, are going to follow him if he encounters no one for the next few seconds. AJ also making sure the front lines are going to be cleared up, but over here, I believe some action. 1952 against Gremlin Storm.
An interesting one, too. That's 1952. They have a decent compound to play with. Gremlin Storm, on the other hand, right on the edge lines of the next circle. The next circle forms once again, and it's going to kind of right in the between of Crater Fields and La Cabrera. Circle is definitely interesting, quite a lot of open terrains as well, but while at the same time you will have a decent amount of buildings to find yourself a good shelter. Gremlin Storm, they're not letting go off the sights on the players in 1952. Entry is looking quite desperate to make it out from that spot, while on the other hand, John Mara as well can be a big threat. A lot of teams now are starting to overlap because there are 16 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't seen one single team getting eliminated this far yet inside the game. 13 minutes have passed by. And how is everyone taking things so slow? This game, I thought we might just see Hellbreak lose quite early off, but that's not the case. And now we finally do see the elimination feed racking up as we have Venom Legends in the front. Gremlin Storm, they've spotted out that rotation from the side of Venom Legends, which hasn't worked out in their favor. Susan is all by himself in that clotheslines. And he's found a little shack to work with. Airdrop 2 on the board as well. The Groza is available if the players do want to go for it. But at this point, I don't even think so. Anyone's going to try and even think about that.
Yeah, I don't think that is going to be a great idea for now, as even this airdrop is outside the zone. Not a lot of distance, but still enough to allow the other team's opportunity to block your way. And you reappear towards the edge looking for an entry. But still, 14 minutes in, a massive cluster in the third zone. As we've been talking about this entire situation, Gremlin Storm making sure they have Venom Legends pinned down. Susan out in the open, takes a lot of damage, and I believe is going to be dropped to his knees as well. Fear looking to finish him off as soon as he went down. The tap shots coming in from the Mini 14, but Gangsta is right there next to his teammate, and he's going to try his level best to protect him as well, bring him back on his feet. Susan, he's doing a brilliant job just dodging those shots right now, just going left and right inside of the smoke, but now finally he is going to have to reveal himself, and as soon as he does, Fear secures that point for his team.
Able to deal a lot of damage, actually massive amount of damage on the players of Venom Legends. That's going to leave them in a big state of discomfort. They are going to be quite unsettled for the rest of the game. Godlike Gaming still having a big split between themselves. Mafia Ninja on top of the hill. He's racking up a lot of info that's working up against the players of Avon and B. The info is given away. Mafia Ninja sort of working like a man who is on scout on top of the hill. But the next circle is going to shift on the right side. Venom Legends, look at him, Gangsta in the front. 1952 still haven't taken any shots. The trigger discipline's there, but Gangsta is so unaware of the fact that he's getting eyed out by one of the players from the side of 1952. Now the call's probably being made. We do see another player of Venom Legends in the close vicinities, and he will try to close on up too. But 1952, they're getting shot at in the back lines. Entry might just be the first man to go down, but no, the shots are too tough to connect. Gremlin Storm, they've spotted out the players in the front. Finally, Devil Boy decides to strike as Gangsta goes down. Frack Boy's on the other side. Does he want to go for the save or even try and play things a little bit more safer and try and rack up those points? But no, instead he's going to go for the save. Closes on up on that compound. We'll go for the res on the fallen player. 1952 still not looking to push.
Well, but let's see. TRZ on our screens now. Well, in fact, in front of Deadeyes, guys, we are watching on top here. TRZ in the backlines can definitely cause a lot of troubles for DE, but DE, they have their eyes set on their rotation. They want to get into the zone as quickly as possible. They have two teams to worry about, TRZ on their left and Elementrix on their right. And I guess under immense pressure, even the greatest of drivers are going to make mistakes as on top almost flips the buggy on his head. That's going to slow them down for a bit. But high voltage in the crosshairs of action. Action finding the opening is going to knock Jiggle and instantly decides to go for a finish. Now switching focus to Assassin, but Assassin going around the corner just perfectly. Does manage to delay the inevitable for a few short moments. Now Action has gotten the second knock and high voltage are in a world of hurt.
Oh, just some easy and light cleanup. Making it look so easy, and also secured a vehicle for themselves, so that's going to be a freebie for them. They're going to instantly store it in their garage, and yeah, It's going to their collections, as Action unfortunately is not really able to squeeze that vehicle inside, and he caught some bullets. Action needs to step outside and go in right now. Fights are definitely happening all across the board as Raw, they've found themselves up against the players of MABETEX Esports, and they're just molotoving. They're just using so many utilities to flush out the players of Raw. Nowhere to go now. Nate's going to be tossed in as well. Smoke is taken down way too low, and he should be cleaned up, and that's what happens. MABETEX Esports cleaning out the vicinity near them. But the threat's not neutralized yet. There's still T2K alive with all the 4 players barely on the edge, right next to the players of MABETEX Esports. There's another team in the front too. That's going to be the players of Venom Legends. But Venom Legends, they have their own problems to deal with.
Well, it's not looking good for Venom Legends. As you mentioned, they have their own problems to deal with. One of those is definitely going to be the team that's blocking their way. Dax on our screens there. Oh, all right, look at this. The jump shot's not working out, as Orange is just going to finish him off with a UMP and move on forward. 13 teams, 41 players still alive in this game. Precious from the side of Elementrix also on his way towards safe haven. That's going to be the edge of the zone, but Skylight Gaming is the team that's blocking their way for now. Orange is going to be knocked down by the blue zone. Means Precious is going to be under immense pressure, but Mr. Boro, look at him, trying to third-party the squad of TRZ from the distance, but it's not going to really work out as T2K, in fact, walk away with all of those points.
Speak of walking away with the points, and Dax, they're looking to do the same thing as well, just as always, playing for the survival, hoping that no one's going to spot them or have a clear line of sight on them. All the 4 players are grouped up, while struggles a little in the front, playing or having that front foot positioning in that squad. Skylights Gaming able to strike back really strong. DRS, Rules goes down. Now shots taken from the side of AJ. Those are some great connections found, and now Skylights Gaming, they realize this is the go call to be made, and they're going to straight up press on that charge as they are charging up against the players. Nades are going to be tossed in utilities, hoping that maybe they will be able to get the re-knock on the player, but that's not going to be the case. T2K strike in, and they are getting cleaned up and wiped out from the game. MABETEX Esports, they look on fire today as they are racking up these bodies. They're stacking them up on top of each other. As Skylights Gaming, they were up against the players of DRS a while ago, but DRS, they're being pushed back.
Oh, but look at this, though. Gremlin Storm on our screens, almost having dealt with the players of 1952. Just the last player surviving now. There's going to be Devil Boy hiding in that vehicle inside of the smoke as well. But as soon as he makes a little bit of noise, he is going to be finished off. He is outnumbered, and there's no one to distract the players of Gremlin Storm. But as soon as I say that, Jayan Mara and Venom Legends, they show up, finding the opportunity and providing Devil Boy with a lot of breathing room. Look at him. Imagine how paranoid this man is going to be feeling right now, hoping that the opposition, the other teams, they show up and they don't see him inside this car. Fear was knocked out. Memo going for a revive on his teammate. But Gremlin Storm have already lost one of their own. They are now a 3-man roster at best.
Skylights Gaming, as DRS is almost on their knees, the one man is closed and he's knocked out. They realize, Skylights know, the point's pretty much secured. In the front's MABETEX, and they're getting dismantled themselves. Wally's barely alive. The elimination point stolen away as well. Nima's going to have some nice smirks on his face as Dax want to charge on and press on this. They want to apply a little bit more pressure, but they cannot. On top of the players are the players of Skylights, and Skylights is just keeping them off at bay. Dax cannot even make a move. They've got him in a deadlock. Eyes are definitely on the prize as Dax, they might just get eliminated if they decide to move away from this one. The next circle really does decide their lifeline in this one. If the next circle shifts sort of close to them, maybe they will be able to survive for a longer time. If the next circle shifts away, then they're in a big trouble.
7 teams remaining, 21 players still alive, and the zone is going to belong to no one.
Oh my god. In the smack center. That means even Skylights Gaming needs to travel inside, and they will need to leave that high ground.
Yeah, it's literally a no-man's zone right now. There's not a single person in it, but Venom Legends, they're going to try their level best to finish off the players of Gremlin Storm as quickly as possible, because otherwise, if they get delayed over here too much, then their entry towards the zone is going to be compromised a few moments later. But look at that. an opening presents itself as Dictator is going to be knocked to his knees. Venom Legends, having the man advantage, decide to push upon the ridge, and they find another one. So Gremlin Storm, Fear, outnumbered and outgunned, now will have to showcase his skills, bring his team out of this impossible to win situation, but he starts to fall back, has only one first aid to work with and no utility as well. And Gangster, along with his teammate Laser, realizing the kind of opportunity that they have to finish off this team now, are just going to look to finish off Fear as soon as possible. The nade is going to be lobbed. It's not going to be anywhere close to Fear. He managed to survive, but Gangster, he wants more. He's going for seconds now, forcing Fear into a duel. And it is not going to work out for Gremlin Storm too well.
Yeah.
So they take an exit on the 7th position. 16 players still alive.
Yeah, stood in the way of a team that really is eyeing out for that success, and they got demolished and they got perished as DRS are still in the back and unfortunately could not really out-heal that zone, so even he's going to get dropped down. Skylights Gaming, Nima is the casualty so far. The player's still knocked out. There's a big chance he might be back up on his feet, and that's what the players of Skylights Gaming are going for. DRS, 2 players in the front, Delta and Gante. And that is the only thorn in the way of Skylights Gaming on securing this compound. They should not be that hard for a 4-man squad to just shut down a 2-man. Considering DRS, they're backing away already. They're pushing themselves in a defensive stance. They're getting ready to defend this compound. It makes a lot of sense too. Do not want to aggress on. You do not want to play aggressively. In these type of 4-on-2 situations, when you know you have a man disadvantage, you're on a man deficit. On the other hand, Giant Mara on a climb. Venom Legends as well doing the same thing, but trailing them down at the same time. Gunner having a little high ground, might just peek out now, and that's what he exactly does. But Laser's going for the res. Frag Boy catches a nade right onto himself. He's going to swallow it up, but now from the back is also Wally moving up.
Let's see Wadu and Gunner, what can they pull off for their team, Giant Mara, as they are getting pushed upon by Venom Legends. And Venom Legends right now, not a lot to work with. Look at this, Frag Boy, his helmet is gone, armor is down to 50%, but it's not even going to matter if the opposition is distracted. But now Venom Legends, Laser, it's going to be up to him to go for a revive, or instead just finish off Giant Mara first so they don't go around throwing nades in your direction. Look at Delta. Was he hiding indoors? How did he manage to just stay hidden, even though the players from Skylight Gaming just ran into that building? It doesn't matter now. DRS, they are out of this game. Skylight Gaming did, in fact, wipe all of them out. And I think they will get an extra point because Vadu is a little too close to them. And they have, the players of Giant Mara, made a lot of noise as they were trying to protect themselves against Venom Legends.
Definitely quite interesting as Giant Mara, they are handicapped down to that 2-man squad, even which they're quite damaged up. Patching up is the only option as we're left with top 5 teams alive in this game. 13 players in total are remaining. MABETEX Esports Wally is still in the back, Johnny. And if I'm not wrong, he has a big trigger discipline too, because all the players of Venom Legends are in the front. But he's not firing just yet. You want to know the reason why behind that? Because he wants to let these 2 teams fight it out. And when these 2 teams are way too damaged, Wally will just clear him up and also move up on top of the hill. So he's waiting for the ways to be cleared pretty much. Skylights Gaming on the top with all the players alive. It seems like the stars are aligned as well. It's their time to put on a stellar performance. The opening is being found. Dax now down to a 2-man squad. Spike X and Assault. Definitely big burden on their shoulders. AJ was chipped up quite a lot as well, but now Dax, they are being pushed back into passiveness, but they have nothing left to do than to fight back, and that's what they're going to choose to do as well. But unfortunately, they're quite softened up. Nothing much can be done. It's a pack of wolves.
Yeah.
It's 4 players against you, while at the same time, you're the only one alive. The odds of you surviving are quite less, unless you pull off some miraculous clutch, and that's what he's going for. He's managed to shut down 1. But he's not going to be able to stay alive for long enough. As Venom Legends as well, they get wiped out. MABETEX Esports, Wally is still up behind that tree. Giant Mara is as well still up. Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, in which Skylights Gaming have a big advantage.
Yeah, I think we all know who's going to win this game, because even if Wally goes down, it's a 2v4 that Giant Mara will have to deal with. And it's a 2v4 against an in-form Skylight Gaming. So, not an easy fight to win. Although Mara not finishing third can definitely give them a massive boost as well in terms of the momentum that they need to push through to the other side. But look at this, Skylight Gaming going for a 2-1-1 split in this fight, as Mafia Ninja and Nima are going to decide to stick together. AJ and Boro playing from the flanks. I don't think they're aware of Wally's position. I think Skylight Gaming right now just assumed that the last remaining three remaining players all belong to the same team, but they are in for a nasty surprise as the flank from MABETEX can come at any moment. And look at Mr. Boro. He's so close to Wally. Finally sees him and takes him down. Now it's between Janmara and Skylight Gaming. Gunner and Wadu, they're going to try their level best to win this fight. But again, as I said earlier, outnumbered and outgunned. It is going to be absolutely brutal, but not for Skylight Gaming, because they go ahead and win this winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, well, what you can say, just having the man advantage in those final moments is what really helped them secure this chicken dinner. But Skylight's Gaming, some nice calculated move, methodical approach inside the game, and really was just able to put the chair on top of that game in the end.
Yeah.
Well, Skylight's Gaming with total elimination points and 27 total points, they have accumulated 1550 damage. Definitely an impressive performance, which is going to boost them all the way in top 3 in the overall league standings.
Well, and I think Skylight Gaming can definitely go for those 20 points at the end of the day as well, because they're not too far away from the team sitting at the top. And since they will be playing the LIVIK at the end of the day, if they win that game, that can change everything. I think today, based on how the matches are going, I think it's definitely going to come down to that LIVIK game that will be deciding how many teams the teams are getting for this week's placements on the league rankings. But for now, we are going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ होइन सबैकोमा, कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहेको हुन्छ। अब के गर्नै गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिएँ भन्ने खालको हुन्छ नि त। को हो र Love you guys.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and with just two games left for all of these 20 teams right now inside of the lobby, we have to see which 12 will be moving to the bonus game of this week. That is going to happen a little bit later in the day, but also along with that, where do the teams finish this week? Because again, that is how they earn the bonus points for their starting in the grand finals.
I mean, you brought up LIVIK, man, and the only thing that popped up in my mind was the shotguns, because that's what the map is known for. Usually, it's like 90% of the teams do have the shotguns in their hand. And last time, the two teams that were really able to do it really good in the game of LIVIK were the team of High Voltage and Godlike Stalwart, in which Godlike Stalwart won that game, but High Voltage were able to deal a lot of damage and also secure a lot of elimination points. So LIVIK is another story. Before now, let's focus on the previous game, in which the circle is definitely playing quite a lot of roles, quite a lot of tricky shifts as well. We did see from the side of circle, but the fights did happen quite late too. We didn't really see a lot of fights early off.
I mean, definitely, and that's how you expect it to be on Miramar, to be fair. So I think not a lot of stuff for us to complain about, but we do have the MVP of the game on our screens, and it is going to be Killer YT from the side of DRS, who got 4 eliminations. He did 681 damage in that entire game, with just 21 minutes of survival time. So it was an impressive run that DRS were having up until the point they were forced to take an exit.
I mean, Speak of getting forced to take an exit, MABETEX Wally was able to survive for a really long time, considering he was the only player alive and just keeping himself anonymous till the end. If I'm not wrong, he sneaked away with the second spot in the ranking, right? I don't exactly know, but yeah, I think so. He was able to sneak away with the second spot, so that's a lot of points already wrapped up from that single individual player.
He finished top 3. He finished 3rd.
Yeah, he definitely finished top 3, but I don't exactly remember if he was taken out in second or third spot.
Yeah, he was taken out in 3rd because Mr. Boro ran on the slope downwards towards the airdrop, and he just saw Wally lying there, so he finished him off. And after that is when Skylight Gaming actually finished off the players from Janmara.
Yeah. That's what happened. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we have the player focus in front of us, as Gante with 1 elimination point. And look at the damage dealt from Gante. It's 1,000+ damage and only 1 elimination point. Speak of someone being mad.
I think they are definitely going to be quite mad and upset, because even in the player focus list a few moments ago, we did see majority of the players of DRS sitting on those first position. But at the end of the day, or in fact at the end of the game, we did see Skylight Gaming walk away with a win. DRS, they are going to be here high up in terms of stats as well. But what would you rather want? Good stats or good amount of points from that game?
Well, I'm going to go with both. Why not?
No, you get 1. Points. Always go for points.
I'm kind of like a selfish player myself, so I'm going to go with stats. I'm really selfish. But yeah, as we have the match rankings in front of us of the previous game. So day 5 of the match 23, and as you can clearly see, right, Skylights Gaming, this was the third map. This was the third map of the day as well. And Skylights Gaming, they have dominated in this one. And considering now the momentum should be rolling in their court, they should be able to dominate. But keep this in mind, in the upcoming games as well, we have DEW back inside the fray, back inside the competition. So that's going to be another big team that you will need to worry about.
Exactly. DE Warriors are going to be stepping back into the battleground. It's not just them. Wizards Club, you know this team can pop off at any time, just like they showed us in the last 2 days ago, in fact. And IHC, of course, needs no introduction. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments of the previous game. And this was an interesting start with 1952 losing a player early on. And then Gremlin Storm doing a phenomenal job just gatekeeping Venom Legends from entering the zone.
And, I mean, overall, it was just a really chaotic moment right here. I thought Venom Legends were about to get eliminated quite early off because we saw them getting collided. We saw them fighting up against another team, but that was not the case. Venom Legends still somehow managed to survive for a really long time inside the game. And then later on, Venom Legends were able to wrap up a decent amount of points, but not a lot. Giant Mara, too, with the high ground they had to play with. This is where Skylights Gaming just wiped him out really well in the end moments, and Giant Mara couldn't stand a chance because they got just engulfed. They got surrounded from all the different sides. As we have the overall rankings of this week, and of course DE Warriors still at the top. Skylights Gaming with that chicken dinner back on the second spot, but they have surpassed that 200 points barrier.
Well, I mean, finally getting in, closing in on the players of DE Warriors. I think Skylight Gaming, they're definitely hungry for a top 2 finish, but they're going to be more satisfied with the first position being theirs at the end of the day. But again, Godlike Stalwart, what will they pull off in the next 2 matches? Because they are right now sitting on the 4th position, and DE being above them can actually cause a little bit of trouble for them in the upcoming weeks. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if Godlike Stalwart will be moving up. The difference between the 2 teams being only 12 points. It shouldn't be that difficult.
We never know, man. I mean, Godlike Stalwart today, things have been quite interesting with them. Even it seems like things today, they're taking it really loose. What's up with T2K? Once again, just today in general, they're not really able to perform. And T2K, the pressure is going to be on them because you only have 2 more games to play, of which T2K is only going to be playing 1 more because in the upcoming group, T2K is going to be sitting it out. So that means 1 more game to try and make a comeback happen. A big handicap moment. There's a big chance they might breach inside the top 12 with a solid amount of points. That is also looking way too tough.
Yeah.
To breach inside top 12, you need more than 127 points.
Well, and the difference from 127 to, I believe they were sitting on the mid-90s. I think the difference is somewhere around, 35 points. They need 35 points just to be equal to the team sitting on the 12th position. But of course, Since this is going to be your last game, you need a lot more than that. So basically what we are saying is Train to Kill need the chicken dinner in this game with at least 20 plus eliminations. Now, we know that's not impossible because the Warriors pulled the same thing off in the very first game of the day, and we know that can possibly happen. But Necro, what is your prediction for this game?
My prediction for this game, considering T2K is sitting it out, which team really does need the prediction here? Which team is really not doing that great right now? There are a couple of options that I can go with, which is A1NB, Elementrix, Giant Mara, Kremlin Storm, 1952. All these teams are really on the struggling phase. They need some sort of players. But am I going to go with them? No, I'm going to go with DW.
Why?
Because why not?
All right, so Dead Eyes Warriors, it is the Warriors is the team that Necro has chosen for himself. And that means that is going to be my team as well. We are going to be predicting and going for the same team, DE Warriors. But here's the thing. They're coming back from a break. They weren't performing in the previous game, so they're going to be fresh as well. And since we know the kind of monstrous performance they delivered just before this one-off game that they had, I think I'm going to be hopeful that they carry that momentum along with them. So it's going to be quite important to see how DE Warriors function, because as we were talking about Skylight Gaming trying their level best to catch up to DE Warriors who are in the first position right now, DE Warriors also have to protect their position.
I mean, speaking of protecting their positions, I feel like Godlike Stalwart really does need to protect their throne in the first place. They really do need to take it back in their hands. So even Godlike Stalwart is going to be a team worth watching in the upcoming game as well, because a lot is on line for them too. And considering I thought that maybe in the upcoming games, T2K really needs to perform final 2 games, there is a chance to make the comeback happen. But then I realized, oh, their group is going to be sitting it out inside this one. So one more game to go. T2K, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. You guys have the answer. T2K are probably not going to be playing the LIVIK game because it's next to impossible to make it happen in one game, considering this game is going to increase the margin even more.
Yeah, it is going to increase the margin more. And as you were talking about Godlike Stalwart, I think I figured out the reason for them taking it a little easy this week. I think because now they are in the top 4. They've been in the top 4, the top 5 for a while now, and they haven't dropped any further. They've managed to stay there. And I think their entire plan is just secure enough points to make the bonus rankings for the grand finals interesting. Because anyway, in the grand finals, you're going to have to play a lot of games to secure those points. And they are quite comfortable in their ability to be consistent. They have, if I'm not wrong, somewhere around a 60-point difference with the team on the second position as far as the overall league rankings are considered. And it takes a lot of games to cover up 60-point deficit. So Godlike Stalwart, they are feeling extremely, extremely comfortable being where they are. They know that no one's going to topple them over after the kind of phenomenal run they had in the first week and also the first 2 days of this week. So I think that's where the entire league stage was basically done, and now they're just chilling. They're going to show up week 3 as well. They're going to finish in the top 4. I can guarantee this. They're going to be in the top 4, top 5 at worst. And they will make it to the finals still. They will still make it to the finals in a very dominating manner. At the end of the 3rd week, the difference between first and second is going to be even bigger than it is now.
I mean, I like the confidence that you're coming up with, but at this point, let's be honest, the final games, our main eyes are just going to be on the latter half of the board, right? Without a doubt. Because at this point, the first teams, they're pretty much done. The top 5 easily taken over. Even the top 10, you don't really have to worry a lot because they will be able to get the chance to play on the LIVIK game. Bonus points decently will be accumulated from their side too. But we're here to really see which team is going to be able to surpass that top 12 barrier and get that bonus game in their hands somehow, and maybe potentially manage to wrap up a decent amount of points in the map of LIVIK as well. So this is the final glimmer of hope for those teams who try and qualify inside top 12, because at this point, T2K is counted out because they're not playing here. I'm talking to A1NB. They had a really nice show at the start of the week, but later on, things have completely dropped off. We haven't seen anywhere near close to that sort of performance replication.
I mean, definitely. No one has come anywhere close to them, but I mean, there is going to be an opportunity where those numbers are just going to remain those numbers. But for now, we do have the map of Sanhok on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. The trajectory of the plane starting on the northern centralmost point of the map between Hatin and Tatmok and going all the way towards Lakavi and Kampong. So again, a pretty short flight path for Sanhok, but this is also a pretty small map.
As you said, it's not going to be a trouble gliding to the spot they want to. So yeah, the planned flight path is definitely tilted a little bit on the right side. But teams, they won't struggle at all. Sami maybe can be really difficult to reach, but I don't think so there's going to be any sort of teams dropping inside Sami. The best thing I love about Sanhok is that there's just so many individual compounds as well. Even if you don't have your hands on a city, just by dropping nearby in the compounds, you can still get a decent amount of loot accumulated. And that's what I love. That's the beauty of Sanhok. On the other hand, DEW already in some early collision up against the players of GSM. That's Gremlin Storm. They have softened up east. Sneak as well was quite close, but Sneak's finally going to back off. Memo with the nade in the hand is going to try to chuck inside the house. But Memo realizes the threat's now starting to push themselves a little bit more in the defensive stance. DEW, on the other hand, still waiting for the cavalry to arrive. The players are positioned pretty well. They're just waiting for the players of Gremlin Star to make any sort of mistakes, just to give them one opening room where they can start abusing that opening and just start taking down the players of GSM, just start dismantling them alive. Sneaks knows he's getting approached inside the compound. GSM positions compromised. A lot of information is definitely with the players of Deadeye's Warriors, but unfortunately now they're getting charged down by the players of GSM. And Memo, what a turnaround! Will shut down the man in the back. Sneaks goes down, and now it's all down to that one single individual of DEW inside the compound. But the cavalry arrives at the right nick of time, and Sneaks might just be saved. East is still trapped in the compound. Oh, DBS. Oh my god, I hear the one punch man. Let's go!
You hear the weapon going off. I mean, we haven't really gotten to see it in action properly yet. Oh, there it is. Rowdy's going to be finished off with a DBS. But the Warriors, they're just going to be happy about the fact that they got 3 eliminations from that entire fight. They have made sure that the last surviving player from the side of Gremlin Storm is not even going to think about coming anywhere near this position. 3 of his teammates just wiping the dust in a few short moments. Fear, although, is stuck in an awkward position now, because if he moves towards his east, he's going to come across the players of Janmara. If he goes west, well, the Warriors are still waiting for him.
Well, I mean, that was pretty much easy clap from the side of DE Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't even break a sweat in that one. Still waiting for the other players of Gremlin Storm, which is only Fear left at this point. And he's on a run too. Doesn't even have a lot of loot accumulated. Still just going for a safer way out of that fight. I mean, GSM, when they made the push happen, they looked really confident too. Memo with that turn on, he just turned around and slapped the player, which was East. But then later on, he wasn't able to do anything after that. Godlike Stalwart as well. This game is going to be quite important for them. A lot of things in line, considering they're not going to be playing the upcoming game. They are going to be sitting it out. So it's definitely going to be quite interesting. A1NB against the players of Seal. And Seal won. No smoke against the players of A1. They do not want to quarrel early off. They just want to take an exit.
Just completely avoiding any confrontation.
Yeah.
Over there. And sometimes that has to be the call, right? You can't just run towards every single fight. You have to be extremely careful which ones you do choose to go for and which ones you plan on avoiding. But I think more than Seal, A1 and B are going to be happy about that. Although, on the map, something interesting is happening. IHC going for a 1-to-1 split, with IC being extremely close to where the players of A1 Esports and Seal Esports are just on the northern side of Cave. 2 players from IHC towards Kampong, and 1 player that is going to be Godless is playing from Docks. So early stages, a spread approach on the map of Sanhok can work out sometimes, but can also be quite risky if you get pushed upon. So there is a possibility if IC gets spotted out, he's going to be finished off. But as we switch up to the Camp Alpha Island, we are on the players from the E Warriors, who have decided that they want to move towards the Ruins Island now. And Malik is the man standing in his way. Not the entire team of High Voltage, it's just Malik over here.
Malik still just looking out. Inside this little hut, he knows there's threat approaching him. In the name of DEW, Deadeye's Warriors. And they have quite a split too. A nice 2-2 split where Doc is in the back and the rest 2 players are in the front, and the other player is swimming across the board on the other side. And Doc is pretty much going to do the same thing as well. Malik strikes in, fights the knockout. The openings there on the board, but now the second man needs to provide the cover fire. Sneaks. The pre-fire was done perfectly, but Malik is going to smoke that angle off, so making sure Sneaks won't have any sort of an angle onto him. He really wants the confirmation onto Nirzad, and he will probably try to be greedy, but at this point, I won't really say being greedy is going to be the option anymore. But the players of DE Warriors are moving in from the right lines. If you see in the water lines, there's one player closing up on the right, and Malik has no clue, and he's about to get shot at. Nicely played, nicely executed. Deadeye's Warriors somehow always a step ahead.
Yeah, but kudos to Malik. He tried his level best, found an opening as well, but unfortunately was not really able to convert it into anything. But Nirzad, he's going to be brought back by the players of DE Warriors, and now they have the attention of the remaining members of the team of High Voltage from the high ground. But on the other side, Wizards Club, it looks like they are in a fight of their own right now towards the southern edge of the map against the players of 1952 as well. They have found the opening, but can they get a few more picks? Are they going to go for a squad wipe?
AMR on the board. That's going to be the airdrop one with the sniper suppressor. If anyone wants to go for this one, definitely they can, but the chances of that happening are quite rare, because the bullets are just going to be too low to play with. Godlike Gaming and approaching an entire unknown territory where Nemo was almost greeted, but a lot of shots were also being missed from the side of TRZ, but it's okay. TRZ, Mad Cat, and Mamba will catch him straight up. Nemo, no way to slip out from that territory. Unfortunately, was not able to scout out that territory pretty well. TRZ as well did a really good job keeping their identity anonymous, and Nemo just straight up walked into a big crossfire.
TRZ still trying their level best in every single game to get whatever points it is going to be possible for them to achieve to improve their total tally, just move up a little bit further up in the rankings. They have 1 point secured from this particular game already. How far are they going to go? They're playing from the just off of the northeastern edge of the map. And their position is actually quite isolated. So all the teams have already just crossed Paradise Resort. They are quite close. In fact, between Bootcamp and Paradise Resort is where majority of the teams are going to be forming a cluster. And also between Cave and the Quarry area. But with there, I think that's where majority of the fights are going to break out. But TRZ, they can use this opportunity, use this isolation to their advantage. But look at that, A1NB finding the opening against the players of IHC. Oh my goodness.
TRZ Esports on a move. They do have a nice solid hill to play with. As you mentioned, somewhere else there are fights happening at the same time, and Raw Official now getting charged on by the players of DE Warriors. What's going on with DE Warriors? They're on a whole nother pace inside this map. They're running into a lot of teams, and they're not backing out from these fights as well. They're looking like another name of IHC right now. This is a similar sort of approach the players of IHC have, just not caring about a world, straight up pushing up against the teams. But the only difference is that DEW are executing these fights flawlessly. Last man alive, and he should be cleaned up in no time soon. The last man's way too low, and yeah, in the closer vicinity, now it's pretty much cleared. The final player of Raw is all the way in the back lines, who is Sus, but he's not going to be a sign of worry because he's really far away. The final player inside this vicinity was taken care of, but DE Warriors, what a pace being shown from their side.
Definitely. 10 minutes in, they already have 7 eliminations. I think they're here to finish what they started on the previous Miramar that happened. I wonder or in fact, which team is going to be the one to stop them in their tracks. Venom Legends on our screens now. All 4 players looking quite solid as well. Playing as a unit together. Have to be extremely careful because as they try to push into the zone from the northern edge, they have a team closing in on their right. And that squad is going to be the squad of Dead Eye Skies, DE. So Venom Legends, if they make a lot of noise,
Yeah.
well, they're going to be the ones who will have the Dead Eyes.
Interesting reference.
Yeah, think about that.
But let's not think about that and move on to something else
Why
for now.
not?
Teams are just getting situated up. Again, they're just going to wait and watch for the next circle, where it's going to be shifting towards and how they can try and navigate their way around that one. Right now, Fear, being the only man surviving from the squad, GSM, who took an early fight against the players of DW, and of course it didn't pan out well for them at all. And on the other hand, DW, they're just doing a lot of damage to a lot of team at this point. They also dealt damage to the players of High Voltage, then they dealt damage to a team like Raw. They're just handicapping on it. They're just handicapping a lot of teams. They're on a killing spree.
Yeah. they are just monsters out for blood at this point.
Yeah,
Not
devils.
really, yeah. But this amount of over aggression does in fact backfire at certain points, so they will have to be extremely careful about how long they keep this going for. Oh, look at this. Godlike Stalwart up against the Warriors. Now, this is a fight that everyone is waiting to witness.
Yeah, but it's a little too far away. It's completely on the other hill.
Yeah.
I mean, even if they do end up taking fights, it's just going to be some long-range duels where the bullets are going to be exchanged, potentially probably just burn through each other's meds. But yeah, one thing I can say for sure is that Deadeye's Warriors are definitely feeling themselves, and they want this feeling to last forever. 7 eliminations already on the board, and you only have, what, 12 minutes inside the game done? And you already have 7 eliminations wrapped up. This can be a high elimination game. One of those YouTube VODs, you know?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They can post it on their YouTube channels and be like, high elimination game inside a PMPL lobby. Ooh.
Well, more than the previous Miramar?
More, maybe, yeah. 32. Why not?
That is going to be interesting if they actually pull off 32 eliminations in this game.
That'll be a record.
Yeah. That's going to be an unbreakable record of some sorts.
I mean, what? You have like 64? You have like 64 players in the lobby, and if you're going to be wiping out like 30 players or even 32, it's like you're already wiping out like almost half the lobby.
So here's the thing, right? You have 64 players in the lobby, including your team. -4, that's like 60 players. You go 30 eliminations, that's half the lobby right there.
Yeah, literally. That's literally half the lobby. Imagine. I mean, they have gone close to it as well in the past. In some previous games. So it shouldn't be that easy for this team. They can definitely try and go just all guns blazing if they want. They do have a decent amount of points, even in the overall standings. But maybe if they are eyeing out for that first spot, then it makes a lot of sense if they just want to keep it pinned down for themselves. A1 Esports could have been a big problem here, if I'm not wrong. One player's knocked out on the side of A1 Esports too, so now extra risk cannot be taken from their side. The next circle shifts on up a little bit on the northern side, but also tilted on the right side at the same time. Giant Mara having a little control of that circle pretty well. 2-2 split from their side as well. DRZ moving inside the circle. Seal right in the smack center near Quarry. From the back is A1 NB moving in. Wizzy's club can be the biggest threat for the players of A1.
Well, let's see though. DRZ on our screens, and do have one of the players from the side of Jan Mara, basically their neighbor at this point. But Snipe, being extremely cautious, as he always is just making sure that he has vision of the opposition. He has his teammates right behind, finally taking a few shots on the door. I believe just prepping up the players of TRZ for the assault that is headed upon their direction. On the other side, so I want to talk about the shift of the zone. The zone moving towards the northeastern side of the previous one does in fact force the Warriors and Godlike Stalwart to go up against each other. Well, one of the possible scenarios is a fight breaking out between the two teams, unless the Warriors, who all of a sudden found themselves on the outer side of the zone, are going to start taking a wide rotation, just completely negating the presence of Godlike Stalwart and the teams around them. But look at that, DE are going to lose a player to Godlike Stalwart, as Chari, I believe, is the man who has been picked off. True Love was right behind him as well, so I'm concerned about him.
I mean, speak of things, or speak of being concerned, A1 and B are definitely really concerned to leave this vicinity. You can tell from that for sure. They don't really have a lot of confidence in moving out. They're just scouting the areas a lot of times. Hitman's all the way far away from them. It's kind of separated out near the airdrop. I'm not sure that is going to be his target or not, just to go for the airdrop, but so far he's definitely on the airdrop. As we have John Mara, Snap YT, just knowing the fact that there's a team in the front, TRZ as well. They're not one of those teams that'll try to make mistakes like these. TRZ, they have learned a lot from their mistakes in the past, so I don't think so. They are going to try to fight no matter what. They will keep their heads tucked down and wait for the enemy team to make a mistake. But Godlike Stalwart against the players of Deadeye Skies, and that's quite a long-range duel, but Pika anyways wants to take that.
This has to be one of the slowest games of Sanhok I've witnessed in a while. Not a lot of action, but now finally some action breaking out. But that was in another direction where we saw one of the players from the side of Club getting knocked out. Instantaneous trade, but look at this. The push coming in from the players of DE Warriors as Gajor is all of a sudden going to find himself outnumbered. Easy takedown for Sneak over there. And A1 Esports just falling left, right, and center. They do manage to get a trade, though, as Doc is going to be knocked out, but should be an easy revive for the Warriors, considering they've already knocked out, in fact, finished off two of the players from the side of A1 Esports, and the other two players are not even here.
Yeah, they're just eating these teams alive like it's nothing. We have seen so many fights being taken from the side of DE Warriors, and the only action that we've seen so far is actually from the side of DE Warriors. But now finally, we do switch our camps on the players of IC, where they've only got one last man alive. What just happened to IC? Oh, speak of things falling down and crumbling down in IT, that's what is exactly happening right now. Wizzy's Club, they almost wiped out the existence of the entire team, and last man is now deciding to disengage from this one and fall back. I'd see what just exactly happened. How are they down to just that one last man alive? Alex, so much threat to deal with at this point, also getting shot at in the back. No way alive, and he's going to be taken away from the game. Alex out the fray. I'd see out on the 16th spot, the first team to get eliminated inside Sanhok.
Well, what a fight. I thought it was going to be quite difficult for them to recover, but no. Wizards Club, they stand up tall and are going to be the reasons. In fact, IHC is not going to be in this game, and what a weird day. IHC, the first team to be eliminated in a game of Sanhok. So, yeah, unusual things do happen, but finally we're down to 15 teams, 46 players alive, and I believe it's going to be 14 teams soon, as Hitman is getting pushed upon by Nerzed from the side of the Warriors, and he just stands there while he shoots him in the face. An easy takedown over there, but the backstab is upon them. DE Warriors, as a nade from the side of, I believe it was Seal Esport, is going to drop one of the players, and Raw Official coming in with the third party. Oh my goodness, the most aggressive team inside the game just get destroyed, and it took the combined powers of some of the biggest name in the lobby, just picking off one individual at a time, and well, the Warriors are nowhere to be seen now.
They just got picked off from all the different teams at the same time. They positioned themselves in the worst spot possible. They were going for a high elimination game, but unfortunately stepped inside a territory they should not have. And they just got greeted by a lot of teams at the same time. Seal, Godlike Stalwart, and a couple of more teams were able to get their fair share in that fight. Wizzy's Club, where Domain is just getting ticked off. The Molotov is just burning this man down to a crisp. Kuwait really wanted to go for the rest of the fallen player, but now Godlike Gaming getting shot at in the back. It's going to be the players of 1952 knocking on their doors. They found the opening. Wizzy's club might just have a little help.
Well, let's see though. Kuwait. He's going to be under so much pressure, but he does see Jax on the flank running out in the open. Easy takedown and has to go for the finish at this point. Otherwise, 1952, they will react to this. He has 5 first aids on him, Kuwait. He can use those to at least survive in the blue for a few extra moments, but it's going to be quite difficult now since his information, his position has been revealed to the opposition. Oh, Elementrix, Bishal out in the open. Assassin going for a few shots, but none of them connecting on the opposition. High voltage, 2-man roster still surviving. Assassin and Praveen moving together. First challenge that stands in their way is finding the entry and also just surviving the assault from Elementrix. But look at this. Zeal Esports, they are a team on a mission now. They started things off by picking off one of the players from the side of DE Warriors with the nade, and now I think their crosshair is set on the players of Godlike Stalwart, since they have already picked off 2, and now they're going to go for more.
Go for more, and Seal, yeah. Other than DW, Seal is the only team that has a lot of elimination wrapped up next to the players of Wizzy's club. But Godlike Stalwart, they're still inside the lobby, and you can never count them out in these type of moments. I said Seal, they are also looking pretty aggressive, but Godlike Stalwart are looking to stop them in their tracks, but they get shot at in the back themselves. It's the players of Deadeye Skies now inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. Any sort of shots hurt, and you're instantly going to get third-partied. That's the name of the game so far.
Let's see, though. Laser over here. Gangster as well. Was knocked out, getting a revive from his teammate. Venom Legends still holding their own in this game. But oh, massive mistake from Gangster, and all of a sudden, Venom Legends, I saw their players a few seconds ago, and now Susan is the last player left standing for his team. What is going on? Zeal Esports also getting destroyed on the other side. Wizards Club are down to their last player. Skylight Gaming down to their last player. 1952 Raw. All the teams just shattering. Their hopes and dreams of winning this game crumbling right in front of their eyes. Only 2 teams left with actual players. I mean, numbers advantage on their side. TRZ and Gianmara.
Yeah. All the 4
both
players
those teams
up.
are in the bottom of the rankings, by the way.
Yeah, indeed are. And TRZ, the only reason why they have all the 4 players up is because of that compound. And now they will need to leave that and make it inside the circle where the final zone is being dominated by the players of high voltage, because the circle shifted right on top of them. And even the players of Deadeye Skies are now making an entry inside the circle. As soon as Giant Mara will need to move in too. This is going to be an interesting collision between these teams. But they're definitely waiting for the players of TR to step out, and yep, that's what they were exactly waiting for. 2 players stacked inside that vehicle, and both of them just ejected out. Knocked out the fray. High voltage as well. They're looking to steal those elimination points away, and that's what they're exactly going to do. Found the elimination on the Mad Cat, kind of stealing it away at the same time, but look at Atomic just going for a med strat inside the compounds. Even Mr. Boro from the side of Skylight Gaming is still going for the same strat, but now Giant Mara themselves will need to move in. That means they will be greeted by the players of Deadeye Skies, and that's what is exactly happening. But Deadeye Skies, so far, they're not really being too complacent inside this fight. Instead, taking things really slow. Nades are being cooked in the hands of No Fear and will connect right on the mark. No Fear finds one, looking to get the confirmation flowing as well. Finally, the position's compromised, and they will also find the beat on the second player. Now Deadeye Skies left with only that one last glimmer of hope alive inside the game, that final pillar, which needs to hold it on and keep the team alive. But he will be sniffed out as well as the final man falls down. We're left with only 2 teams inside the circle, and the rest of the teams are outside the circle going for a med strat.
Yeah, Gianmaro looking so good in this game right now. As you mentioned, only 2 teams in the zone. TRZ going for a heal battle, and Mr. Boro from Skylight Gaming doing the same as well. It's a 2v4 situation, basically, for the players of high voltage if they want to win this game. And Gianmaro, they have a massive high ground advantage, but high voltage, they've snuck their way into the zone quite early. And now if they can just hide themselves in the terrain, they might be able to surprise the players of Gianmaro and just pick them off. But now nothing is going to happen. All the players are on the same plane, and it is going to be quite easy for them to finish off high voltage. This is going to be a win for Gian Mara.
Yeah, Gian Mara is connecting those utilities, and as always, Sanhok brings in the variety as Gian Mara strikes in with the irons hot, and they get this chicken dinner named up onto themselves. A decent one, too. Not a bad outing at all. 9 elimination points, 24 points in total, with a damage dealt of 1247. Had a really strong control on that compound, and that's what helped him win this entire game.
Well, what a game. I mean, Gian Mara have definitely shown up quite nicely in this particular match, but what I really want to see is how many eliminations did DE Warriors walk away with. They had quite a few, even though they were picked off super early in the game. I believe last I remember seeing was already 9 or 10 eliminations. And after that, they destroyed one more team. So that's going to be a few more extra points to them. But yeah, I have no idea how the Warriors just all of a sudden went berserk in this game of Sanhok. They did have the momentum with themselves. But also, that also brings us to the fact that they got so distracted in terms of fighting that they forgot to worry about the other teams that were surrounding them. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ होइन सबैकोमा कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहेको हुन्छ अब के गर्ने गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिएँ भन्ने खालको हुन्छ नि त को हो र लभ यु गाइस
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and even though it was an impressive finish from Gian Mara, the question still remains, was this enough to get them close to the top 12? And to be very honest, Necro, I don't think so. We saw them on the 16th position in terms of the overall league ranking, and in terms of this ranking, they were really far away from the rest of the competition entirely.
I mean, they definitely are inside this week without a doubt, but this chicken dinner maybe can help them climb up a little bit. But DEW, no matter what, even though they got eliminated quite early off inside the game, you still have an MVP. And they got eliminated, what, like so early in the game? And how is he still able to stay the MVP of that game? This is just impressive.
I mean, just goes to show how deadly the lads from the side of the Warriors were. And I mean, it was just a rampage they were on, and the objective seemed pretty clear. Just destroy every single team that you see.
I mean, as I said, they were looking like the next IC. When I was casting, I literally said this. I said, for now, DEW are literally looking like the next IC. They're not caring about anything in the world, straight up challenging the fights. And the only reason I said that is when they made the push happen on top of the hill. Making that push happen on top of the hill, considering you know you're going to be an uphill battle, but they still did it no matter what without even caring about a single thing, just speaks volumes about this team and how much confidence they're having inside the game. They're definitely feeling themselves. They're definitely feeling the heat right now, and they really do want to convert that heat into some succession. As we have Gian Mara somehow winning that previous game. They had all the 4 players alive in the end too, and also had a solid hold on that comp, and that's what secured them this game. They also wiped out the existence of Deadeye's guys in the final moments. Those nades were placed perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the utility usage was very much on point, but again, going on to the last game of the day, I think all of that is not going to matter. I think teams are just going to go YOLO in that last next match that is going to happen. And even on LIVIK, I think it's going to be an interesting situation. But for now, with the player focus right in front of us, we did talk about Nirzit as well. East following him up with a brilliant teamwork that the two players did in fact display inside of this game. And it wasn't just these two. Doc was also doing pretty well up until he just was taken out completely in the open. But ladies and gentlemen, looking at the match summary, we will have Nirzad as the man with the highest damage dished out inside of the game, which was 614. But it is Sanhok. We're always going to look at those healing numbers, and it looks like Devil Boy from the side of 1952 is going to have the highest heals in the game, 2,058.
I mean, he was going for the match strat, and we did see 1952 as well go down when the final two teams were alive inside the circle. So makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this man was able to squeeze in a lot of meds in those moments. Then you also have Mr. Boro going for a sort of med strat. I did mention this as well during the cast, that Mr. Boro is still going for the same strat himself. We also did see one player from the side of TRZ going for that one. So yeah, a lot of teams are trying to take the advantage of the fact that you can find a beat on the zone somehow inside the game of Sanhok, where if you do have the enough amount of first aids, you will be able to out-heal the zone.
Yeah, and it is going to be very important. So timing becomes very important when you're doing something like that, because even if you are half a second off, you are basically gone. But looking at the rankings of this game, we do have Jan Mara finishing off with 24 points, and there it is. So look at the team on the 4th position, the Warriors. No placement points, but still make it to the top 4. Why? 11 eliminations within the first. I don't know. How long were they alive? Like, one lad was alive till the 18-minute marker. The other was went, I think, for like 11, 12 minutes. They were all out. 3 players were out of the game.
Yeah, they got eliminated really early. They got eliminated so early that even we were saying, "Oh, what just happened?" They just got eliminated within a blink of an eye. And that's what we said, right? But again, as I mentioned even during the cast, that they just walked inside a territory full of teams, and every single team got a fair share amount of elimination points against the players of DEW. This cavalry right here arrived perfectly. This just completely flipped the tables against the players of GSM. It did seem like at the start sort of GSM could have won the fight against DEW, but that was not the case. DEW's just proven that they're miles ahead of teams like those. Then Vizzy's club against the players of Godlike Gaming. We also did see IC getting dismantled quite early off inside the game, and then only having one last man to survive off. And high voltage, in the final moments, as I mentioned, the circle shifted right on top of them. They were able to stay alive to the 2nd spot, but in the end, they got cleaned up by the players of Giant Mara because the man advantage was playing in their favor. As you do have the overall rankings off this week in front of you, and of course, the first or the top 5 isn't going to change at all. It's going to remain the same. Instead, Raw is on a climb, and even Vizzy's club is on a climb. That means upcoming game is going to mean quite a lot to these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to mean quite a lot for these lads, and it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly how they make it happen. Whatever their wants are, they would just have one game to do it. I saw 3 teams up above with a 170-point tie over there. It's going to be interesting to see where they go after that particular match. But moving on to the next page of the rankings, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be the most important page, because the top 12 only get to play the LIVIK game. Now, we do see Venom Legends still holding on to that 12th position with 130 points to their name, but Dax can, well, if they get a win, they can change it. Change all of that. A 9-point advantage.
I mean, interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, top 12 is the name of the game, ladies and gentlemen. If you do want to play that LIVIK game and have a little bit of change in the pace, then top 12 is what you really need to go for. But at this point, the amount of damage that is being already dealt, even top 12 is not going to do anything for teams like A1NB or even teams like the other teams like Giant Mara, I guess, because as Johnny mentioned, even inside the week 1, things were looking quite shaky for even that team. And if I'm not wrong, Giant Mara in the overall league standings, they're kind of like still on that shaky spot, but I would say they are doing quite better inside this week after that chicken dinner. But Johnny, time to move on to the predictions and predict. I'm going to let you go first this time. Go.
Alrighty. It is the last game of the day, so that usually means Godlike Stalwart is not going to be there. That means I will go with DE Warriors.
You really are gonna do that, dude. You know they are currently
I'm gonna
the
do
strongest
something else
team.
in a while that's gonna surprise you even more.
Dude,
you pick a team now.
you are just gonna grief me, man. And I
No,
just
no,
know,
pick a
I
team.
know, I know. You're just gonna do it. Okay, you know what? As you've done that, and Group A sitting it out, Godlike Stalwart could have been my savior, but that's not the case because they're sitting it out. Who am I gonna go with? I'm gonna surprise you with my pick. That's for sure. I'm gonna go with the high voltage. Let's go, man.
Alrighty. So, my friend over in production, could you please change my pick to high voltage as well?
No, 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 no. Okay, then change my too. Change
No,
my no.
I
I want
get
you to
to do
change
this.
my. I want you to
I
change mine to
have-
Dead Eyes guys. Change
I
mine
have
to
made
Dead Eyes
the
guys.
effort of getting to know the producers, just being friends with them.
Dude, this is just Bayzed. This is just biased. What? This
Yeah.
is just biased, man. This is called ganging up on an innocent person.
Yeah, that's what you get for showing up late to work.
Oh my god, man. Jesus.
We make evil plans behind your back now, and yeah. So now, Necro, before you cross the road every single day, you have to check both sides of the streets. You know how, right? You just go. That's how you check both sides of the street.
What do you mean both sides of the street? What?
You look to the left, and then you look to the right.
Let's just move on inside the final game
Yes.
of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's not going to be exactly the final game, but it is going to be the final game of the regular schedule. But then later on, we're going to be kicking things off with the bonus game, of course, which is going to be played on LIVIK. Now, the final game is going to mean quite a lot to the teams that are barely about to qualify inside the top 12, especially 13,
Yeah.
14, and 15 spot. Under that, it's going to be next to impossible for those teams to even try and cover that much amount of points, unless if you're just going to go ham, especially teams like T2K who are capable of doing something like that. We've seen them over the years, but inside week 2, their performance has dropped down drastically, and that has just
Yeah.
surprised me.
So, I mean, and it has been a massive drop because T2K, I mean, we have been talking about since morning about this team. Week 1, they got 165 points, which is going to sound pretty decent, but considering, as we did mention, first 2 days, Train to Kill were in the top 2, neck and neck against Godlike Stalwart, neck and neck against with the rest of the teams. High Voltage was doing pretty well for themselves. But then, from there, the drop becomes quite significant. We all of a sudden see them finish on the 13th or the 14th position. No, I think they finished 11th. They played in the LIVIK game. They walked away with 165 points in the first week. Now, this week, they just struggled their way to 82-point tally so far. And I think that has gone up after the few matches that have already happened. So this was just before the previous match, that the points that I'm talking about. But yeah, the point drop has been there for Train to Kill. Now, on the opposite side of the spectrum, I definitely have to say other players of Dead Eyes guys who have actually managed to be, well, basically very consistent. They did 185 in the previous week in the total 20 matches that they played. This week, they have already done 182 with still a game in hand. So there is an opportunity for Dead Eyes guys to actually win it all, walk away with the 20 points for this week. So it is going to be an important run for them in this particular game and also in LIVIK. But what is going to happen, only time will tell. The match is going to be live in a few short moments, ladies and gentlemen. So the flight path is going to be on our screens. And with that begins the last Erangel of the day and also of week 2.
Exactly. As we have the planned flight path starting all the way down from military base towards Lipovka, a really southern tilted plane flight path. That means IHC, one thing we know for sure, they're going to drop near shelter, so a little drop clash, I'm up for that one. A little drama right off the bat, why not? But at the same time, TRZ, of course, which like to drop near Primorsk area, they will, of course, drop out there. Wizzy's Club as well are going to be there. And again, as I said, this game is really going to mean a lot to especially teams that are sitting on 13th, 14th, 15th spot. Under that, below that, it's just going to be cross your fingers and hope.
Yeah. But hope for what? Because there's nothing to achieve over there.
Go like
Even
40 elimination game or like 30
Oh.
elimination game, then yeah. It's not impossible. It is possible.
Yeah, it's not impossible. I mean, that's the lesson I think we have learned today from watching the players of DE Warriors with what they pulled off and how they started the day off, in fact. And look at this, last game of the day, they're going to be the sole rulers of that military base. Not even the lads from Godlike Stalwart to to cause a worrisome situation for them. And also the circle. I love the circle. It's a quite nice split between the main island and the military island. So not a lot for the squad of D Warriors to worry about. But all right, so not exactly a drop clash, but I believe there is going to be an early fight between High Voltage and 1952. Since High Voltage, they do like to play from up north, are going to look to push towards the school area or maybe the Ruins Water City. But since they are still out in the open, if they don't find vehicles quickly, they are going to be in a world of hurt. Same goes for the players of DAX, Wizards Club, and IHC, since all three teams are going to try and play from the northern part of the map towards the Georgia Pole area.
And now that the circle has been kind of similar on the game of Erangel as well, if you remember the previous circle, it was just on the right side, the exact same circle, just on the right side, where the circle kind of just shifted all the way down south. It took a drastic shift all the way down south. So again, the circle will probably try to play their evil games. I thought maybe IHC would kind of drop near the shelter area, but that's not the case so far, man. IHC on the Georgia Pool side, still rotating inside the circle. Dax as well is nearby, near Gotka. Vizzy's club too. There is a little collision happening right there, but I don't think so. The teams have the suitable amount of weapons to fight against each other.
Well, let's see though what the decision is going to be. I don't think they have information about each other as well. Otherwise, Laser and Rules would have definitely relayed the information onto their teammates and kept a watch on each other. But we did see Rules back off completely. So DRS, their intentions seem pretty clear. They want nothing from this. They are aware of the fact that Venom Legends always like to play from their right. And they don't want to bother them at all. But look at this, High Voltage now, having quite a safe escape from their troublesome situation against 1952 earlier. A possible drop clash, a possible early exit for High Voltage, but they've managed to avoid it somehow. And now they get to move to their preferred drop spot. They're going to be playing from around school. They can't really go to the main school building or the apartments though. You know why?
Yeah, it's
Because
MABETEX.
Yeah.
They're always there. So High Voltage, they like to drop near Water City, but unfortunately, the big problem here is that even Water City is contested by the players of Deadeye Sky, so you cannot even go in Water City. So, yeah, it's a really tough outing for you in general. Players of High Voltage, a lot of the area is kind of accumulated. A lot of the area is already taken by the other teams. So, yeah, they will probably end up being on a loot deficit, unless if they're able to take some fights and wipe out some players, then maybe the loot deficiency won't be there. But for now, a lot of calmness in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing really happening. All the teams just getting situated up. Still in the early phase of the game. So we're going to be seeing these teams loot up. The circle as well. I mean, the plane fly path was definitely something. But unfortunately, because of teams really didn't want to figure the fly spot out on the fly, they just decided to instead go with the flow, with the basic one where they like to drop. For example, I thought maybe we'll see them drop near shelter, but no, they didn't do that. Instead, they still just go towards Georgia Pool, avoiding any sort of early clashes, because even that is one of those names. Even in the previous game, it was quite rough on them.
Yeah, it was. Not really able to secure any points from the previous match. And that is something that makes IHC actually quite angry. Because it's a team that's built around aggression, and if you are going to get taken out in fights like that, what even is going on in this game? And Gremlin Storm on our screens, running out in the open, well, trying to find some cover. In fact, Fear has found some for his teammates, and they're all going to take control of these compounds. Quite in a wonderful position in the circle, close to the center. No one really here to bother them. They have Dax, 1952, TRZ around them, but as soon as the Warriors cross the bridge, you know they're going to start cleaning this side up.
But D Warriors, they're quite a cautious soul inside this game, that's for sure. In the previous game, they were not cautious at all. They were just
That's
approaching.
why they died.
Yeah, they were just approaching like it's nothing. But inside this game, there's a big chance they would play this one cautiously, realizing the fact that this is the last game, and they are on the first spot, and teams now are starting to close on up on that first spot. So if a team that's right underneath them, they do manage to win the game, then their position will be compromised. They will have one more bonus game to go at it, though. So technically, they have 2 games to play. But this Erangel is something that really just makes these players feel at home. They won't be pushed outside their comfort zone.
Well, I think in a few short moments, everyone is going to be out of their comfort zone as the fights have been engaged, ladies and gentlemen. Dax losing one of their own in the early stages. They're going to try and go for a revive on Struggle, who seems to be struggling right now, just trying to avoid the shots coming in from Dictator from Gremlin Storm. Is he lying on his bed? Just... Yeah, how did he manage to hit those shots like that?
Yeah, I want that skill too. I can never play while just lying on my bed like that. I'm not able to focus.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I don't know if that's the way to play, though. I mean, he's the first man I've seen play. I really feel like overall, when you're in a resting position or when you're just lying on your bed, laying on your bed, you are not able to focus that well, and it's normal, I think so.
I completely agree with you on that. I mean, if you are sitting up straight, you're going to be more focused. You're going to be more zoned in to what's happening and more aware about what's happening on the screen as well. So if I see someone playing like that, I'm actually impressed because I can't relax while playing. That is one of my problems.
Oh, I see you relaxed all the time while you're playing on your chair.
Yeah, but
You're
that's
just
when we are
sitting back,
just casually
relaxing.
chilling and playing, not in a competitive setting, right?
I mean, do these days you even try hard? Let's be honest.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah,
It's been
exactly.
months.
Exactly. So you are like a casual gamer.
Yeah, I've given up. The competitive side in me has...
I mean, you're quite old. It's understandable. You're a boomer. While on the other hand, I have the young blood in me.
Yeah, that's why your only strategy is just press W.
Hell yeah,
Lose.
man. Because I got the reflexes, you know? I can just turn around, shoot the players down. But I can't do anything if someone's just camping around, man. Anyways, we've got the airdrop ones on the board. Again, it's the AMR. And I honestly feel like the earlier the AMR drops, the bad it is.
Yes.
Because players are, of course, as soon as they go for the airdrop, they're going to be like, oh, it's the AMR. That means I'm going to run out of bullets probably mid-game.
Yeah.
And that means they won't have any secondary weapons. So they would be like, okay, I just don't want it. Have it. I'll just not take it at that point. On the other hand, if the weapon drops somewhere in mid to late game, then players will go for it. They're like, okay, the game's about to end anyway, so I might as well get my hands on this weapon. I think so I will be able to have enough amount of bullets where they can try to blow the vehicles up. And in the final moments, you will pretty much have a clear line of sight on the vehicles that are rotating inside too, because they're being used as cover.
I think that's actually quite reasonable, as you explained about the AMR, but let's see what's going to happen to T2K. Oh, so quick on the rotation. Godless not even getting an opportunity to even see him clearly. He just went for a pre-fire and luckily managed to hit a few shots, but the rest of the players from the side of T2K are now looking to collapse upon Godless, as he seems to be isolated in this position. But what they don't realize is the rest of the side of IHC is just wrapping them from every single direction. One more knock secured by the players of IHC, and T2K, oh, this decision, it's going to sting them till the very end of this match.
Speak about decisions stinging them in IT. Yeah, I mean, they've always been one of those teams inside this week that has made some sort of weird rotations happen. And look at this one. What am I watching? IT! You guys are reckless. I mean, even though they're still able to take over the control of that compound from Octopus, but they were able to win that duel because they had the man advantage in that one. IT, some reckless driving, definitely. Some recklessly just going inside the compound, trying to shut down the players. I'd see if I'm not wrong. They've also lost out on one of the players, and they cannot keep going in this sort of pace anymore. IT, they will need to try and have some sort of control onto themselves.
Well, Wizards Club, they're feeling quite lucky to be getting an opportunity to go for this revives, as IHC, with just one man from their side being finished off, have decided to back off completely from the action. But Demo, he returns quite close to where the players from Wizards Club are going to be. Now they just wait for an opportunity, wait for a moment to strike. This western edge of the zone right now is very clustered. You have MABETEX away, IHC, Wizards Club moving out, DE just slightly inside the zone, and then you have the lads from T2K just about to enter the edge of the zone from the northwestern side as well. So it's not going to be an easy job for IHC to just stay out in the open, stay as aggressive as they were in the early stages of the game. Only a few individuals being forced to take an exit. All 16 teams still remaining in the game. And DE Warriors, look at this. This is what I was talking about. The moment they cross the bridge, you can be sure they're going to position themselves in a way that they will force 4v4 team fights against anyone who they see. And since the zone is still upon them, they don't really have an incentive to force that fight by themselves. They don't have to step out in the open. They can just wait in those compounds, wait at the lighthouse, the squad house, the gas station that's there. And they just hold on to that position. But look at this. Skylight Gaming up against DRS. A possible fight about to break out.
A possible fight. Still not sure, though. I mean, the early games is pretty much like the podcast hours up till 12 to 13 minutes. And as soon as that happens, then we'll probably see a complete hell break and lose. Skylight Gaming reuniting with each other once again as the next circle is going to sort of center on up on the patrol pump near the bridge as Dax is just trying to pressure the rotation off the side of MABETEX, but MABETEX, they're not going to be stopped in their tracks no matter what. They will make their rotation happen. Baron did catch a lot of bullets while he tried to slip around the corner.
Well, let's see how far away he can bring himself from the opposition there. Not too far, as Dax are just destroying the players of MABETEX with a little help from the outside as well. The distraction being caused by the players of DE driving their vehicles in the distance. Paragod, you need to take this final pick for your team as a little player from the side of MABETEX just runs up to the first floor. Wally is going to be in the distance, and oh, Paragod is going to be knocked out by the players of DE. As I said, the third party is coming in handy for both the sides over here. MABETEX getting an opportunity to survive. Wally, we see him on the ridge. Apex has healed up as well, but takes a lot of damage as he tries to go for a nade on the ground floor. Now Apex is finally going to be dropped to his knees as well. Assault missing every single opportunity to see and in fact spot the lad, and Wally, what a nasty shot through the window, saving his own teammate. What is happening right now? MABETEX just doing an incredible job, and especially Wally from the distance doing so much to keep his team alive, bringing the numbers down to a 1v1 between MABETEX and Dax.
MABETEX, somehow they're able to get the grip back inside this one. The Molotov's going to be tossed in as well. The Flames are going to start a spread, but not that spread. That much amount of spread. But finally, Wally being caught in the open. This could have been an opportunity, but Wally unfortunately just overstepped outside, and Dax took an opportunity in that one. SpikeX is still knocked out. Dax, they're able to stay alive for now. Another threat approaching is going to be the players of IHC. While one of the players from the side of IHC is knocked out, he should be back up on his feet. IHC, as I said, they were dialed down to a three-man squad where Alex was lost in that previous fight. And IHC, the problem with them is that they take fights, but unfortunately they cannot come out on top of those fights flawlessly. They have the firepower, don't get me wrong, but the execution somewhere down the line is lacking.
Let's see, 14 teams, 49 players still alive. IHC having secured 4 eliminations and lost 1 player in return. For now, at least, will try to slow things down for themselves, avoid any unnecessary fight. And as I say that, they are going to try and follow the players of Dax, try and follow their path into the zone. On the other side there, on our screens, we have the players of Gremlin Storm in the thick and thin of everything, surrounded by a lot of different teams right now. Ooh, Wizards Club losing 2 players over there are going to get eliminated as well.
Speak of that. And for now, again, somehow the game has came down to a little stalemate. The next circle has shifted down south, right on top of the players of TRZ inside Ferry Pier. And TRZ, they're quite quick as well with the rotation. They are now controlling the prime spot inside the circle, while DEW is still moving up from the back lines. Sprays are definitely being inflicted, but the shots are not being connected. 1952 right here, 2 players inside the vehicle. They're on a run. They do not want to stay inside that territory. They want to be the first one to make it inside the circle, but the circle's already starting to fill up with a lot of teams. Gremlin Storm as well, sort of on a similar type of pace, but I think so the game plan for them here is to make it inside the circle pretty late and try and hold on to this compound for as long as possible. But the later you take a rotation inside these type of circles, the difficult things will be to breach it inside.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the edges are just going to be so clustered, it's going to be difficult to even move around, but look at that, DE Warriors just starting things off. You can see it in the feed over there. On our screens, fear from the side of Gremlin Storm, just trying to instill some fear into the players of Seal Esports out in the open, taking a few shots upon them with the Bison, just to make sure that they are going to be a little bit more paranoid and needed to. The slower this game gets, the more excited I am for the late game stages, because that's going to mean it's going to have a lot of chaotic action in it.
Speak of chaotic actions, and now DEW, they're being tickled by the players of Deadeye Skies. Their counterparts just tickling them. But is that going to be enough? What do we just see? Seal getting eliminated. Spooky just eliminated his own teammate. Seal pretty much just digging their own graves before anyone else could. That's another strategy you can try to apply. If you're just not going to give away points, how is the enemy team going to get points? 200 IQ play.
Yeah. Just blow up your entire team.
Think about it.
You know what the crazy thing is? We've actually seen that before.
We've seen that before. But for now, this game is getting shaped up pretty well too. I mean, DUW was definitely inside a fight, but for now, they're out of harm's way. They're back up with the 4-man strong Skylights Gaming. Now they need to breach inside, so now they will need to try and knock on some doors. And this time, it's going to be the doors of Gremlin Storm, but they are on the defending end, and Skylights Gaming need to breach in. They need to be on the offensive end, but Gremlin Storm, unfortunately, are getting shot at even from the players of Giant Mara. It's a little third-party action.
Ooh. It is going to be quite interesting to see if they actually manage to survive this. The possibility of that happening is going to be quite low, as Rowdy, in fact, does manage to get close enough to Fear to go for a revive, but Skylight Gaming have crawled their way in right next to the smokes. One good nade in that smoke, and both of these lads from the side of Gremlin Storm are going to be destroyed. The first one hit the marker, but the Molotov is not going to be anywhere close. Now, Mr. Boro driving a buggy inside is going to make sure that the information is going to be with him and his teammates as to where they need to shoot. But as they run towards that shack, they're going to lose so much HP. And finally, Gremlin Storm, they will be shown the exit from this game on the 11th position. And now we are finally down to the top 10 teams. Make that top 9 teams and 28 players alive, as the last player from the side of DE was also caught off guard by Dax, and they got that final pick and point.
Dax, unfortunately, the player's quite hurt inside the little shack, and Dax always just decides to compromise with some little piece of cover. But Dax, this is not the time. If you do decide to compromise with just that little shack you have available, you guys are going to get picked off from all the different angles, and this is what is exactly happening, because from the back lines is now the players of High Voltage approaching, and this shouldn't be that tough of a task for them to wipe it out. They are on an elimination spree against the players of Dax. They are just lining up the bodies, stacking up on top of each other. Now TRZ getting breached on by the players of DRS, and DRS is another strong contender that you cannot underestimate, but at the same time, DRS needs to take care of their backlines. They do have Yante inside the smoke, but he gets found. That's a great find from the enemy team, and now TRZ, they're having a little unknown help that TRZ will definitely appreciate.
Well, let's see how this is going to work out, though, for these teams. There's a massive cluster towards the northeastern edge now. But in fact, the eastern edge, that's the only solid cover that the teams could think of now. Because now, I believe, all right, so IHC is there. We have Dax outside. All right, 5 teams at least towards the ferry pier. And DRS already having taken a lot of damage, won't be able to survive for long. They get eliminated. We are down to 8 teams. 22 players alive. Look at that. Janmar are not in a fighting position anymore. Venom Legends have lost so many players. Skylight Gaming is there with just 3. And then we did see the players of the Warriors struggling as well. Add to the mix the players from TRZ, and I think this is where the teams will be under the most pressure. The best position right now in the zone is with the players of IHC, who are the only isolated team towards the the western edge of the circle right now. You see the gray dots on the radar. Those are the players of IHC. If they finish off high voltage, this could be their win.
I don't like to split though, Johnny. I mean, I do understand they're currently controlling the most amount of circle, but if the circle shifts away, then that's going to be the biggest problem they can ever ask for, and that's what exactly happens. The circle shifts away. Now that split is going to be a little tough to play with because the players, even from the right side, are going to start to approach. The separated Icy is going to have a lot of trouble to deal with now.
Well, they will definitely have quite a lot of trouble to deal with. TRZ again in this game with the man advantage. Them out in the open in his buggy, taking a lot of damage. Sliver of HP left, but still managed to make it quite close to his teammate Icy. He's gonna have to heal up as quickly as possible, otherwise they're gonna be in a world of hurt. Icy in the meanwhile is just trying to apply as much pressure as he can on any single individual he sees out in the open. Godless, he's just gonna try and go for those finishes, those eliminations.
I told you, this is not looking good.
Yeah.
I'd see. I mean, Demo was trying to scout the areas out in the front. While doing so, he caught a lot of fire into himself. I see, on the other hand, the separation, the only reason why I said is that because they were way too separated away from each other. Imagine if Icy got taken down while the circle was shifted away. Those were two extra amount of pressure being added on top of the players of IT. I mean, they're already not doing that great inside the rankings, so the mentality definitely should be shaking, but they finally found their way inside the circle, barely on the edge too. A little cover to play around with, all the 3 players just stacked behind that. Skylights Gaming as well, now they're getting charged on, now they're getting challenged by another contender inside the lobby. The nades are being tossed in the front. It's a nade barrage coming in. To dodge that, it's going to be next to impossible, so damage is definitely being dealt. One player's being found. It's going to be Boro falling down as Mafia Ninja wanted to get the rest, but the second one floats in, and it's going to land right on the target. Mamba is able to find that one as AJ goes down. Another player's just prone, hoping that he's not going to be spotted, but that's not going to be the case anytime soon. It's high voltage, putting the final nail in the coffin and eliminating that team out the game. TRZ, another strong team in this competition.
Well, they are looking quite strong as well for now. They have 3 players left. High voltage with a man down would have been easier to take down as well, but now the revive has been completed and high voltage are back to a 3-man roster. But Rare, he's going for an interesting push, just ran up quite a lot of distance. I believe the opposition is aware of his position. He misjudged how far away the I believe the players from high voltage would be able to hear him, and yeah.
That's a prime overheat example, ladies and gentlemen. When you start feeling yourself, sometimes you do overheat, and that player did the exact thing. Got overheated, started feeling himself a bit too much, and just stepped right in the line of fire of Assassin. Assassin with the MG3 did some light work and pulled off that elimination point, as now TRZ are going to left with only 2 players to try and recover from. IHC, on the other hand, a 3-man squad. They do have a lot of things up in the front to deal with. They still need a breach inside the next zone, and that's going to be their main priority. How can they do that? How can they make high voltage fall off from this spot?
Well, let's see. I think this is going to be, now as we said in the previous game, we know who's going to win this game. This time as well, it's a similar situation. High voltage have the numbers advantage. IHC are outside the zone. TRZ, well, they've been struggling in their fights for a while now, but also it's just the 2 best players from the side of TRZ remaining. Atomic and Mamba have always been the players from the side of TRZ who remain in the limelight. Let's see how this one is going to go for them as well. The only thing that can change everything is if TRZ managed to secure a knock from high voltage, and I think this is going to be the moment because Atomic just saw Assassin running behind cover, and Godless with the nades he's lobbing towards this team is going to put them in so much pressure even if one connects. But look at that, Mamba is going to be the man starting things off, bringing the numbers of this final fight between the top 3 teams down to a 2v2v2.
I mean, high voltage. They're short on the player. Molotov's going to be perfectly tossed in. Nowhere to go. Behind the crate, he's getting burnt down to crisp. And yeah, he will be shut down. Finally, the knockout's being found, and look at the players of IT. Now the goal call is going to be made as they have tasted some sort of blood on their hands, and they realize now they're looking pretty good. The only man they need to deal with. And that is also taken care of. And now IHC, they're going to charge on even further. Of course, overheats as Godless is found. And then the second man as well will be taken down. And IHC out the game as well. High voltage cleaning up that final field like it's nothing with 14 elimination points and 29 points in total and 42 damage dealt. So, Johnny, you like my prediction?
I mean, for a second over there, I thought it was going to be the lads from IHC, yeah. DRZ could have taken this as well with the way Mama started off, but what are you saying your prediction? It's our prediction, Necro.
No, I made the call of high voltage, man, and then you copied me, all right?
No.
You're like one of those kids in the examination hall who sit behind me and copies what I wrote.
See, it's about just passing your exam, doesn't matter how you got the answer.
Actually, that was me when I was in my examination halls. But let's not talk about that.
Copying answers?
Yeah.
That's what you do.
As you said, what matters is you passing out. And with that being said, it's time for us to push to a break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, 5 matches of the day are done, Necro. It's time to move on to the last game, which is going to be played on LIVIK. But before that, we have to look at the standings and the stats.
Yeah, I know, chat. I know. You guys are going to be like, just start the LIVIK game right now. No, I want to see the LIVIK game. No, you guys need to wait, man. Have some patience, all right? We still need to go through a lot of stats, and these are going to be important before we step inside the LIVIK game, okay? Because this will be able to just show which teams are going to be playing inside the LIVIK game at the first top, because we saw top 12. There were teams who were quite close on to falling off as well. So you guys need to have a little patience to figure out the overall rankings of this week. And then we also need to take a look at the overall league standings, which are going to matter quite a lot too after the LIVIK game. And then we'll also have the bonus points coming in after the LIVIK game. So there are quite a lot of stats lined up. But for now, we should be able to take a look at the MVP of the previous game, who was able to outshine a lot of players.
Ooh, it's going to be interesting to see who it's going to be. And from which team as well? Oh, it's Assassin with 9 eliminations to his name, 1,240 damage dished out. Ooh, reminds me of the old Assassin that everyone used to love and fear at the same time.
I mean, am I really surprised? If High Voltage is really going to win, Assassin has to be there, right, in the elimination boards, because this man is just packing a big punch, without a doubt. This man packs a huge punch, and that's what he's done over here too. 8 knockouts, 9 elimination points, so the conversion rate is pretty good. 1 headshot dealt and 1,240 damage dealt. That's a lot of damage from one single player.
Well. Yeah, that's a lot of damage from just one single player. Sometimes those are the numbers you witness from the entirety of the team. I'm pretty sure there are going to be teams in this game with less damage than him as well. But following him up are going to be AJ from Godlike Gaming. We have IC and Godless on the 3rd and the 4th position respectively. And no matter what or how the game goes for them, somehow the players of DE Warriors just appear out of nowhere. But they are going to be everywhere.
I mean, speak of that, as we do see AJ as well on 6 eliminations and 772 damage dealt. I see there too. I see there as well. DE Warriors, as you mentioned, is there too. Doc 922 with 602 damage dealt. I mean, DE Warriors at this point, they're just everywhere, right? No matter what, they have to be there in those top circumstances.
Yeah, they have to. And I think the reason for that is pretty clear. If you don't know, I think you can watch the early game of this match or the previous one. I mean, the Warriors are just brutal upon the opposition once they get into the zone, once they achieve the state of flow. But so far, I think it was a pretty nice finish for the end of the week, this particular game, because now only the top 12 teams will be moving forward to LIVIK. And also, we have to figure out which are those top 12 teams, because as we were discussing before this game, the difference between the team on the 12th and the 13th position was just 9 points.
I mean, speak of that, and now you have match summary in front of you. Of course, Assassin with the elimination points, damage as well with 1240, highest assist of 3, and the highest healing done. Again, Assassin, one thing I can say for sure, Assassin was an absolute tank as well for his team, because he was probably absorbing a lot of damage.
Well, I mean, definitely a lot of damage, tons of damage being dished out by him. IC got close enough because 800, well, not close, 400 damage short is quite a lot, but 800 damage being dished out by an individual is also quite a lot. So, quite a wonderful performance from IC and Godless combined, but Assassin was definitely in a league of his own. Had he gotten a few more assists, I'm pretty sure he was going to be on the first over there as well. That would have been something else.
I mean, could have, yeah, definitely. But at least I would say IIT, they looked pretty cautious in those final moments, yeah. But the split, as I said, it was a little too risky. It was kind of like a split of high risk, high reward, but unfortunately the circle shifted away a bit too much from them, and that's why the reward wasn't really there. But it's okay. Match rankings are in front of us as we have High Voltage with 15 placement points and 14 eliminations. That's going to leave them with 29 points in total. IIT with 12 placement points and 8 elimination points with 20 in total. Not a bad outing even for the side of IIT. And DW, again, always just able to stay consistent. Godlike Gaming there too. And Dax, I'm not going to lie, the recent games have been pretty good from the side of Dax, right? From yesterday, from that last game. Up till today, or up till now, Dax have stepped things up, let's be honest.
Well, I mean, Dax definitely have improved quite a lot. And I think this is what we were waiting for, right? Just waiting for the lads to get a little bit more aggressive. You and I had this conversation in first week, if I remember correctly, about Dax, where we were discussing how things have slowed down. We've seen the players before, but this time, and not the same level of commitment towards certain 4v4s. But things did look extremely different today. Things looked better, and I'm happy about it. But because going into the third week, if they can just continue this momentum, keep this flow going into the third week of the tournament, then maybe we're going to see them make it to the finals, and not just make it to the finals, but go into the finals feeling confident about themselves. But for now, we do have the Oppo F21 Pro moments on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, and starting things off, it is going to be the first blood of the game that IHC in fact secured for themselves.
And the biggest woe over here is T2K not able to play in that top 12, not able to get that bonus game in their hands. And also, they will not be able to accumulate a lot of bonus points at the end of the week as well, guys. T2K is in big trouble. Someone hit him up and someone tell him to wake up right now, because they are beasts inside the lobby. But for some reason, inside week 2, they were completely deactivated. I want to know the reason behind that.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait to find the reason out. But looking in the damage graph, oh, look at that. So apparently IHC did equalize the numbers of High Voltage in terms of damage. In fact, did surpass them as well. But lacking the number of eliminations in this game is definitely going to drop their overall point average, point tally for this particular match. But kudos to High Voltage and Assassin, who dished out almost more than half of the damage all alone over there. So out of the 2244 that they have, 1200 was dished out by just Assassin. But moving further down the rankings, we do see DE Warriors doing quite decent with 1000 damage dished out, 6 eliminations secured. Godlike Gaming also had a pretty decent game, and we were just discussing Dax a few moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, we were just having a talk about Dax, and we were speaking about how they've improved. But speak of improved performances, I mean, High Voltage, after that win, they have leaped massively in the overall rankings of this week, and they found themselves in the top 3. Deadeyes guys, they're of course going to drop down because high voltage, they played really good. Godlike Stalwart was not playing inside the previous game, so even they're going to drop a position. Overall, nothing really much to worry about, I would say, at least inside the top 5, because they still have one more bonus game to go with. And inside the bonus game, any one of these teams in the top 5, if they get the chicken dinner, maybe there's a chance they will probably able to get a decent amount of bonus points accumulated. Now, if Godlike Stalwart, even if they get top 2, what over here really matters, what are they really fighting for, is the bonus points. And the bonus points you will only be able to accumulate better if you have better positioning in the overall week standings.
Yeah. And the only way you do that right now, if you are Godlike Stalwart, is win the game on LIVIK. You finish first over there, you're going to be finishing top 3 this week, and that is going to give you additional bonus points along with the 20 you already have for the first week. So that is going to be the strategy of Godlike Stalwart. But look at this, Necro. We do have Venom Legends making it through to the LIVIK game. We also have joining us Wizards Club and A1 Esports. And Dax miss out on the opportunity by just 3 points.
Oh, A1 barely qualifying. But as I
Wizards
said,
and A1 were tied at 133, by the way.
It's funny. But you know what the funny part is more? That it's not going to matter anyways, man. Lol.
Why?
W. Because if you're on the 12th and 13th spot, look at the amount of bonus points you're going to get. Not a lot at all. And then in the week 3, you will have to go absolutely ham. But as I mentioned, in the week 3, guys, you guys will have a potential chance of making a comeback. The only reason why I said that is because you will have a decent amount of days. You will have a big gap in between, almost like a week gap.
Yeah.
So that gap needs to be utilized in doing a lot of research against the teams and figuring out what sort of mistakes you made and try and resolve a little bit better. Try and come up with some better solutions, I would say. Try and have a talk with your team's analyst if you do have one. If you don't, sit together, all the 4 players, analyze your games, figure out what sort of mistake you made, figure out what sort of things you could have done different inside this type of circle, like what sort of things you could have done different inside a particular fight. And maybe inside the 3rd week, you guys will be a whole different beast. Even T2K really needs to do this because they have been struggling in their fights as well inside the week 2.
Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how it all goes for the teams moving forward. As you mentioned, how they utilize that particular break. One trend I've noticed is you get rewarded for the aggression you display in the early game. If you are playing hyper-aggressive in the early game, you're going to do well in the late game. Look at the teams I'm talking about. When DE were playing aggressive, they were doing well. Godlike Stalwart, they like to fight. They do well. Today we had the Warriors do extremely well for themselves. But Necro, that brings us to the prediction for the match on LIVIK. Who are you going to go with?
You're going to copy me, aren't you? You're going to copy me, aren't you? You little sneaky man.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart.
Alrighty. Then I guess we all know what I'm going with.
Go with DE Warriors, man. It's a good choice. Come on.
Alrighty, I'll give you this. On LIVIK, I'll go with DE Warriors now.
Yeah, they're doing solid. You know, they have the momentum as well. It's
also, should the predictions of the bonus matches be counted? That's my question, though.
Of course it should be. It is a prediction. Prediction is
all
prediction,
the teams
no
are
what.
playing, right? Not all the teams are playing, though. We don't have all 20
but
teams.
technically,
it's just the
then
top 12.
20 teams are inside the competition, and it's divided into 5 groups. So every single group or every single game, one group is sitting it out. So technically, not all the teams are playing over there as well.
But there
Johnny,
are 16 teams over there.
So what?
16 is the number that has always been there inside of a lobby. It's just been that way. 16 teams in a lobby.
Yeah,
but
but
until
still,
LIVIK showed up, of course.
Yeah, but still, man. No, that's not how it works. A prediction is a prediction no matter what. All right,
let's see. I was just trying to be cheeky and sneak my way out of this.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I noticed, and that's why I was trying to defend myself. So enough of banner, Johnny. All right, time to speak about LIVIK. Smaller map, a football court. Have a football match, players, please.
I think we do. We have more than that. Are you
Yeah,
talking
I want to see them. I want
soccer?
to see them play soccer.
Yeah, all right. That's gonna be interesting. But I do love the sort of variety of terrain that is there in this map. Starting off with all the snow that's there towards one side, and then there's the different molten lava, all that fiery stuff on the other. So it does have quite a lot of variety. There's the green pastures right down the middle as well. So it brings to mind like
beautiful map.
how it is an extremely beautiful map, but it also makes it quite difficult to play sometimes as well, because you have to change how you move from position to position and change how in fact you take those fights based on the terrain. Your footsteps leave, your vehicles are going to leave those tracks uh, on the icy terrain, and it is going to make it easier for your opposition to track you. So small little things like that. Green pastures, you're going to want your belly to the floor, just stay as low as possible to try and protect yourself. Just use all the foliage to your advantage. So just small little type of adaptability can change everything. Last time I think the only thing we saw changing was the fact that everyone just dropped every single gun that they have and just picked up whatever shotgun they could find. I think that has to be the trick to winning this particular map. Just use those shotguns, shoot the opposition in the face, and win.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the map is known for, right? Shotguns, and usually inside this map, close quarter fights happen a lot of times. The only reason why I went with Godlike Stalwart is because their drop location is almost in the center of the map, and usually the circle forms inside this map. I mean, again, it's going to be as big as any other map, but what I mean to say is that the map is so small, so usually it does cover the most amount of area in it. So even if you do pick any type of drop spot, either it's not going to be that hard to rotate inside, or you're already going to find yourself in. And considering Godlike Stalwart likes to drop right in the smack center, they won't have to move once again, Johnny.
Well, but let's see. Are they actually going to win this game? Because the game is going to be live, ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments. So we'll be heading towards the final game of the day. The map of LIVIK will present itself on our screens. And there it is, the trajectory of the plane.
Let's
starting
go!
from the western edge and going all the way towards the east. And since we have spoken this quite a lot, this map is extremely small. Just go as you please.
Yeah, I mean, oh boy, I'm not going to lie. This is quite interesting, and this is going to be quite adrenaline rushing as well, because right now, as you do see the players just going through their own designated drop spots. As I mentioned, Godlike Stalwart, they like to drop somewhere in the center. Now, previously, these teams have battled, or at least some of these teams have battled in the past, and they know where to drop and where to not, because we did see some sort of drop clashes once, because of course they were not really accustomed to knowing how these teams are going to be playing on the map of LIVIK. But we do see one drop clash, which is between the players of A1NB and the players of Godlike and the players of Skylights Gaming. And Skylights Gaming, they've already managed to open the fray up.
Well, let's see. They have started things off quite strong, but it's not going to be easy game for them. Well, I think it's always going to get quite intense. We have the E Warriors on our screens now, though. Quite close to the players of Deadeyes, guys. In fact, DE just a little bit southwest of the players of the Warriors. And I think, Necro, after the first week's LIVIK that happened, I think this time things have definitely slowed down on this map as well.
Yeah. As I said, I mean, the majority of the fights really happen inside the drop collisions. And considering the fact that some of these teams already played once in the past, they know where to drop and where to not now. They know where an enemy team's going to be, and they know where an enemy team's not going to be. So they have pretty much improvised from the past. They have learned from their mistakes. MABETEX Esports is all the way on the top right inside Iceborg. Hot Spring is completely uncontested. No one's taken Hot Spring. It's completely open. High Voltage is all the way down south on the bottom right. Wizzy's Club as well is all the way on the bottom left. For now, yeah, a peaceful start indeed.
What a peaceful start. Snake on our screen. Still, I guess the hunt for the shotguns is going to be there. He has a Scarrel on his in his hands. He has a gun on his back as well. So just prepped up for everything and anything. DE, Deadeyes guys. Slowly and steadily just moving towards the players of the Warriors. But now there's some action as Lee is going to be dropped down by Godlike Gaming. Easy finish secured by them. And that's going to be their second for this game.
I mean, Scarlet's Gaming, yeah, they're just doing some light work. MABETEX Esports, unfortunately, found themselves on the wrong side of that bed. One man stepped in too close. Leo got dealt with pretty easily. But Nima goes back to proning. Still just keeping his position anonymous. MABETEX now is gonna be up against the players of A1 Esports. A1, the unfortunate stuff keeps on continuing for them. The unluck is just there. Somehow, some way, A1 are just getting picked off by two different teams at the same time. MABETEX and the players of Godlike Gaming. MABETEX are mainly here for their revenge, but now they've found A1 Esports on their radar.
Just by an accident, but they're going to make sure that they make them pay for this. Well, at least walk away with a few points from this bonus match. Make sure it's a bonus for them. Not just take an exit super early, not securing anything. Let's see the volley. Still running it out now. Look at this. Jiggle. He sees Gangster right in front. Still just decides to hold on to this position.
Wow. Scarlet's Gaming is getting picked off, Johnny. One after the other, they're getting dismantled alive. For now, high voltage, as you mentioned. They've realized the threat was way too close. Gangsta as well has just pushed himself back in a little bit of defensive stance. Why is Sinister usually the first one to get taken out? Or at least the first two players, one of the first couple of players to get taken out. This needs to be figured out.
So here's the 4v4 game plan for A1 Esports. Sinister and Gajor are going to be the frontline men. Hitman is going to be the last man to go down because he will be playing from the back lines. And Koa is just going to make sure he's basically a hardcore support for his team. His job is to just make sure the utilities are going to be there. Always just constantly either supporting his entries with the utilities, giving them space with smokes, or dishing out damage with the mollies and the nades. The problem occurs when all of these players are split up from each other. That's when it just becomes easy to pick off these duos. And once one duo is down, the other one is going to be hunted out as well. And I think that is what MABETEX is trying to accomplish at this point. But Koa is being extremely patient. He moves 1 inch and the entire game plan for A1 Esports just goes away.
And what am I just seeing? Godlike Stalwart is really close up against the players of Deadeye's guys. Way too close for comfort, actually, but this fight continues to happen as MABETEX Esports there do not want to leave this vicinity without getting away with those elimination points. So they are going to get him no matter what. The nade's tossed in really close. He will find the knockout. Finally found him slip away. Has the P90 in the hands too. But we'll decide to back off this time. No intentions of fighting, as he's now going to start a punch boost his way up real close. Hitman's going to give his position away because, of course, he is jumping around, and that P90 will strike in. We'll get the confirmation through. Koa is the only man left now, the final layer of this team. And Koa will just push himself up. Holding the staircase in these type of moments is probably the best thing you can do, and that's what Koa's exactly doing. But Apex's aim is so perfect. Right on top of his head, right on his head.
Well, A1 and B, nowhere left to go except back to the lobby. First team to be eliminated in this particular match, as we're down to 11 teams, 40 players alive, and a LIVIK game is not that long, ladies and gentlemen. The zone moving towards the southern edge, right on top of the players of DRS, giving them a massive advantage in the situation. But on the other side, Wizards Club, they're losing their players to the players of Raw, as Smokey does find an opening on Quaid with a wonderful nade. Correct, he needs to be extremely careful. He's not looking at his flank, and that is where trouble could be from. Well, trouble could be headed in his direction from. A Slipknot does find another pick. Wizards Club in a world of hurt. I believe it's just the last player left standing.
Getting shot at, man. And yeah, there you go. Just some light work done on those players, and he's not going to be seen inside the game anymore. I'd see on our screens, and of course, this a sort of an aggressive nature should pay off inside this game. Right now, I'd see are holding up pretty well. They still need to make it inside the circle. They still need to move in, but it's okay. The team in the front right now is on the struggling phase as IC is making them struggle. They're making them sweat. Teams are getting eliminated one after the other. Wizzy's club as well. They just line themselves up in that bracket. They get eliminated too on 11th spot as Godlike Gaming. They are still up against the players of MABETEX. This fight has been continuing for ages now.
Yeah, it's been going on, just getting dragged on for so long. But I think kudos to that. Kudos to MABETEX for doing that. They have extended this fight. It was basically an unwinnable situation for them, and they've managed to extend it to a certain point that Godlike Gaming kept on making mistakes, and they basically have equalized the numbers against the opposition. But look at this. Godlike Stalwart action. He's just trying to back off as quickly as possible as he knows that the opposition are trying to push towards him, and it is the players from DRS that do look quite eager to go for this push, but they have to be extremely careful. The rest of the lads from the side of Godlike Stalwart are not too far away.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Godlike Gaming is in a big world of hurt. That fight did not pay good for any of these teams. When the NB got completely wiped out, Godlike Gaming are dropped down to a two-man squad. MABETEX's ball dropped down to a two-man squad. So the impact was definitely quite deadly, and it dealt damage to themselves as well. On the other hand, is you have the players of Godlike Stalwart on our screens. And Godlike Stalwart, what are we seeing over here? There is a little separation from their side, and they are sticking to each other so well, too. Look at them. We've never seen Godlike Stalwart play like this. Godlike Stalwart are playing like one of those teams that really does like to stick around with each other. And they're really not just separating away. We're not seeing any type of just critical shifts happening from their side. We're not seeing any type of critical spaces being created within themselves. So right now, they're pretty okay.
Yeah, that's a problem. They're okay for now. As soon as the zone completely abandons them, they are going to be in a world of hurt. They are moving quite close to the team that's holding the center. But look at this, DE versus DE Warriors again. Another fight that I actually expected to break out at the start of the game, but it didn't. And now is when these two teams come across each other. But Chari already being finished off. True Love headed to his inevitable demise as he bleeds out in the open, swinging the advantage in the favor of DE Warriors. And the zone abandons them as well. That guy is completely outside the circle at this point.
Yeah.
Even though it says 20 meters, it's going to be an absolute brutal 20 meters that this lad would have to travel to get to safety. But on the other side, MABETEX, ladies and gentlemen, taking an exit from this game. And we are down to 9 teams, 30 players.
DEW still just around the vehicle. As East is... Again, DW, they're looking really comfortable. It feels like it's their playground for now. Oh, that spray is so iffy. The reason why players don't go for DP28 anymore, guys. Just the horizontal recoil on that gun is so much that sometimes it gets next to impossible to control that one. But at the same time, we do see a lot of fights happening on the other places. It's the players of high voltage against Venom Legends, actually. And yeah, Venom Legends almost on the verge of getting eliminated from the game as well.
Well, let's see. The Venom Legends, as you mentioned, not in a good position right now. It's going to be quite difficult for them to move any further in this game. But DE Warriors now watching their backs for the players of Godlike Stalwart. But Top finding the opening is going to make sure that East is not going to be standing on his feet for long. Godlike Stalwart looking to go for a push onto the players of the Warriors. But first, they have to take down Doc, the man who is basically at this point the last line of defense. But Deadeye's guys chiming in at the right nick of time. Look at On Top. He goes for those two players, Nirzet and East.
Oh my God.
Finished off, and On Top has just changed the game completely. The Warriors were looking so strong, but now they've been picked apart.
Yeah. DEW, an invited guest from the backlines who's looking to breach in at the same territory that they're holding. And on top right now, he is up, and he's also tanking a lot of damage from the zone. Look at the amount of damage the zone is also dealing upon them. It's chunking out massive amount of HP. He's approaching this one with the MK14 in the hand, and look at the amount of confidence this player has. How do you have this much confidence? Even though you're inside the circle, you still push outside and get that elimination point. Oh my god, that is ego battle at its finest.
Ego battle at its finest. I think they were just trying to make some like I
No,
can't deny
that's
what you just
no,
said. I
that is
can't deny
complete
it.
ego. That is complete ego. That is literally ego. At this point, they're just pissed over the fact that they lost 2 players because of that one man. And he was like, you know what? I got this. I'm gonna just shut him down.
I was just thinking about what possible reason could have, like, what possible other reasons could have been for that. But yeah, even I can't think of anything. That was just like self-satisfaction to the max.
Oh! No! Oh!
Hello?
What just happened? No!
Mafia Ninja, what did I just see?
Oh man. Mafia Ninja just didn't even realize there was a man outside that little compound wall and just got greeted by Jiggle. And this is why we love these type of maps. That's DRS. They're still up and alive. Roswell's right there. And Raw officials. There's just left for 2 players, in which one of them is quite softened up, and now they are also going to get knocked out. Godlike Stalwart as well. They're going to finally find themselves on the receiving end. But oh boy, these battles are breaking down quite a lot. I mean, a lot of fights happening at the same time, and what just happened? Even Godlike Stalwart got eliminated. Oh my god, some of the best teams inside the lobby is just getting eliminated like that.
Well, down to the 6 teams, top 6 teams, 14
Oh my
players
god, I
still
should have
alive.
went with IT. I
Yeah,
should have went with IT. I was actually thinking about IT when you said that, okay, I want to go with Godlike Stalwart as well. Then I was like, you know what? I want to change my prediction to IT, and I should have done it. But look at the spread that IT has. I mean, I know it's not the similar map, but this type of spread reminds me of Zeus.
I mean, aren't they the same team?
They are the same team, but it's
A few lads have changed,
It's like the few lads have changed, and also at the same time, their mentality, their way of thinking has changed, the way of playing has changed. They
I
have
think that's just
evolved over
I
the
think
time.
that's just forced though, the new mentality. I think if you would still ask these lads how they want to play these games, they're just gonna be like, yeah, we just want to fight. That's it. That's
Yeah.
what they enjoy.
Me too.
And
Fight.
this situation right now is just perfect for them because the zone is out in the open. The lads in the backlines from the side of IHC are holding those high grounds. They will get so much information about the opposition. And look at that. With just 3 teams remaining, we have 9 players alive in the game, 4 of which belong to the players of belong to the squad of IHC. So it is basically quite easy for them to close this game out. But let's see, DRS and High Voltage are not easy teams to take on. High Voltage is down to their last player. I think Jiggle is going to be finished off as he tries to run across the street as well. And there's the point going towards IC from IHC. He's got 4 eliminations out of the 6 his team has gotten. But now that brings us to the final fight of the game, ladies and gentlemen. The final 3v4 between IHC and DRS.
I mean, this looks like too easy for the players of IHC. This should be their catchphrase, actually. Too easy for IHC. That kind of matches, too. But Alex gonna whip out the shotgun, and oh, the bullets are gonna just shred him apart. The pellets do connect. As DRS, they're gonna prone, and what? He whips out the pin! Are you kidding me, Alex? You're actually going for a pan in these type of moments? Are you kidding me? Oh, Alex is just there to BM them, but they're gonna find the final man. IT, how do you guys have guts to do something like that, even though you guys were not doing that good inside this week's overall rankings? But they're doing really good in the overall rankings, which I mean by the overall league standings. Oh my god, these guys are trolls, man. I love them. I love them. You know what?
I think everyone does.
They remind me of myself.
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm kind of like a troll inside the games as well. I just like to W key and press on.
Just not as good as them.
Okay. Focusing on the game, ladies and gentlemen, IC goes on.
Yeah.
But he actually tried to pan him, bro. Like, Alex, are you kidding me? Alex, the guts on this, man.
Was it last week? I think the previous LIVIK, someone actually tried. Oh yeah, it was the lads from the side of Godlike Stalwart who tried to finish the game by throwing a pan to the other player. They failed though because the man was standing behind a tree, of course. But still, BM is always going to be there in this bonus match. That's for sure.
Fine.
But for now, we're going to take a short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back after this.
I'm the real, real deal. I'm the real, real deal. Ignition, it's a bang. You know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your hot flame.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022. And finally, we can officially say that Week 2 is done since all 6 games of the day are over, including the match of LIVIK, going into the hands of IHC. And it seems like they're going to have to settle with a few victories this week because they weren't really able to close out the matches. We saw IHC struggle. We saw Godlike Stalwart struggle a little bit in this week. But finally, we get to see IHC in their true form. We get to see IC in his true form as well. 5 eliminations secured with just 330 damage dished out.
I mean, IC, man, I'm not gonna lie, considering the fact that the way IHC have been playing recently, IC has always been their pop-off man, no matter what. I mean, yeah, Alex is there, but usually Alex is kind of like the sacrificial lamb. I don't really want to say it, but he's kind of like the sacrificial lamb here. He's kind of like baited by his teammates. Alex goes in front. He's like, oh, guys, don't worry. I'll take him out. Alex goes front, and then IC from back is like, huh, you thought, man. I knew you were going to die anyway. So IC just steals the elimination points.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it is going to be about those points. And if they are going to your own teammate, I wouldn't mind much. I mean, yeah, I understand you have to keep your own stats up, but in this bonus game, I don't think they even matter. But Alex is going to be there along with his teammate IC and Godless as well, getting that one finish, but securing 397 damage, helping out, I'm pretty sure, IC with his eliminations. Raw official did quite decent in this game, although they weren't around for the entirety of it. 15 eliminations going to Slipknot as the rotation towards the final few moments weren't really working out. DRS and IHC just doing a pretty phenomenal job taking care of the competition. But as we move further, ladies and gentlemen, I think early elimination A1 and B just destroyed in seconds again.
Why you gotta put it that way, man? You're just rubbing salt on their wounds at this point.
That
it's like
was
destroyed in seconds.
It wasn't like it was a completely one-sided situation that they were put in, right? They had a fighting opportunity. They just couldn't react quick enough. And even though A1NB has had good performances this particular week, they have had good runs. We've been praising them as well. But this last game, it just felt like they were just in it to just play. That's it. Just get whatever you can, placement points, and
just
then
happy
get
to
it
be
done
here.
with. Yeah,
just happy to be here. The old dialogue that we heard in the past once. Of course, not from the same game, but yeah, it was from another game that we saw in an interview. It was like, I'm just happy to be here, man.
Memories.
Oh, man. But yeah, A1 Esports definitely got picked off quite early. And I think so the main reason behind this was because they did not really play the previous LIVIK game. And they stepped inside this LIVIK game thinking that maybe no one's going to be dropping in the outskirts all the way in the outside of the city or all the way in the outside or on the edge of the map. But that was not the case. There was a team right there. And unfortunately, it was not just any team. It was also a team like Godlike Gaming, which is quite tough to take down. And look at this. Alex, how do you try to do that, man? All the time. I mean, are you kidding me, Alex? You're doing that with some of the best in South Asia. You cannot, man. You're pushing inside a smoke where you know the teams are going to have shotguns in their hands, and there's a big chance the situation might be flipped against you. But the bonus rankings is in front of you. Look at this. IHC are doing so comfortably good. They already have a nice head start inside the grand finals, but look at High Voltage with 35 total points. They have taken over in the bonus rankings. That means High Voltage, if the grand final start, there's a big chance they might be on the first right off the bat.
As of now, High Voltage have a 2-point advantage against the team sitting on the 7th position. So I need that to change. One team needs to be way further up ahead than the other.
Godlike Stalwart.
No, anyone. I don't care who it is. It needs to be anyone going into the finals. Otherwise, this format just, we're going to miss out on the fact that, yeah, the bonus points were given out. Inconsistency was rewarded for the teams. If the teams are too close, then... Oh yeah, Seal Esports, 6 points. Wow.
Well,
hey, they got 3 last week. They got 3 this week. Consistency, right?
If you want to put it that way, Johnny, sure. Yeah, not bad. Overall rankings after the post-match, 26. I mean, again, I don't think so anything's going to be changing over here, considering that just IC got the chicken dinner, so they've made their entry inside the top 5. And what am I seeing here? Godlike Stalwart dropped down to the 7th spot. And I don't even think so. I don't even think so they're going to care. I don't even think so they're going to care inside the week 2. I thought we're going to see a comeback, but that's not the case. But you know what? The biggest upset over here is T2K. I know I've been bringing it up throughout this day because I thought today was the day of comeback for that team, but we did not even see a little glimmer of that.
Yeah, nowhere close to that, and well, that has to be upsetting. But again, Necro, as you mentioned earlier, there's a small little break coming in for the players, and that is going to mean that they have an opportunity to reset their mentality, to reset and rework on what they thought the matches were going to be like and how they actually went. And T2K's T2K 1952 Seal Esports, Miramar, Elementrix. I think I can just go up the list and just yeah, because not one of these teams is like I am expecting them not to perform.
T2K all the way bottom.
Yeah.
How often do you
92
see
points.
that? How often do you see that? That is like one of the rarest moments. A1 Esports got a chance to play that bonus game, but technically they didn't because they got no points.
Yes. And that's why Wizards Club now has a point advantage.
Technically,
we were talking
nothing
about
changed.
nothing changed over here.
Nothing
Apart
changed
from
week 1. Yeah.
Godlike Stalwart dropping. So majority of the changes, the teams that actually did take advantage of that bonus game are all on the first page of the rankings. Over here, well, only 2 teams played the match. The others missed out on the opportunity, and those 2 teams could not really gain a lot of things from that game. But still, have to say, overall, quite an interesting week with how the zones went, how the games went, how we saw the Warriors pop off. But there's only one team sitting at the top right now after 42 matches. The league standings, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens, and with 8 chicken dinners, and I believe all 8 of them happened in the first week. No, a few came in this week. I think this week they had 2 chicken dinners, Godlike Stalwart, but still, almost 450 points, sitting at 449 right now. Godlike Stalwart on first, and DE Warriors on the second with 412.
Yeah. I mean, Godlike Stalwart, yeah. Am I surprised? No. Let's move on to D Warriors, though. Yeah, a big, astonishing moment. Reaching inside the top 3 and also able to stand true and tall against a team like Godlike Stalwart. And from what I've heard, right, from the rumors, I'm not sure, is that the players from DE Warriors, they're also from some academy. And I've heard that...
No. I think it was not an academy, but a different team that used to be there in the past.
A different team, yeah. Are you sure?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I've also heard one of the players that is playing for DE Warriors currently is also being in IT Academy.
Oh, that actually I have no idea about.
I think so. It's Nirzet. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Again, as I said, it can be false information, but
so the 922 that's there behind the names of the Warriors. Sorry, behind the players of DE Warriors. We are just gonna call them Warriors now, because that sounds awesome. But yeah, the 922 that's there represents their old sort of roster that they were a part of, and since then they have moved with DE Warriors for I think
more money.
It's not been long. It's not been long. No, it's not been that long since they've been started playing with the side of DE Warriors now.
Oh yeah, of course.
And I think under that particular banner, this is also that first major stage that they've been given an opportunity to perform, given an opportunity to present themselves, and I think they're doing a brilliant job.
52 games, Johnny. We've casted 52 games in the span of 2 weeks. That is impressive for us, right? Yeah, chat. But again, as you do have the latter half of the board in front of us from 11th to 20th spot. And of course, A1 Esports, as I said, nothing has changed. Just 1 point shy from Seal Esports, though. But this is so surprising. This is so weird to see. A banner like Seal, which is all the way on the latter half of the board, which is second last position. And there's a big chance they might be toppled over inside Week 3. I mean, Seal was a name that used to dominate in the league days. But now they're not able to. But I want to see a complete different pace in the upcoming PMPL.
Necro.
Yeah.
What if, you know how it used to happen earlier, right? Seal did well in the league days and they would bomb in the finals. I think they're just trying to bomb in the finals and go to the league stages and just walk to the finals.
But
and just
I don't even think so.
finals.
I don't even think so. They can qualify at this point. Did you see the
There's
amount of
one
point difference?
Yeah, there's 1 week remaining. That's 20 games left. That's enough matches to actually recover.
I mean, if you pop off in all the games, yeah, sure. I guess
That's the thing. You don't need to pop off in every single game. You walk away with
consistency. Okay, you
out
need to
of
be
20
consistent.
Yeah,
but
you need to be high voltage.
Yeah, but considering how they've played in the entire week 1 and week 2, there should have been at least little glimmers of their playstyle, right? But I don't think so. That's even a little glimmer. We haven't seen any sort of rise moments from the side of Seal. Yeah, maybe like once or twice where we thought that, okay, Seal are finally winning their duels and engagements, but then later on things started slipping by again. And I don't think so. This is something they're trying to pretend with. But ladies and gentlemen, today's day was dominated by DE Warriors once again, just like yesterday. Some things never change.
Some things never change. This team is here to just prove a point, and they're doing a brilliant job as well. But looking at the elimination leaders now, Nerzit is going to be there with 75 eliminations. Necro, now there's a difference. Earlier, we used to just discuss how Top, he has so much damage on him, but now there's a 10 elimination difference between Top and Nerzit. And well, Nerzit is also only followed by his own teammate, Doc, on the second.
Ooh. Okay, I mean, Nerzit just came over, and now he's taking the first spot. Top, dude, Stalwart Esports, they have a big competition here. Even in the overall league standings, I mean, the Warriors are on the second spot. So Stalwart Esports needs to wake up right now. I mean, not right now, of course, next week, because today it's done, but they need to wake up, right? This is their alarming call. They cannot start just taking things lightly inside the lobby anymore. They will need to start taking things a lot serious. And look at this. The amount of points the players of DE Warriors accumulated in that game, 23. How far is 30?
7 eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. It's so easy for them. If they could get 7 eliminations more, that could have been like literally half of the lobby wiped out by that one team. Impressive.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, it is not that easy. I mean, might sound like just 7 eliminations, but in a lobby like this, getting 2 is quite a lot. Getting even 1 is so difficult because the players know how to keep themselves protected, and and they are extremely talented. Imagine going up against someone like Godlike Stalwart. Imagine going up against like teams like IHC, DRS, Godlike Gaming. They are just going to beat you down. It's extremely difficult. So the Warriors getting 23 is actually pretty amazing. But again, as we have been saying, we call them old Zeus, we call them old Astra Academy, old Stalwart, and they're proving our points exactly, because this is exactly how these teams played their debut seasons as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they did play it pretty well, but again, I spoke about another team, which was A1NB here, and even team like Giant Mara. And so far, I mean, Giant Mara, we did see on the final day, final moments kind of popping out in the week 2. But then even A1NB, they had a chance to play inside the bonus game of LIVIK. But again, even they couldn't do anything. And just for the guys who don't exactly know, the point structure is a little different inside a LIVIK game.
Yes.
The maximum amount of points you get for a chicken dinner is only 10 points. So that's not a lot, but still something that could have helped a team like A1 Esports topple over at least 1 or 2 positions in the overall rankings of this week. And maybe potentially get more bonus points accumulated.
I think they would have been ahead of Seal Esports at that point had they won this game, because right now the difference that we noticed in the overall league ranking between Seal and A1NB was just 1 point. And the difference being that Seal, I think Seal Esports, in fact, skipped out on both the weeks bonus matches on LIVIK, and A1 Esport actually played this one. So it was quite interesting, this entire journey from week 1 to week 2. But now week 3 has become a lot more unpredictable. What is going to happen? Only time will tell. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call it this a night. That is Necro alongside with me. This is Super Johnny. See you guys next week. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.